I continued walking through a solid floor made of stone while the sound of my steps echoed. Feeling the pointlessly thick pillars with my hand made me think of the event that occurred yesterday. Close to the royal palace, there was a residence of nobles that ceased to be a long time ago. We set our guild home there. To begin with, guild homes come in two types. One of them is the one that Toby mentioned, that it had another dimension within it. That one is called apartment type. The other one is the one we bought, a single house type where we paid a large sum of money and it had come with some initial facilities already prepared. A single house type is as big as it looks, but it comes with the facilities already at level max. Right. When the party members saw this property they reacted like this. It's huge and it looks nice. I like this place. If compared to an apartment type it is just as it looks. I can remodel it to a ninja house. Mufafu. Toby. I don't mind that it is a single house type. But using it for meetings and meeting people from other guilds is. Shien. The flamboyant Yuma and Toby who wanted to mess around with it because it was so big, then I had to consider Celine-san's opinion due to her fear of strangers. In the end, we decided to just choose the large sum of money we got as a reward for the quest to buy this mansion. Right now, there's no signs of other players having come to the royal capital Waha, but someone will eventually buy the apartment types and we want to avoid them. Rizu also didn't oppose this decision. For a guild name, since we received funds to complete the home from the former desert Sauli Yido-san, we decided to call it Migratory Bird as a name related to birds. That made it official and we formally started the guild right there. Lots of things also happen when we were deciding on a guild master, but it's Hind, right? One vote for Hind Dono. Toby. I'll leave it to Hind-san. Rizu. I think it should be Hind-kun. Celine. So, I guess they followed the flow like when I give commands during fights and it ended like that. However, I don't want to be the guild master and I don't think I'm suited for it, is what you said, but if I'm guild master it'll be boring, you know? I'll take stable decisions and won't be adventurous at all. It'll be something like that. So I think it's better if it's someone like Toby or Yuma who are assertive people. Hind, a ninja as the leader of a public organization, huh? Other people would laugh at me. In that case, I'll ask that Yuma takes the position. Toby. So he says, can I leave it to you, Yuma? Hind. Fun, me as a guild master, huh? It has a good ring to it. Why not? I'll do it. Yuma. With that being said, the unlikely Yuma became the guild master. We spent the time yesterday like that, establishing the guild and selecting the home, and we stayed until late at night. That being the case, tonight, I think we'll just check the contents of the update and do some light playing. Right after I logged in under those circumstances, I heard the light sound of something hitting iron resounding from within the home. After proceeding through the long hallway, I walked into the guild home's workshop. Since it was just when Celine-san had stopped moving her arm, I drew closer to her and talked to her. Is that a sure sword? For Celine-san, that's quite the popular and normal choice of weapon. How is it? The ease of use of the new charcoal blast furnace. Hind. Hind-kun. It's really comfortable, especially these water wheel bellows, it's the best. Celine. Glad to hear that. Though that means that there's no need for me to run out of breath while stepping on the bellows anymore, huh? Hind. Foo. You weren't particularly good at it since that time in the village, right? Celine. The deciding factor for buying this noble's mansion was because the plot was luxurious and a river flowed here with abundant water. This river, though maybe I should call it an irrigation canal. Its water is used for daily life and it goes downtown passing through the residential area, but this place is located in the upper stream. The water wheel was made thanks to the being a manufacturer in town. We asked him to make it so that it went to the bellows. Well, guess I don't need to go into the little details here. Anyway, we successfully installed a water wheel. Apart from the one for blacksmithing, we also installed another one for milling. The water wheels themselves plus the cost of installing them was quite high, but let's leave that aside for now. How is it, the current demand for weapons? Hind. It seems like during this week, the offensive power of turtle weapons became lacking. The high-leveled players are starting to replace them. It's just that for the ones in the middle, turtle type seem to be enough. Shien. So, it's not looking too good. They'll announce the details of the next event soon, so there's the possibility of things changing when that time comes. I'll help you. Hind. Thank you. The next event was a PvP one, right? Shien. That seems to be the case, but there are still no details out about it yet. Though, they'll probably announce it within the game like that time. Hind. Since she didn't seem like she was going to keep using the furnace, I helped her clean up while we talked. I don't believe Mo-chan will appear twice in a row, but in that case, who'll announce the opening of the PvP tournament? To begin with, even if we know it's a PvP event, we still don't know if it'll be about individual matches or group matches. The players of TB are scattered throughout the world of TB. How do they plan to gather them all in a single place? There's a myriad of questions. Hey, Hind, where are you? Shien. Yuma. This voice. Yuma-san? Shien. You are right, even though she would know if she just looked at the map. Hind. When I opened the door to the workshop and showed my head through the door, Yuma braked in a panic since she was running too fast and was going to overshoot. Why is she in such a hurry? It's here. The details of the event. It's on the town's bulletin board. Yuma. Bulletin board. Hind. Anyway, come with me. Shien too. Yuma. Why, yeah. Understood. Hind. We tidied up in a hurry and headed to town from the guild home. Yuma took us to the center of the market. There was a crowd of NPCs there. While Shien-san was grasping the hem of my clothes, we pushed our way through it and we saw the figure of a guard we knew standing guard beside the bulletin board. Isn't that the eye patch guard that was guarding the border? Why is an Imperial soldier here? Hind. You'll know when you see the contents of the bulletin board. You should read it first. We'll talk after you do. Yuma. There's so many people. Shien. The eye patch soldier glanced at us, but he stood there in silence. It was as if he was saying that he was currently working. Even if we talked to him now, he would probably ignore us. Let's see. What's written in the bulletin board? Notice, a tournament that accepts both visitors and current citizens will be held in the Grado Empire's capital Ordal. The objective is to aim for the peak of military arts. However, the Emperor Grado Sages doesn't wish for ordinary fights that show individual strength. Therefore, it'll be required for people to participate in pairs. During the duration of the event, Imperial mages will be deployed to each town. This tournament will involve the whole continent, but we won't inquire about your origin, the country you belong to, or social status, including the 1.000.000G prize money. We'll award you the fine horse Grado Turk. During the tournament, we'll oversee gambling that's not recognized by the Imperial household. The bulletin board. Nope. This is more like an official bulletin board. Summarizing, the Empire is holding a duo martial arts tournament. A duo? I thought they would do a single match tournament first since it's still early. This is quite the curveball. What was more surprising was the fact that NPCs will participate in the tournament. Will there be a Joker-like strong NPC in it? I'm kinda looking forward to that bit. At the end of the official bulletin board there wasn't only the Empire's. What looked like the signatures of the representatives of each nation was there, which means that the other countries approved of this tournament. Could this tournament be a proxy war between the countries? You hear me? You definitely have to win. Patra. Hind. The first thing she said after opening her mouth was this. I mean, she's beautiful. You know, I get why the people from the BBS were crazy about her. From her refined and sensual body came an aura of seductiveness. She also wore a thin dress. It was quite lascivious. The name of this queen was Patra Adonium Sala. I was listening to her talk while kneeling slightly away from the throne. Hind, as the representative of the Sala country, you have to attain victory without fail. In addition to the championship prize from Grados, I'll provide you with a reward myself. Patra. I believe I haven't said yet if I was going to participate or not though. Hind. However, her personality was that of an arrogant and self-important woman. It wasn't just at the level of being proud. I even entertained the thought that she considered herself to be the most important person in the world. Her traits were the very picture of a queen. If we coupled it with her outward appearance, I guess she would be irresistible for people that like that sort of thing. After looking at the official bulletin board, we tried to return to our guild home, but I was the only one that was forcefully dragged by a soldier from the royal palace. To think I would be subject to an enforced event inside an online game. Being fanned by the court ladies, she informed me of this while sprawling on her luxurious couch. She's so refined. Even though I'm here dripping with sweat from the heat. Is that the end of your business with me? In that case, I'll take Mila, Hind. Wait, I still haven't heard your answer. Haven't I? Patra, there's no one in this world that could guarantee you victory. Please, don't ask for the impossible. Hind, even then, isn't declaring you will win the way you meant show your dependability so pathetic? Patra, if you are going to say that, wouldn't it be better for you to not rely on visitors and train your own soldiers? Hind, you should be aware that would be impossible, right? Patra, ha. Hind, it seems like a faction that wanted to push for the reduction of the army was really getting in her way. However, she seemed to want to let them be until she has full power over them. That's related to the careless way of handling the basilisk. Thus, she took responsibility for the failed subjugation and exiled the faction from the royal capital. That created inconvenience for the people and merchants. But this queen, it seems like she didn't even think she had done anything bad. Thanks to me knowing of that part, personally, I can't bring myself to like this woman. The reorganization of the Desert Owls has just begun. We can only rely on the only visitors that are in this royal capital, which means all of you from Migratory Bird. Patra, I wonder why you are telling me all this. Since the guild master is Yuma, you should. Hind, I'm quite interested in you after all. To the point where I would like to make you into a caged bird instead of a migratory one. Patra. She slowly stood up and the queen caressed my chin with seductive movements. I felt my spine shivering. In a good and bad way. I don't know what perfume she is using, but as she approached me, a sweet and alluring fragrance was coming from her. It was tiring to not lose my mind. Well, if that's the case, the masked man from my party is handsome, so you could. Hind. I'm no longer interested in the beauty of someone's outer appearance. I've grown tired of looking at beautiful things. Patra. When she said that, the queen pointed with her chin towards the court ladies that were waiting for her in a tiresome manner. After that, she pointed at all the work of art that decorated the room. Finally, she pointed at a big mirror. Wait. She then made a face that implied she was the most beautiful in the world. I can't take any more of this woman. There's probably a reason only I have such high likability with the queen. Summarizing it simply, the source should be the flow of the conversations from Clara-san, Yido-san queen. It first started with Clara-san and how she talked about me to Yido-san. This was the first step. After the quest, Yido-san told the queen about me. Given that situation, it created a chain reaction because both of them had a high level of confidence in me, and there is the possibility that it raised the likability to a certain extent without me having to do anything. I don't mind Yido-san, but I'm honestly not very happy about my likability with the queen. Additionally, per Clara-san's suggestion, we had a specially made full-length mirror presented. Well, I should say we gave it to the royal palace as a present, and maybe that had some influence. The mirror the queen just pointed at seems to be it. If she has the mirror here, it probably means that she took quite a liking to it. Well, for the time being, I'll think about who should participate from our guild. That is probably the best course of action, so please excuse me. Hind. That's quite the cold reply. Oh well, I'll be going to watch the matches, so don't embarrass me. Patra. Hind. She's coming? Oh, she is, I see. However, this is another topic that the BBS will get fired up about. I'm curious if the other rulers will come. If it would be possible, I'd like to see them. At the same time, maybe the players that were content with coming to the desert will decrease after seeing her. I had that kind of worries. While I was absorbed in those thoughts, she returned to her couch and let out a big yawn as if she was telling me that the conversation was over. That being the case, I bowed and took my leave from that place right away. The moment I exited the royal palace, Yuma and Celine-san, who had been stopped by the entrance guards, rushed up to me worried. Even though I wouldn't be this tired if they had been with me. She definitely did it on purpose, that queen. Are you okay, Hind? Did they do anything to you? Yuma. No, not really. I'm fine, nothing happened. Hind. You are making quite the unpleasant face though. Yuma. I'm not good with her type. It's like she slowly throws her opponent out of their own pace. Hind. The moment I took a glance at her, I thought that she was like a snake, exactly like a basilisk. Yuma. When Yuma said that, I was about to unconsciously start venting. It's true that it fits her perfectly. Especially the way she talks and her gaze that coils around you. It's just that, the royal guards are still close by. They could tell her that we were laughing at her. I held back my desire to laugh and started proposing we head back to the home. Having returned home, we relaxed in the breakfast nook, where we could talk. Both of them were at the table and I was preparing a light meal to recover our hunger gauges while telling them in detail about what the queen had told me. With that being said, it wasn't like it was anything bad. She just told me that she would give me a reward if we won as the representatives of the desert, though she did pressure me. Hind. I wonder why, when it comes from her mouth, I get these lewd vibes from it. Yuma. Ahaha. She's quite sexy after all. The queen. Celine. As one would expect, it can't be something like that. This is an all-ages game after all. Hind. You didn't know, Hind-kun? The NPCs will change to a certain extent depending on the age and sex of the player, you know? Celine. Really? Hind. I had no idea. Now that she mentioned it, a while ago the queen looked at me and crushed my dependability as a man. Well, even then, her award will probably be something ordinary. While we talked, my hands didn't stop making the food. I peeled the skin off the broad beans and garlic and kneaded them with eggs into a paste. Additionally, I used breadcrumbs, wheat flour, cumin and salt, and shaped it into an oval. I sprinkled it with sesame seeds and dropped it onto the oil heated at low temperature. If it's from the opposite sex, there's the chance that the likability could turn into love, right? Celine. In that queen's case, I could feel a warped desire of owning me though. I couldn't feel such a bittersweet emotion at all. Hind. Mew. In that case, Clarice. Yuma. What's wrong, Yuma? It's quite rare to see you making such serious face. Hind. It's nothing. Yuma. It hurts. Why are you hitting me? Hind. I waited until it rose up. Once both sides were golden brown, I took the completed product and placed it on a plate. Yup, it has a good fragrance. Alright, the tamiyas are done. I didn't have enough spices, but I think the shape came out well. Hind. Ooh, fried food is the best. Thanks for the food. Yuma. Thanks for the food. Celine. We took a bit while they were still hot. While it was lightly seasoned, the spices made them delicious. The outside came out crispy. These broad beans are fluffy like potatoes. Yup, these are tasty, Hind-kun. You are also skilled at cooking, so skillful. Celine. Thanks for the compliment. I'm glad that you find them tasty. Hind. Even then, the flavor is inferior to Yida-san's tamiyas. Next time I see him, I'll ask him for the trick as long as it doesn't become a hindrance to his business. It feels good eating something from your hand while walking around like this. Like the croquettes you'd buy on your way back from school. They are not that hard to make, so I might make them in real life too. Mogogoga? Mogogo? Yuma. Finish eating before you talk, you fool. Hind. Having stuffed her mouth with a tamiya, Yuma tried to say something. However, no matter how long I've known her, I have no idea what she tried to say. Gulp. Now that I think about it, what are we going to do about the next event? Who's going to pair up with who? Yuma. Right. Given the number of people in our guild, we can make 2 pairs. Hind. When I looked at Celine-san, she put the tamiya she was holding on both hands like a squirrel down and waved her hand sideways in front of her face. I guess I should have expected it. She's bad at dealing with people. To begin with, she would stand out a lot if she advanced to the next round. Let's leave it with Celine-san not participating. What about Rizu? Hind. Won't she participate if you asked her? However, she would say that she won't pair up with anyone other than you. Yuma. That would be no good. In terms of balance, I don't think we would win with 2 rearguards. Attacking quickly with 2 vanguards would be better. Hind, fume. In that case Yuma, wait just a moment. Togozaru. Toby, ? The voice that resounded throughout the room was none other than Toby's. However, we could hear the voice but we couldn't see him. The 3 of us looked around the room and suddenly, a partition of the wall from the room rose up with a sound. Like that, the wall was pushed out and rotated. When it did, Toby appeared while clinging to the other side of the wall. Hey, I have listened to your talk. Toby, I have listened to your talk, my foot. You said you would consult with everyone when you made mechanisms. What would you do if the strength of the building decreased? Hind, I couldn't hold back my curiosity. I'm reflecting right now, that's why, forgive me. Toby, this guy. Hind, since I couldn't see any sign of remorse from his words, I looked at the last Tamiya that Toby was trying to reach and, where's my portion? Hey. Toby, while moving my hand quickly, I ignored his voice and tossed it into my own mouth. My, Tama. Tama? Toby, it's called Tamiya, Toby-kun. Celine, Tamiya. Toby, he doesn't even remember the name of the food. Though it can't be helped since he's not familiar with it. There was nothing to worry about. There was another portion for Rizu and him to eat, so there were no issues. So, what is it? Why did you interrupt our conversation? Hind, oh, that's right. It was about the PvP tournament. I want to pair up with Hind Dono. Toby, that would be troubling. Hind has already decided to pair up with me. Yuma, The conversation was going in that direction. Hind, that being said, I guess this means they are both motivated to participate in it. If Rizu participated, we could form 2 pairs of vanguards with rearguards. Yuma made a saddened face because my words seemed to deny what she said, but I saw her lips loosening for a second there. That's a sign that she's telling a lie. Or maybe I should call it a habit. You can tell from the expressions she has. You don't want to pair up with me? Yuma, it's not like I don't want to, but we still hadn't decided if we would pair up, right? You can't go around lying. Hind, TSK. Even though I thought I would be able to deceive him. Yuma, such a shame. Toby, while we were having a conversation like that, Rizu peeked through the door after knocking. With this everyone had gathered, so we started discussing seriously what we would do about the next event. While giving them both their portions of the Tamiya, I gave a simple explanation of the contents of the event to Rizu. Then it was checking to see if she had any intention of participating in the tournament. If I'm with Hind-san, I'll participate, other than that I don't want to. It would be a pain. Rizu, see, I told you. Yuma, what's with that reaction? Rizu, it's nothing. So, what are we going to do, Hind? Yuma, it wouldn't be bad if I was an attack-type Shinto priest that could go as a vanguard. I could concentrate on healing myself and defending at the front and leave Rizu to attack from behind. However, we are both pure rearguards, and if I paired with Rizu it would be like us going there to lose. Once someone with high attack manages to get close to us, it would be checkmate. In that case, Celine-san and Rizu are to do whatever they want during the event. Hind, even if I'm not participating, I'll help you out, you know. Besides, I plan to go where the tournament is held. Rizu, same for me. Tell me if you need any weapons or defensive gear that's done through blacksmithing. I'll make them for you. Celine, guess I'll have you support us. So, Yuma and Toby, don't you have any intention to pair up together? Hind, with Toby pressuring the enemies, I thought they would be able to win with Yuma focusing as an attacker and deciding the match in a short period of time. However, they both pointed at each other and said this at the same time. Pairing up with him, Yuma Dono? I can't see us winning at all. Yuma and Toby. Yup. Why is that the case? Hind. I get the feeling. I know why. Yuma-san and Toby-kun feel like they will crash into each other during battles sometimes, right? Celine. You really noticed that, Sechin? I didn't notice at all. Rizu. It's probably true if Celine-san said it. If they properly set up a strategy and decided on their targets, I believe it wouldn't be that bad though. I don't know the reason for it, so I asked them both for a detailed explanation. How should I explain this? It's like the tempo of our movements don't match. As if one of us were dancing tap dance and next to me there was someone dancing traditional Japanese dance. If I had to explain it, it would be like having heavy metal on a kabuki stage. Toby. They are both difficult to understand comparisons. Even then, why haven't you failed to coordinate during battle yet? Even though it looked like you would crash into each other, you were able to do something about it, right? Hind. That's probably because we receive commands from Hind. We fix our rhythm after all. Once we hear that voice. Toby. What's with that? That sounds scary. Hind. The effect is because of their individual differences. I'm pretty sure it just happens to these two. I don't really get it, but they declared that it would be a mess if they paired up together. In that case, we have to decide who I'll pair up with from both of them. Personally, I'm not the type that would want to avoid PvP, so I don't have any problems with joining. For the time being, since the meal is done, go ahead and finish eating. You too, Rizu. Hind. Ooh, they are freshly fried. They smell so good. Thanks for the food. Toby. Thank you very much. Thanks for the food. Rizu. While you do that, I'll make a simple lottery so pull from it later. And Toby. That should settle things. Hind. After taking a glance at both of them picking up the tamilias, I took the suitable materials from my inventory. I placed my hand that was grasping at two strings on the table in front of them. The lottery was about winning by pulling the one painted in red, a simple one. Yuma extended her hand. Then, she retracted it again. She then crossed her arms and took a deep breath. While she was doing that, Toby steeled himself and pulled a cord. Pulled it. But, he ended up retracting his hand. Pull them already. Hind. After they heard me say that, they finally held both strings in their hands. As a result, Yuma pulled the one that was painted red and stood up from her chair. I'll react. Yes. Yuma. Why? Toby. Rizu heaved a sigh when she saw them causing such an uproar due to the result. It was decided that I would participate with Yuma. Celine-san helped Toby, who had his hands on the floor in an act of vexation, stand up while having a wry smile on her face. However, wouldn't it be fine if Toby just paired up with a friend? There should be some right players that you partied up with before partying up with us. Hind. There are a lot of players I have exchanged friend requests with. They are the so-called hobby friends. Though there are also friends that I've known from other games for a long time that have migrated to this game. Toby. I see. To sum it up, they are the speedrun type of players. What's bad about them? That type of players would be pretty strong. Hind. Before even getting into if they are strong or not, those are the type of people that take action really fast. I wonder if there's any that still don't have a partner. Toby. Take action really fast, you say? Isn't it still the first day of the event? I mean, the contents have been revealed about an hour ago. Rizu. When Rizu asked that, Toby sneered at her. Seeing his annoying expression, veins popped in Rizu's face. After that, she glared at him sharply and Toby got frightened, so he concealed himself behind me as if I was a shield. I believe it's better if he apologizes as soon as possible though. Rizu will hold a grudge after all. However, if it's working adults, shouldn't there be people that haven't logged in yet? Look, like someone that's busy with work. Hind. You are naive, Hind. Don't know. They'll take a day off when an update comes and in weeks where there are no events they'll work their asses off. Within the adults I know in the game, there are only that kind. If referring to the students that have plenty of free time, I don't even have to say anything. Toby. I don't think that's something you should say while looking that proud though. Rizu. They live by pouring all their effort into their hobbies, right? For sure. Celine. I guess we should call them idiots that love games. It seems like they are people I could never imagine the world they live in. They don't feel that much different from Toby, just as he said they are probably people like him. They are horrible hobbyists. Yuma. I don't want to hear that from you, Madono. Look in the mirror. Toby. What did you just say? Yuma. Anyway, try contacting them. You want to participate in it, right? In the tournament? Hind. Of course I want to. Now that it has gotten to this point, I'll definitely participate and defeat Hindono and Yumadono. To go Saruyo. Toby. I see. Feel free to try. Yuma. Like always, they both have quite the baseless confidence. I don't have any self-confidence though. To begin with, even if Toby managed to join, we wouldn't know if we would survive long enough to face each other. In that case, let's finish here and switch to free action for the night. Regarding the event, is it okay if we start tomorrow, Yuma? Hind. Why are you asking me? Yuma. I mean, you are the guild master. This is just my opinion as a guild member. Ultimately, you have to decide on the timing where we gather and break up. Hind. Oh, I see. For the night, it's fine if you are all done with the things you want to do as a guild. Yup. Yuma. Like this, we don't know who is the leader at all. Razut. Why yeah. Well, you know, I like it when the mood is laid back. Being all stiff inside the game would just tire us out. Isn't it just fine? Celine. I'll get to sending those emails right away. Someone, please bear up with me. Toby. The next day after the event started, I was standing in front of the mage that the Empire had deployed to the desert town along with Yuma. It was a standard mage with the hood of his coat covering his face. Please take us to the preliminary grounds. Hind. Both of you are forming a party, right? Even his voice was quite robotic. It was quite eerie, but it's probably what they were going for, and it's not like he'll attack us. I'm paired with this guy. Yuma. Very well, I'll start the transfer. Stand still right there. After finishing the verification, he started chanting a suspicious spell with an inaudible voice. When he did, a black mass appeared at the mage's feet and it swallowed us. Our surroundings completely changed. Sound vanished, our sense of balance crumbled and our field of vision started spinning around. It wasn't the scenery of the desert we were in a while ago. We were standing on top of a small arena. This was an arena in the Empire. The main tournament will be held at another one. No one other than the other participants in the preliminaries could see us right now. It's possible to record the matches, but the latest 10 are always available for viewing without having done so. You can report cheaters that. Oh, next to me, who was thinking stuff like that, Yuma was staggering unsteadily. I've got a bit of motion sickness. Yuma. The scenery did distort itself after all. Shouldn't it be fine if you just closed your eyes the next time? Hind. I'll do just that. That feeling of floating like if you were in an elevator won't go away though, but that can't be helped. Yuma. Like this, they'll send the participants from each town to the Empire in an instant. Once this ends, they'll send you back after the battle ends. In simple terms, it's a spell that warps the target. The agreement to use this spell was strictly supervised. It was a spell that had been able to be used for the first time after every country representative agreed to it. Therefore, they made it an exception to use it for this tournament. Or so the setting goes. If they were able to use it freely, everyone would be able to launch a surprise attack on another country after all. By the way, there was an official announcement saying that players won't be able to use this spell. Apart from special occasions like this one, they want us to travel via vehicles. It seems like our opponents are here. Hind. Yuma. Oh? Hind. Our opponents appeared from within the light with nervous expressions. Their jobs were heavy warrior and mage. Well, they paired up in an orthodox way with a vanguard and rearguard, huh? They were both guys. Given their looks they appeared about the same age. We didn't really exchange introductions, and when a ready appeared within our line of sight in big letters, we prepared our weapons. No items can be used in a duel and the damage is scaled down compared to when you fight monsters. Overall it's toned down. However, it doesn't change the fact that you'll die instantly if you are hit with a powerful skill. It was about a minute after the duel had started, Yuma beautifully fell down after taking their stone blast that the mage had aimed at her feet. Jaya. What's this? Yuma. An opening. Without a moment of delay, the heavy warrior used Berserker Edge, followed by Assault Slash, and Yuma took it up front, leaving her with 0 horsepower. Habun. Yuma. We did it. All that's left is the Shinto priest. Death. It was what I thought it would happen at this point. Our opponents have really nice synergy. That she was unable to avoid it can't be helped. Immediately after that happened, I completed the cast of Revive that I had started casting a bit before Yuma got hit by the spell of the mage. The heavy warrior got careless and looked towards me and behind him. Yuma, who had become like a crushed frog, slowly started to stand up. Be behind you. Behind. Mage, eh? Heavy warrior. Phew, ha ha ha, gotcha. Yuma. There are games where your MP will become 0 once you die, but in TP you'll keep your MP. Even Yuma, who had started the duel with 0 MP, now had a full bar from getting attacked that many times. While laughing like a villain, Yuma released the powerful thrust, burst edge. Together with the violent sparks created by the aura, the stream of magical power penetrated the heavy warrior. Burst edge is a skill that deals hybrid damage, but having reduced his physical defense to 0, the heavy warrior was unable to take both types of damage. As a result, Yuma blew his whole HP bar in a single blow. Then, we surrounded the mage that was dumbfounded at the sudden turn of events. No good, since everything had gone according to my plan. I couldn't contain a laugh. Phew, ha ha ha. Well then, the match is decided. What will you do? Do you choose to surrender or do you choose death? Go ahead and choose. Yuma. As a rearguard like you, I wouldn't recommend fighting without a vanguard. There's no reason to get painful memories on purpose, right? Hind. I'll surrender. The way you laugh is so scary. Within our field of view, a winner danced in the air and the room started warping. They probably did this to take into consideration players that wanted to fight many times in a row. The way the fights started and ended was really quick. Once you win you'll get expelled from the arena right away. I thought the casting time for revive was long. That's weird. How did he know that she would die with that timing? Mage. After the mage murmured that, the feeling of standing on the ground vanished. It wasn't to the point where it was like Yuma, who made a very displeased face, but it's true that it's a bit unpleasant. It does have its artistic value, but since it seems to be going to be harmful, let's send a message to the developers so that they improve it. When we noted, we were standing in front of the Imperial Mage Inn, royal capital Waha. Again, the battle ended and we took a breath after exchanging glances. It might have been because of nervousness. Even though it was a short fight, it was quite tiring. We were able to win, though I don't know how strong they really were. Hind. Phew, we are a duo made of you and me. It's a given that we would win. Yuma. Ooh, you sure are confident as always. But hear me out, don't go crying if we somehow end up losing, okay? If we keep fighting, we are bound to lose at some point after all. Hind. I won't cry. Don't treat me like a kid. Yuma. This was our first PvP match. When it comes to the PvP rating, the initial value is 1500. Once you get this ranking to the top 256, you will be able to appear in the main tournament. Unlike usual rankings, this one is set as tournament rankings. It'll reset every event. During the event, the preliminary duels like the one a while ago don't have any effect on normal duel rankings. It goes without saying, but this tournament's rankings are not personal, but it's a shared numerical value for the duo. The event is also long. The main tournament will start next Saturday. The finals will follow. They'll be held on Sunday. The preliminaries will last until Friday at 23:59 and then the participants will be decided. I don't get it. Yuma. So, I summarized it like this for Yuma. Until it ends on Friday, we'll fight preliminaries over and over. It's fine as long as we keep winning. Hind. I explained roughly like that. If we used logic, given the rules it amounted to only that. Therefore, we had to raise our ranking. As additional information, apart from the event rankings there are event points. The amount of goods you'll get will increase as you keep fighting. If you manage to win you'll get a bigger amount of event points. But even if you lose, you'll still get some points. Taking this into account, even if the rankings for the main event solidifies itself, the difficult situation of there not being people to fight with probably won't happen. It's made so that even people that are not that good at PvP can have some fun. Personally, it's a method that I like. This about sums up the event. While those thoughts were going around my head, Yuma was stretching close to me to relax her body. The outstanding body that wouldn't lose to the Queen's Inn style was exposed defenselessly. So immodest. I guess the saving grace is that she was wearing armor and it made it so that less places were emphasized. Well then, what are we going to do, Hind? Are we going to keep fighting? Yeah. In order to raise our rankings, it's not important that you lose, but your win percentage at the end. If we manage to win consecutively in the final phase, it should be enough to catch up. Let's also continue fighting to eliminate our weaknesses. There should be a lot of players logged in at this time. We'll find an opponent right away. It also doesn't seem to take long for a fight to end after all. Let's just keep going. I want to get an early lead and focus on organizing our gear and skills next week. Getting some experience is important, so first off, it's important to go in without thinking too hard about things. Alright, I'm getting fired up. Mage, please one more time. Acknowledged. I'll begin the transfer. Today, after winning 10 times in a row, we started to lose. At the end of the day the score was 20 fights, 14 wins. Our record ended in a 70% win rate. I finished the housework earlier than expected. I didn't have my part-time job today, had finished preparing the ingredients for tomorrow and also taken a bath. I had also finished doing my homework and there wasn't any particular place within the house I hadn't finished cleaning either. While thinking about what to do, I loitered around the room with no particular aim. Even if I wanted to play TB, there wouldn't be anyone logged in at this time. Even then, I don't have any motivation to do crafting right now either. Rise is also taking a bath. Usually, I don't think a girl would enter the bath after a guy though. Rise always gets into the bath after I'm out. While I was thinking, well then, what should I do? The PC on top of desk entered my line of sight. Shall we gather some information in the BBS? I'm also a bit curious about what other players think about the new event after all. Yup, I booted up the PC right away and accessed the TB's BBS that I had bookmarked. Emperor thread number 3 to talk about the PvP event. Please give me the horse. This is a comprehensive thread about the current PvP event in TB, gossip, complaints, discussion of the ratings and content that is related to the event is free to talk about. Ignore the trolls and be well-mannered. Let's respect the rules and get along. The next thread will be made once we reach 900 comments. 93, Nameless Mage ID, HK6T. This thread title reminded me. What does the prize fine horse even mean? Is it fast? Is it strong? 94, Nameless Archer ID. An Exhibition. Unlike camels and donkeys, it seems like horses have ranks. Fine horse, swift horse, average workhorse. Something like that. 95, Nameless Mage ID, HK6T. I see. Workhorse meant a horse that you can't ride, right? Can you ride them here? 96, Nameless Archer ID. An Exhibition. You can in TB. It's just that their speed is not that much different to that of a donkey. It's a completely different world when it's an average horse. 97, Nameless Mage ID, HK6T. What about the swift horse? 98, Nameless Archer ID, an Exhibition. I don't think there's anyone that has one yet. 99, Nameless Mage ID, HK6T. Really? So, if they sold the fine horse it would be an amazing event. 100, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, U4EDP. Why are you even assuming they would sell it? LOL. 101, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, JH4J67P. Let's not put a price tag on it, since there's nothing to compare it to. If we put a price on it half-heartedly it would incur losses. Even then, if the price was too high, it wouldn't get sold anyway. 102, Nameless Knight ID, TNGHDN3. There's also the fact that you'd use it until the game service ends. It's the highest grade, right? 103, Nameless Archer ID, an Exhibition. It seems to have high endurance too. Looks like fighting on top of the horse would be possible. I want it. 104, Nameless Light Warrior ID, BHASK3. Archers look like the type that would be compatible with fighting on top of a horse. Light warriors on the other hand. Yup. 105, Nameless Light Warrior ID, UKFP9. Your attacks wouldn't reach after all. I get that. Already experienced it. 106, Nameless Light Warrior ID, HH6Z40. I'll act like a light warrior and buy lots of throwing knives this time. 107, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Y6G9Psi, at 104 106. It's so sad being a light warrior lol. However, the same thing goes for martial artists, comrades. 108, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, QH6CNBH. Well, a martial artist won't reach either unless it extended its limbs lol. 109, Nameless Mage ID, HK6T. Right. Since donkeys don't have high endurance and their maneuverability is not good, the idea of fighting on top of them wasn't there from the beginning lol. 110, Nameless Knight ID, C9K3XCL. In the case of camels, they do have high endurance, but I'm not sure the people that went there to aim for the queen are all closet perverts lol. They should also post a bit in the BBS. 111, Nameless Mage ID, BZHN8CG. I mean, it's only sad that we don't have much information from at this point after all. 112, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FDV. At 110, I can't ignore being called a closet pervert. I'm always full open. Camels are faster than donkeys. They also don't get frightened by monsters and their endurance is high. They are quite excellent. Hurrah for the Queen. 113, Nameless Knight ID, C9K3XCL. Thanks for the information. However, taking off all your clothes is a no-go, okay? LOL. 114, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FDV. Like I would do something like that. I'd get burnt. Hurrah for the Queen. 115, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, Edvultk. No good. The way this guy ends his sentences is weird lol. 116, Nameless Archer ID, C4N9. This guy is from the Queen Patra Sama thread. Aren't there too many fetish threads these days? LOL. 117, Nameless Mage ID, IFXKN. I mean, you guys are talking about the prize, but can you guys even win? Even before that, can you even qualify for the main event? 118, Nameless Knight ID, an FFSX. No WHALEMAO. 119, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, DX36NI. I mean, the ones at the top have exceeded the 1800 rating mark already. 120, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, XTFBPRZ. Would it be safe if you surpassed the 2000 mark by the end? 121, Nameless Martial Artist ID, M7HDZZH. With a rating type ranking, it would be around that. With things like the number of fights and the population, there would also be matchmaking, but with this method, even in other games, being around the 2000 makes you be in the top group. It's just that, with just the short period of 8 days, we have to think that it being lower is also a possibility. 122, Nameless Light Warrior ID, S9GTU. If the limit is 256 people, you might have a chance if you are around 1900. My current rating is 1300. 123, Nameless Mage ID, GC Medva. Isn't that lower than the initial value? LOL. 124, Nameless Light Warrior ID, S9GTU. At 123, we are a double Vanguard pair and we were winning at the beginning. However, people got used to dealing with quick attacks fast. We can't win anymore. It's hard. 125, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, SAW8AG. I mean, in a duel you start with 0 MP. There's a limit to attacking without mixing in a skill here and there. LOL. It's not as scary as seeing a murder on the news. 126, Nameless Knight ID, X6XEB. The standard seems to be having a Vanguard act as a tank and have the Mage or Shinto Priest charge up their MP at the start. Apart from that, having a double Archer duo also seems to be quite strong. 127, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, 4DQ9GRN. There are those, the rapid fire type. I was filled with holes by them. If the way they take turns firing is skillful, you can't get close at all. 128, Nameless Light Warrior ID, BMXZPXK. Being shut down like that would irritate you. 129, Nameless Martial Artist ID, BMXZPXK. It's fun when everyone are vanguards, since it'll end up with everyone beating each other up. LOL. 130. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID. Saw a tag. It's sickening when you are heavy warrior facing a mage. That's also the case with knights with skills with magical properties and magic omitted. 131. Nameless Mage ID. C82UWR. Heavy warriors are the type that are very strong when they catch you. After all, you don't have any choice but to receive those magic attacks with your pointlessly high HP. 132. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID. Saw a tag. Don't look down on a heavy warrior's low magical resistance. It's as low as 0, you know. Even if you were to reach level 99 it would still be 0, you know. 133. Nameless Archer ID. Tkpjwa. For a rearguard, the last person they want getting close to them would be a heavy warrior, so it goes both ways. The heavy warriors that plunge in without flinching are the scariest. LOL. The fact that their hit stop resistance is so high is unfair. Even though you manage to hit them with long-range attacks, there's no hit stop at all. 134. Nameless Light Warrior ID. I3PWBI. It's also troublesome to fight a heavy warrior as a light warrior. Oftentimes if you screw up, you'll die in a single hit. 135. Nameless Mage ID. C82UWR. Light warriors are like bean sprouts to heavy warriors. Your defense is like paper after all. 136. Nameless Shinto Priest ID. 9STV. The player skill shows when it comes down to light warriors. After all, your in real life specs seem to be important. Things like reaction speed and agility. 137. Nameless Archer ID. M2XUHF. A similar job that is unexpectedly quite strong is the martial artist. They can self-heal with Kaigong and they are strong at infighting. They are pretty good for PvP. 138. Nameless Light Warrior ID. KTHPK. Something like running double martial artists. How about double Vanguard Shinto Priest making a duo that draws out fights by healing themselves? 139. Nameless Shinto Priest ID. 9STV. Martial artists would be fine, but the Shinto Priest one, it would inevitably lead to a timeout. Lmao. 140. Nameless Mage ID. DKSW Zyke. They don't have enough firepower. As a tank, they are at the same level as other pure Vanguard jobs though. The Vanguard Shinto Priest. 141. Nameless Archer ID. Anaxibn. We should wait until the rankings stabilize to see what combinations are strong. By the way, what about everyone's gear? I believe gear makes quite the difference. 142. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID. DDRI6. It might be because players are scattered everywhere. There's nothing that is the best like it was at the previous event with the meta types. The materials are all over the place since it depends on the area. 143. Nameless Shinto Priest ID. 9STV. I'm still using turtle type gear. 144. Nameless Knight ID. DDRI6. Me too. 145. Nameless Light Warrior ID. Uipsbag. Me too. 146. Nameless Archer ID. RPPS2XG. You guys. LOL. I know they are convenient, but in terms of stats, aren't they reaching their limit? How about you get better gear for the duels? 147. Nameless Mage ID. XBK2Ki. A weapon that inflicts status ailments would be nice. That way, it would encourage bearings like that previous one for drawn-out fights. Once they poison you, unless you have a Shinto Priest in your party, it would be checkmate. 148. Nameless Light Warrior ID. Pill 6. Let's bully heavy warriors with elemental weapons. 149. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID. Saw a tag. Please no LOL. 150. Nameless Knight ID. MVBKJ. Elemental weapons, huh? That would be good against the heavy warriors that have low magical resistance, but on the contrary, your damage will decrease against mages since they have high magic resistance. 151. Nameless Martial Artist ID. Six-legged Kate. Everything depends on strategy, right? Maybe there's nothing that's truly the strongest. I see. So if your rating is about 2000 it should be fine. It's the first time I've heard that horses have grades. Other than that, I can see that there's a certain affinity even if you are both of the same jobs. There seems to be a lot of opinions regarding gear. But I'll listen to Celine-san and Yuma's opinion before reaching a decision. Personally, I would like to improve our strengths instead of trying to compensate for our weaknesses. Whoops, no good. I was so engrossed in the BBS that it's already past the time we arranged to meet. Everyone is waiting. I equipped the VR gear and lay down on top of the bed. Excluding Toby, the four of us were in the Guild Homes lounge watching the replays of yesterday's fights. You can watch the replays from your menu screen and it's also possible to make a projection in midair. You can also adjust the size of the screen. First off, we watched several replays where we won and things went according to plan. There was red tea on the table. Unfortunately, there's no black tea. We watched yesterday's matches while drinking the herbal tea. This tea is hibiscus tea that we bought in the market. We tried it out and it was quite sour. Yup, it's sour. It's tea that you'd rather blend with something else than drinking straight away. Yup. The place you set this area healing at was really good. It would have felt like you had infinite HP from your opponent's point of view. Yuma-san also perfectly shut down the Vanguard. Celine, coming back from taking that much damage without being afraid is scary after all. His face is full of fear and despair. Foo. He surrendered. TSK. Rezu, the face you are making right now is far more terrifying. Are you not aware of it? Yuma. WL, these are the fights that turned out well. If possible I'd like every match to go like this but... Hind. Everyone took a sip from the cup and made bitter faces. I took out some honey from my inventory and left it on top of the table. Then the girls fought over it and poured some on their tea, even though it's apparently good as a beautifying product. Wait, I guess that has nothing to do here since it's a game. Since it's sour, it might also help you recover from fatigue. I wonder if it also recovers HP? Regarding the replays, while Yuma intercepts the opponents that aim for me, she boldly attacks them while I make the best use of my healing skills. Each time, Shining is up, I use it on the rear guard or the other Vanguard to obstruct them while I support and heal her. If we manage to make it go that way, it would usually lead to a victory. Shining has low power, but it also has a suitable low CD because of it. If there are two Vanguards, the times where I have to run around the place trying to avoid them will increase. But I'm able to do something about it as long as I focus on dodging. It is possible to cast spells while moving around, even if they kill off each other at the same time. As long as Yuma defeats one of them it'd end up in our victory. However, double Vanguards are the second type of teams we are weak against. Whenever we win, we are forced to endure and be patient. Usually, if I'm caught we'd lose. Next is the replay of our important loss. While we watched the match, we talked about why we lost this time. This match too, the pattern of the way you lose is mostly the same. Yuma doesn't give up until the end and tries to persevere through. Celine. Yes, I die before Yuma does, it's only that. Hind. Especially this one, when you face a rapid-fire type archer I get the feeling that it doesn't go well. Rezu. I hate those. They just attack and are so sticky. If they are going to aim for someone, they should just aim for me. Yuma. Hind-kun puts himself between the opponent's Vanguard or Yuma-san and him to cut his line of fire but. Celine. The main problem are these high-angle type skills. The skills that are represented by skills like Arrow Rain. Rezu. I believe it's just as they said. You can't really avoid them. After all, several hundreds of arrows rain down on you at the same time. Even if you only get hit by one, you'll enter hit stop and be unable to move. Then you'll get hit by the next one and quickly take more damage. Like that heavy warrior from the BBS, instead of magic, I'm wrapped up in sorrow whenever I face a heavy warrior paired up with an archer. These are the opponents we hate the most. The long-ranged physical damage job archer is the one that Shinto Priest has the worst affinity against. Shinto Priest is in the middle when it comes to magic resistance, but with the exception of the Vanguard type Shinto Priest, The other two types are tied with mages for the worst physical resistance. So, what's your current rating, Hind-kun? Shien. It's 1628. I can't really say it feels like we are in a good situation. Hind. If you can keep up with your 70% win rate, I believe you might be able to reach 2000 rating by the end though. Rezu. However, if we only looked at the 10 matches of the second half, it would be a 40% win rate. If we keep going like this, entering the rankings will be just a dream. If we kept going like this, our current rating would slowly stagnate. Maybe we'll be at around 1600 rating? Hind. Nah. We keep losing to players that pass 1700 rating. That's our current wall. Based on yesterday's matches, I reached the conclusion that it's better to use this first half to strengthen ourselves. From there, we started talking about concrete ideas of how to improve. I can think of a few plans. Then again, it's about the same as with the last event. First off, Hind, strengthening your weapons and defensive gear, right? Leave it to me. Shien. Thank you very much. Hind. Thanks Sechin. It's just that I want your help with gathering materials before doing that. It would help me a lot if I had more people. Could I ask you that favor? Shien. Of course. We are the ones asking you for the gear after all. We'll go anywhere you want. Hind. Yup, let's go. In order to contend for the duels from now on, there was an urgent need to strengthen our current weapons and defensive gear. Just as the post in the BBS had said, from 1650 rating onwards, the players have already moved on from turtle-type gear. If Yuma fought with vanguards that are equal or stronger to her, she could easily lose. You could say we are in an impossible situation with our current gear. Since Shien-san seems to have a proper plan to strengthen our gear, let's leave it to her. Right after, Rezu humbly raised her hand. What I can help with is probably leveling up. I'll search for monsters that are efficient to farm around here. Rezu. Thanks, Rezu. If we level up, we'll also get more skills. Hind. There are still a lot of skills I want to pick up after all. Isn't it quite the good idea from someone like you? Don't you think that from someone like you part was uncalled for? Right, Yuma-san. Rezu. It hurts. It was my bad. I'll apologize, so please stop stepping on my foot. It was quite common to see players at the current level 40 cap yesterday after all. I'm quite thankful for Rezu's proposal. After that, let's see. All that's left is preparing proper measures. The remaining measure is to organize our skills well. That's related to the way we fight. Hind. That's where we shine, right? Yup. Even if we level up or prepare our gear, everything will be fine. Not if we don't work on that. We have to practice together. Hind. Got it. Let's do it. Yuma-san always looks like she's having fun. That's so nice. Shien. Just as Shien-san had said, Yuma was always merry. She had been in high spirits since it was close to TB's launch date. Though it's an enigma what Shien-san is envious about. By the way, what is Toby-kun doing? We haven't seen him tonight. Shien. Seems like he hasn't got anyone to pair up with yet. Like he said, it hurt him to have a late start. Hind. Isn't that just him being disliked? Yuma and Rezu. For some reason, Shien-san shivered when she heard Yuma and Rezu's abusive remark. Her eyes behind the glasses are dead. Stop it. There are people whose heart will get hurt because of your words, you know? Shien-san. Hind. It's nothing. Everything's fine. Shien. She didn't look fine at all though. But well, it's better to not ask further. You need to be in a party to participate in the preliminaries. Of course, you can't form a party if both of you are far away from each other. That being the case, instead of searching for players that came to the desert, Toby went to their places to look for them. That point is making it harder for him to pair up with someone, and he grumbled about that at school. They were interested in the middle of the talks, but once they heard that he was in the desert they would reply with a "then it's impossible." Traveling takes quite a lot of time in TB. Among the friends that Toby has, practically no one has come to the desert. As a result, so far he hasn't been able to get a favorable reply. At that moment, The door to the lounge opened vigorously. Everyone looked that way and everybody, good evening to Gozaru. Toby. Speaking of the devil, have you found someone to pair up with, Toby? Hind. Toby came normally through the door today, since he looked quite cheerful. I thought he had found a partner, but Toby's following words were quite unexpected. This might be sudden. However, I'll be going on a journey for the duration of the event. Toby. New? Yuma. What are you saying? Rezu. What do you mean? Celine. Ah, I see. The other members weren't aware of Toby having a hard time finding someone to party up with. Let's fill them in a simple manner. Basically, you are saying that your duo candidate will pair up with you if you get closer to where he is. You found someone like that, right? That's why you want to leave the desert temporarily. Am I right? Hind. Yes, it's just as you said. The truth is, moving away from the desert is a pain, but if I take much longer finding someone, I won't be able to raise up my rating in time. Toby. With that conversation, finally everyone started to understand. Toby, on the other hand, gulped down the entire cup of hibiscus tea in one go and made an incredible face as if he had eaten some umeboshi. I didn't even have time to stop him. I see, so that was the case. Rezu. Guess there's no helping it then. Celine. Once the event ends, you have to return immediately, you hear me? Yuma. Understood, Guildmaster. Toby. With that being said, Toby will leave the party temporarily. He got on his camel and left town from the exit, starting his journey. Seems like his destination is a secret. After sending him off, we started by improving our equipment first. Did you bring the pickaxe? Celine. I've got one in my inventory. Yuma. Hindkun, what about that thing? Celine. I've made it and brought it. I'm completely prepared. Hind. Well then, shall we head out? Celine. Hearing Celine-san's command, Yuma and I got on top of our camels. Just as Rezu had announced, she had gone to investigate the amount of experience monsters give. Without taking risks, I asked her to aim for isolated targets, though I'm a bit worried about having her go alone. Since she's much smarter than me, I doubt that she'll misjudge the timing to make her retreat. We left the town of royal capital Waha, and we headed north under the blazing sun of the Lukia Desert. Be that as it may, Celine-san, you sure did well to obtain information about a mining spot. It was from an NPC, right? Did you get close to someone from town? Hind. Do you think I would be able to talk friendly with the people in town and naturally get information from them? Celine. It wasn't that. Now that you said it, I can't imagine Sechin going around doing that. Yuma. Ah, could it be that thing that's been getting popular in the BBS, that there will be an information shop for sure in every large city? Hind. Just as I thought. Hindkun knew about it. You need money for it, but the information is accurate. Celine. A while ago, she did say that she felt nervous speaking with people like vendors casually. After all, if the players that come here increases, the sharing of information will make progress. There might not be a need for the existence of information shops someday. Now that there's few players in the desert, they are a valuable and convenient existence. Even in other regions, the higher-ups that run walkthrough sites seem to be using these information shops. Like this time, getting information about where you can obtain materials is particularly useful. By the way, how much was the information about the mining place? Hind. I think it was 100.000 G. Celine. Isn't that really expensive? I don't know what the market price is for information, but isn't that the price of one camel? Yuma. Not really. If we can get lots of minerals, we can get that amount back right away. Celine. Yuma, give it up. The sense for money of a first-class crafter is completely different from a normal player. Hind. Seems like that's the case. Yuma. Is it that weird? I don't think that's the case though. Celine. Celine-san said that, but for combat-type players that rely more or less on getting drops and have to consume consumables, it's an amount that is hard to come by. For those kind of players, their main source of income are the subjugation quests that are not always available in each town. After all, I'm in the middle, or should I say I'm a blockhead regarding both sides, so I can understand both sides. Especially like that time when I sold accessories unreasonably with the Elvenirs. I sold them for many times the price of the materials. In Celine-san's case, there's the fact that she's skilled. The price of her gear is higher compared to the average crafter. On top of that, the pace at which she finishes her work is unbelievably fast. All players are replacing their gear for the event. During this time she'll probably be able to earn that amount in an instant. In that case, why don't you pick up a crafting skill too, Yuma? Rizu said that she would make restorative medicine with me, so if you did it well, you learn quite the profit. Hind, I don't really mind, but I can't do anything difficult, you know? In order to enjoy the game, I don't want to do anything that's really complicated. Yuma, in that case, how about agricultural development? You could grow medicinal herbs that can be used for items or ingredients for cooking. If you get used to it, it's a simple job that is just repetitive. Wouldn't that be good? Celine, on the other hand, I believe that requires patience, though it's most likely less strict than agriculture in real life. She's not really the type to leave a job half done, so it's not that it doesn't fit her. While she was pulling the reins of the camel, Yuma kept nodding while she was thinking about Celine-san's proposal. If Hind supervises me, I think I might be able to do it. Will you do it together with me? Yuma, I don't mind. There was this proposal of improving the soil of the desert. Shall we begin once this PvP event ends? Hind, let's do it that way. In that case, Toby should be in charge of something else then. Yuma, you are right. Hind, what would be something that suits Toby? Though if the person himself says that he doesn't want to do anything other than fighting, I have no intention to force him. Shouldn't it be fine if he just helped me with making accessories and throwing weapons? I'm making quite a few ninja-type items after all. Other than that, you could call him if you need help crafting or anything. In other words, Hind, he's in charge of doing odd jobs then. Yuma and Celine, doing odd jobs. We are a guild of only 5 people. There are probably a lot of times where we will need to have everyone in the same place. Since I'm more or less concerned with all parties, my standing hasn't really changed. It'd be fine to give it a cooler name and call it Reserve Corps or something like that. We are about to arrive at our destination. Celine. Due to Celine-san's words, I strained my eyes. I could start to see a rugged rock surface beyond the dunes of the desert. It gave a different feeling to the areas the basilisk turned into stone. Unlike other regions, it seems like in Lukia Desert you don't obtain minerals from their mountains. It seems like this rocky area was originally a quarry. The fact that the top brass used it to get stones to make buildings at first meant that in reality it didn't have that many useful minerals. However, if you kept quarrying deeper, gradually, minerals with enough density would appear. Furthermore, if you dug even deeper, it was revealed that there was quite the amount of ore veins. Since the bedrock was quite far from town, the mining hadn't progressed that much. In other words, it means that there are still a large amount of minerals to be mined here. It's probably because it's a game. They basically won't get mad at us if players arbitrarily took them. If this was real life, it would be important resources for the country. It would be expected if they were bothered by it. Anyhow, the mining points will just respawn as time passes anyway. We finished swinging our pickaxes at the mining points in the outer layer and were now getting ready to dig further underground. The materials we got in the outer layer were mostly pebbles. Even if it was something better, it was only iron ore. It wasn't great. Celine-san, I finished setting it up. Hind, in that case, shall we light it up and take some distance? Celine. Once Celine-san took the flint on her hands, Yuma made a very excited face and looked like she wanted to say something. After she frowned her eyebrows in a troubled manner for a second, Celine-san handed the flint over to Yuma. Yuma-san, can I leave lighting it up to you? Celine. Is it fine? Yuma. Yup, please. Celine. I'm sorry about her being so flamboyant. She can't really help but want to do this kind of thing with her own hands. Once we confirmed the clattering of the rocks lit a fire on the handmade, gigantic bohires, fuse, we hurried up and took some distance from there. The camels were hidden waiting in the shade of a rock, and just to make sure, I covered my ears with both hands. Along with a muffled sound, smoke and dust danced in the air. Even when we took enough distance, shattered fragments of rock rained down on us. As always, I can't understand this firepower. Even though I had used a large amount, it makes you doubt that it was gunpowder. The first one to jump from the shade of the rock was Yuma, and she cheered in a loud voice. Oh, ooh. The boulder turned into little pieces. This feels so good. Yuma, Hind-kun, it was more powerful than I expected. Celine, why, you are right. Hind. However, it doesn't change the fact that it went through the bedrock, so the result was good. This is what they call mining by using explosives. It seems like the ores are mainly underground. We got information that the ground was hard prior to this and came up with this measure. Even in the mines in Bali Confederation to the north, players can't get to the ores if they don't dig themselves. Seems like mining points are buried. We waited until the dust settled down and we carefully approached the place of the explosion. Ooh, from the crumbled area, mining points started shining here and there. Guess this makes it a success. Hind. Yup, I'm glad. Well then, shall we get to work? Celine. Understood. Alright, I'm going to start mining. Yuma. The mining points that were shining were scattered all over the place. We headed towards the light with the pickaxe and swung it down. Each time I swung it down, a message saying, "You have obtained iron ore," appeared within my field of view, and the items I obtained were automatically sent to my inventory. Iron ore, iron ore, iron ore, cobalt. Once that showed up, I hurriedly verified my inventory. Seems like it wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. Celine-san, Celine-san. Hind. What's wrong, Hind-kun? Did something happen? Celine. Right now, cobalt appeared. If I remember correctly, cobalt is, Hind! Isn't that a minor metal? Hind-kun, keep gathering them fast. Celine. Why yes. Hind. What about here? Doesn't it appear here? Ah geez, it's all iron. Why? Celine. Celine-san was getting excited and breathing roughly, a sight I haven't seen. Then, she started swinging with scary vigor down on her own mining point. So fast. Hey, this is chromium, a material called that appeared. Is this good? Yuma. Yuma-san, get everything. Gather as much as you can. I'll go there right now, so please. I beg you. Celine. Why yeah. What's gotten into you, Sechin? Yuma. She just went After that, we kept working, until all the lights of the mining points disappeared. We focused on swinging down our pickaxes. As a result, while we were surprised by how excited Celine-san was, we managed to get a small amount of cobalt and chromium, along with a large amount of iron ore. Sorry, I got quite noisy, right? Celine. A while after we finished working, Celine-san finally came back to us and lowered her head. She loves blacksmithing to that point. I was quite impressed. It's not like me and Yuma minded it that much. Fume. Since Sechin is docile, it's just right for her to be a bit noisy from time to time. Yuma. That coming from a person like you, who is normally noisy unless you are eating or sleeping, doesn't have much persuasiveness. Hind. Once I made that sarcastic remark. Having heard that, Yuma looked at me with a surprised expression. What? Did you just say? Yuma. You aren't self-aware? You are kidding, right? Hind. Ha. Well then, shall we go back? Celine. In our surroundings, there weren't any lights we could mine from anymore. It was a sign that we had mined the place completely. With our inventories full, we got on top of our camels again. On our way back, Celine-san asked us about our demands in regards to the weapons and defensive gear. So, I was thinking about starting to make the weapons right away as soon as we got back. What kind of weapon do you want? I would like to know about our course of action right now. Celine. Hind. What do you think? Yuma. You are asking me? Then, let me return that question. Yuma. What do you think about defending in the middle of the match? Hind. When a knight uses a sword on one hand, it can equip a shield on the other hand. If I remember correctly, like Horus-chan from the middle school trio had a shield equipped. I believe unlike Yuma, that girl is a defensive type though. When I looked at Yuma, She showed that she was thinking about it for a second, but the following reply was quite expected coming from her. It's a pain. It's faster to just dodge them. Yuma, is what she said. Me and Celine-san exchanged glances and smiled wryly. That being the case, making a sword specialized in offensive power would be better. That'd be only if you could dodge them. In that case, one more question. What do you think about the weapon you are currently using? Things like if it's light or heavy, or the fact that it's long or short. Hind, I think it'd be fine if it was a bit heavier. Other than that, I want to make it so that I can reach the enemies when riding on top of the camel. Make it longer than it is right now. Yuma. Or so she says. Celine-san, did you get an image? Hind. Celine-san gave me a nod and continued asking questions to Yuma. Seems like she didn't have enough opinions to solidify the image yet. Yuma-san, you usually swing your weapon with both hands, right? Why is that the case? Celine. Let's see. Aren't you able to put more strength into it that way? Yuma. Having been told that, Celine-san let out a summarizing, it has to be held with both hands and the blade should be longer than an arming sword. Increasing the weight a little is no problem. Those are the main requirements. In that case, as we Honda would be too big, huh? A bastard sword. 2. I can't seem to get a clear image. Hind-kun, what do you think? Celine. In that case, what about a long sword, since it's a safe choice? If it was a bastard sword, just as you have said, it might be a bit difficult for Yuma to handle. Hind. You are right. That might be a good choice. Celine. Adding to the fact that they can be used with either one hand or two hands, the bastard sword can't only be used to cut, but it's a weapon that can also be used to thrust. In order to use them in real life, it seems like you needed to do special training. Even if we took into consideration the fact that this is a game, I really doubt that it's a weapon that fits Yuma, who is very rough. That same Yuma was listening to our conversation and a large amount of question marks floated over her head. You? Talk in a way I can understand you. I keep hearing names that sound familiar but they don't come to mind. Yuma. As we Honda is a big sword that's close to 2 meters. A bastard sword is over 1 meter. A long sword is around 1 meter and is a sword that's used in horse riding. Even though I say that, they are just classified as long swords because of their length. Celine. Are they different from that great sword I used before? Yuma. I won't be making one so big and bulky. I've got quite a few unsold ones in the storage that we could try out as a reference, so let's test them out after we go back to the guild, Yuma-san. Celine. I see, that would help. Let's do just that. Yuma. Among the features of the guild home there's something called a storage. The guild members can deposit a fixed amount of the items they want in it. It is possible to extend the facility by investing, at some point in the future. Its current level is 3. Given its current capacity, there weren't any complaints voiced about it, so it'll probably stay that way for now. I also left ingredients for cooking and things like crafting materials in large quantities in the storage. Since there's a limit to the amount of stuff you can store in your inventory, it's a feature that I'm quite grateful for. This time too, we headed out to mine after placing the items we didn't need in it. So, what will you do about your weapon, Hind-kun? In order to increase the ways you can attack, will you try switching from a staff to a mace? Celine. Celine-san, you are aware that my reflexes are not that good, right? Hind. Well, yup. Last time we both fought together, I saw it from the rear. Celine. His physical strength is also ordinary. Since we were little, it wasn't unusual for him to react slowly to things. Yuma. It wasn't so bad in track and field events, but it was really bad when it came to ball sports. That being the case, it's better if I go with the staff, which is specialized in magic attack like now. Hind. You were good at dodging in dodgeball, right? Yuma. Because you can understand where the opponent is going to throw if you look carefully. In the end, even if I was the last one standing, it would be my instant defeat. Dodgeball. That sure brings back memories. Hind. The problem is that if I try to react instantly and move at the same time, it'll be hard for me. As a result, even if I had a mace, I don't feel like I'd be able to use it well. In order to attack, there's the fact that I have to get closer to them myself, They notice me getting flustered right away. Unlike mages, Shinto priests can use maces and have considerable offensive power, but that doesn't really change the fact that their defense is low. In the case of the vanguard Shinto priest that fights closer to the opponent, it might be a choice, but as expected, a pure rearguard won't have that much offensive power. Yup, in that case it'll be a staff, Roger. Given the circumstances, I'll make the weapons today. Defensive gear will be left for tomorrow. I plan to make my own weapon while at it. But should I make Rizu-chan's weapon too? It'd be bad for her to keep using the turtle type, right? Celine. I'll make Rizu's weapon. I've got an idea. Hind. What do you plan to make? Celine. I'd say you'll have to look forward to seeing the completed product. Hind. Like that, we kept discussing about the small details regarding the weapons and returned to our guild home. As soon as we were back, Celine-san carried in her arms a lot of swords from the storage and came back to the blacksmith's workshop. Even though she said they were the unsold products, each one of them were first-class weapons. Yuma did things like touching the weapons and practice using them, and she discussed her thoughts with Celine-san. I'd like for there to be a bit more of margin to hold the weapon. Yuma. In that case, how about this one? It's more. Celine. I was next to them, crafting this and that with cowhide and sheepskin. Making these kind of small things without anyone bothering you is also quite fun. The problematic bits are simplified, so if you said that it doesn't give you the feeling that you are making them, you'd be right. In exchange, being able to do something skillfully felt good. It was another sense of accomplishment different from reality. Alright, something like this? The number of pages should also be enough. I guess a reddish brown that is easy to see will work for the cover. I used a darker color taken into account Rizu's element. Furthermore, I made a pattern with leather carving and added some metal fittings to close it over, decorating it. Next up, by writing inside it should be completed, but oh, someone knocked on the door to the blacksmith's workshop. I have returned. Rizu. Welcome back, Rizu-chan. Celine. So you came back safely. Such a shame. Yuma. Did you say something just now, Yuma-san? Rizu. You are imagining it. I didn't say anything, you know. Yuma. She came back just in time. In that case, shall we have the person herself right inside? Welcome back, Rizu. Sorry for saying this right after you came back. Can you take a seat here? Hind. Yes. Rizu. Once the bewildered Rizu sat down, I took out a reddish-brown liquid from my inventory and placed it on top of the work table. What is this liquid? Is it ink? Rizu. It was probably a guess made after seeing their book I just made using cowhide and parchment. It's just as Rizu said, its use is about the same. However, the contents are. You are right that it'll be used as ink. However, that's monster's blood. It's blood. Hind. Rizu. To be more precise, it's blood from their horn vipers. We fought a while ago in their Lukia desert. Seems like blood is a rare drop from monsters. I had a bit within my inventory and that's how I placed it in front of us. Wait, why did the corners of Rizu's mouth rise up as soon as I said it was blood? She's scaring me. The players that have used monsters' blood said that if you write with it on a book that you made, it'll form a type of grimoire according to the type of monster it's from. Hind. Was a grimoire something you could make yourself? I believe normally you would use something that already existed. Rizu. That's the case in TB, or at least that's all I can say. Hind. Besides that, what's the use of a grimoire? Rizu. A mage's weapon. Hind. Rizu's long eyelashes blinked over and over. Yup, seems like she doesn't get it. Guess there's no choice. Without rushing the explanation, I should probably start from the very beginning. Rizu. You said before that the staff was heavy, right? Hind. Yes. It might be because mages don't have high attack. This thing made of tortoise shell is a bit. Rizu. Saying that, she held up the staff in a tiresome manner. Rizu is shorter than the average people of her age. Her physical strength is also below average. I also thought for a moment about their whip Hesha used, but that would probably not suit many people. Besides, for some reason, I get the feeling that I shouldn't let Rizu hold a whip. As her brother, a mage's staff is usually heavy to be used as a blunt weapon. There's a reason it's heavy. So, I looked for a solution and in the threads for each job. In the mages thread, I found some interesting posts. According to it, there were blueprints for mages' weapons in leathercraft. When I read that, I checked inside the game and, indeed, there was a blueprint for a grimoire that would be used as gear called Wasp Grimoire, that used the body fluids from the bee monster at the beginning, Killer Bee. However, I get the feeling I have hardly seen any mages without a staff equipped. It's been a bit over a week since we had last seen any players, but what about the current situation? From what I've seen in the BBS, it's about the same. One of the reasons for it is because the main ingredient of monster's body fluid, blood, has a low chance of dropping. Even the player that posted about the existence of these grimoires said that he didn't think he would go through the trouble of making a second one either. So, what about the other reason? The weapon that mages start with is a staff. For people, letting go of something that they've grown used to requires a decent reason, right? In terms of performance, they have higher magic attack than staves, but they take much more effort to make. There's the fact that staves are shared equipment with Shinto priests. There's a stable supply of staves by the crafters. Basically, there's not enough of a reason for them to move on from staves. That's right. If I had to say, there are not good quality ones around the trading BBS. Even if you made them yourself, if you are not used to working with hide, it's pretty annoying. In the case of there was only the earnest intention of making something lighter for her, so I had been thinking of making a grimoire for her next. Besides, this grimoire, it seems like it will look pretty cool when you use it in battles. I'm looking forward to seeing it completed. So, I want Rizu to write inside this book with the Horn Viper's blood. That will complete the grimoire. Thank you very much. However, Hein-san, why didn't you complete it yourself? This appears in the blueprint. Apart from the workmanship of the binding of the grimoire and the page quality, the performance of it will also depend on the strength of the thoughts that the writer writes in it. Or so it says. It makes you think that it's probably using that brainwaves perception feature that Yuma's hero's aura uses. The strength of the writer's thoughts. In other words, if the emotions going through the writer as they are writing inside are big, you could say that it has a positive effect on the weapon's performance. Things like writing while angry or while you are laughing, I wonder if those would be good? That's what makes me think. What nonsense. I guess you could say it's grimoire-like. You could say that there are grimoires that are made up of negative emotions like hatred or cursing. If we are talking about grimoires, it would be all about ritual black magic related to angels and demons. So, returning back to my previous question, why didn't you write yourself inside the grimoire? I didn't feel any particular emotion coming out from myself. So I thought that if I did it myself its performance would be low. That's why, I'll leave it to you, So that was the case. I thought about asking Yuma to do it, but felt that felt kind of wrong. I get the feeling a weird grimoire that radiated flames or had automatic beams would come out. That being the case, I arrived at the conclusion Rizu should write in it since she's the one that is going to use it. I don't really mind if that's the case, but have you decided on what I should write inside? Nope, it seems like if you write inside in Japanese, it'll change on its own into the ancient language of this world. Since no other player will be able to read it, it should be fine to write whatever you want. That's why you can put your all into writing something with all your emotions. I understand. I promise you that I'll definitely get the best result possible. She seems to be awfully self-confident. Rizu placed the ink in a quill pen and for some reason, she stared at me. Why are you looking at? Motionlessly, she stared at me without saying anything. The moment I turned away because I felt uncomfortable, the quill pen moved. Like that, Rizu's pen ran fiercely through the paper. I'm quite curious about what she's writing, but there was a strange feeling of tension and I couldn't utter a single word. I watched over her while gulping my own saliva. Rizu's gaze kept going from the paper to me and back to it over and over. In the blink of an eye, She finished writing on all the pages, and when she reached the last page, is this already the last one? Rizu. Having paused, Rizu placed the pen on the table and passed the book to me, and I checked if the letters had dried up. The letters had already transformed into something I couldn't read, and the blood seemed to be dry too. Should be fine to close it if it's like this. I closed the book, sealed it with the metal fittings, and registered it as a completed item in the window. Since Rizu was involved in it, I wrote both of our names in the manufacturer's signature. Immediately after that, the book released a dazzling light. What's this? What's this light? Yuma. What? It resembles the light after a craft is done, but it's this intense? Celine. The light expanded throughout the room, and Yuma and Celine-san stopped their hands from their work and looked at it. The light produced a whiteout in our vision and eventually slowly gathered in the book. Once it completely settled down, this time the book was covered with an ominous black fog. This is completely different from what I've heard about. If completing one would have this kind of flashy effect, it would have been written in the BBS's post. What was that, Hind? What exactly have you made? Yuma. It looks like a book. Is it an item? However, I don't think I've heard about a book-type item. Celine. When I tried to open my mouth to explain, some text appeared within my field of view. This happens when a player reaches level cap, or when news appear within a game, but it just didn't feel right with this timing. Everyone shut their mouths for the time being and followed those words, and Hind-sama and Rizu-sama have managed to craft a first-rate Gat Al-Hkim +10. That message was displayed. The atmosphere in the blacksmith's workshop froze because of the unexpected event. Wait. I don't get what's going on. Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Yuma's scream resounded throughout the home. It might have been because I had previous experience with leather crafting, or might be that Rizu's poured her whole heart into it and it won. Anyway, it just so happens that our guild made the first weapon with the highest quality cap within the game. Once I explained it roughly to Yuma, she said in indignation, "You should have let me in if it was something that interesting." Besides her, Celine-san looked slightly depressed. Hind-kun made it before me, huh? A first-rate +10, I was aiming for that too. Celine. No, it would be different if it was for blacksmithing. Besides, it was a joint work with Rizu just as the message displayed. Hind. If it's Hind-san and me, this is the expected result. Rizu let out a line that I get the feeling I have heard somewhere else proudly. Having heard that, Yuma made quite the unpleasant face. Now that I think about it, she did say something similar after our first duel ended. Since it looks like it'll take a while until we see the results of our work in duels, this might have been something quite unsatisfactory for Yuma. By the way, for your emotions to give such a high verdict. Just what did you write in the book? It can't be something so embarrassing that you can't tell others, right? Yuma then pressed on the contents that I didn't ask her about. However, Rizu replied like this nonchalantly. I expressed in this book all the feelings I have towards Hind-san. Though there weren't enough pages in it. Stronger feelings than these don't exist in this world, right? Rizu. Since she declared such words in a refreshing manner, I unconsciously stiffened. Celine-san's cheeks reddened and Yuma looked as if she had bitten a bitter-tasting bug. In the training area that was in the home's basement, the walls, ceiling and floor here were set to being indestructible, a place where you could perform various battle drills. If you had players to face against, you could also practice without it leaving a mark in your fight history. There are also multiple settings, like for example setting the HP to be infinite. It also gives a chance to test out the range of skills. We stopped our crafting for the time being and came to the training area. Yuma and Celine-san had also taken an interest in the grimoire, so we all headed towards the training area. While walking, I replied to Toby's email. At the end we descended through some stairs. Since the content of the email was about the previous announcement, I replied telling him that I'd explain in detail at school. After finishing doing that, Rizu released the metal fittings from the grimoire she had been carrying under her arm. Hind-san? Rizu. Then she looked at me as in implying she didn't know how to use it. I opened the menu that was situated at the entrance of the training area and installed a dummy in front of Rizu, and I indicated to her that she should touch it with her hand. Did you touch it? Have you entered into a battle state? Hind. Yes. The dummy's HP is now displayed. Rizu. In that case, try letting go of the grimoire, as if you were lightly throwing it in front of you. Hind. L like this? Rizu. With both hands, Rizu let go of the grimoire, which was opened at a random page. When she did so, the book is floating? Rizu. Ooh, what is that? What is that? Yuma. It's softly floating. It's true that if it's like this, weight doesn't matter. Rizu. The grimoire that was floating in front of Rizu was staying afloat because of some unknown power. As a test, I had Rizu run around. It was a bit delayed, but the grimoire followed after her. Fundamentally, it'll stay at a height around the area of the chest, at a distance where you could reach it if you extended your arm a bit. However, it seems like you can adjust it and move it from there. Rizu hated how it would obstruct her field of view, so she moved it to above her left hand. It seems like you could move it around with your mind, so it made me understand that it was using high-level technology that felt like a waste on such a minor weapon. This is wonderful. If it floats, both my hands will be free when I move around. It makes it really easy to move around. Rizu. That's nice. Well then, shall we have you try using magic next? Hind. Is there something else? Rizu. Yeah, there is. Rizu. Use a spell with a long chant. That will make it easier to see what's different compared to the staff. Hind. Understood. Rizu. Rizu started chanting a magic skill. A magic square floated at her feet and the operating grimoire released light. The pages turned over on their own accord at high speeds. That is cool. So stylish. Yuma's eyes were sparkling. I agreed wholeheartedly. Just this made it worth going through the trouble, right? It's cool, right? Hind. It also really suits Rizu-chan. Celine. Given that display, there was no doubt that it was a superior weapon. When you use magic with a staff, it would only end up with the gem at the tip shining. It wouldn't give such an elaborate reaction. At the same time she finished chanting, the grimoire stopped at a certain page simultaneously. As if it was supporting the magic, for a moment, the grimoire displayed a magic circle. The skill was released from Rizu's hand. The atmosphere trembled. The dummy that was her target made creaking noises and started getting crushed. The origin of what was dealing continuous damage to the training dummy was the dark element magic, Graviton Wave. A big spell that strengthens gravity and crushes its targets. The damage was moderate at best, but if you used it in combination with the disruptive magic, Slow, it could forcefully ground a target that, shadow weaving, is unable to stop at all. My body feels heavy. Yuma. Wait, why are you getting yourself dragged into it? Come on, give me your hand. Hind. Hang on Yuma-san. This way, don't enter the area. Celine-san and I pulled Yuma out of the area together. The crushed Yuma was lying limply on the ground. Rizu had an exasperated expression on her, so I believe it wasn't on purpose and it was just the result of Yuma wanting to get a closer look at the grimoire. Along with a sigh, I cast healing towards Yuma. However, this skill sure covers a wide area. This might be a bit hard to use while in a party. Once the effective time of the skill ended, the book closed with a bang and returned to Rizu's hand. After catching it with her left hand, Rizu took a breath. Phew. Thank you very much, Hind-san. I really like it. Rizu. Yeah. Good for you. Hind. Rizu gave a charming smile. It was a charming smile that would make it impossible for someone to see it and not get a favorable impression of her, if I didn't look at her as a relative. However, there was a girl that wasn't affected by it here. Gunanu. I want to use a new weapon already too. Let's return to blacksmithing right now. Hind. Sechin. Yuma. Yuma-san. Wait. Celine-san's followed after Yuma, who was burning with competitiveness, and they climbed the rough stairs. Me and Rizu exchanged wry smiles and left the training area right after. That being said, Yuma's sword probably won't have any flashy gimmicks. She already stands out with only her hero's aura. I believe a simple sword would be fine. The next day, there wasn't much conversation within the guild home. That being said, it wasn't because there had been a fight. Everyone was just absorbed in their work. Rizu and Yuma were in charge of chores that didn't need much skill. Celine-san and I took care of the rest silently. Celine-san and I worked together and finished the weapons yesterday night. Celine-san was in charge of Yuma's defensive gear, and I was crafting my own via sewing. The reason mine wasn't made of metal was because with just the defense of a Shinto priest it would be too heavy and I'd be unable to move. Even then, I'm using the special product of this country, Sala's cloth. That is a magical cloth which has stab-proof properties, so it'll probably have more defense than my last one. Once I'm free, I plan to make Celine-san's and Rizu's defensive gear with this too. Fundamentally, it's hard for rearguards to equip heavy defensive gear. I wonder why, this breastplate section that Yuma-san uses. Or when I make this waist side, I get this severe sense of defeat. Celine. Suddenly, in the blacksmith's workshop that was silent apart from the sound of us working, Celine-san muttered that. A question mark appeared above Yuma's head, but Rizu replied with a, "I get what you mean." No, don't go looking at me with that timing, both of you. In this situation, what should I say as a guy? Hind-kun, do you prefer them big? Celine-san asked me that while holding up the breastplate made of metal. I hate myself for understanding what she meant. No comment. Rizu and Celine, bigger are better. Smaller are better. I don't have the guts to say something bold like that in that kind of situation. Against such a vague answer, Celine-san and Rizu became sullen while looking dissatisfied at the same time. They are perfectly in sync. In such a short amount of time, you girls sure have become friendly. What are you guys talking about? Something about bigger. Somehow, it has to do with me, right? Yuma. Unfortunately, it was a talk related to some troubles Yuma-san will never be able to understand. Rizu. Sorry, I might not be able to tell you. Celine. Hind. These two are leaving me out. Why? Yuma. Sometimes, people give birth to despair and malice when facing a force that is too strong for them. While she can't understand that, Yuma will never be able to fully comprehend those two. I mean, this was a very uncomfortable topic and atmosphere for the only person that was from the opposite sex. If it was possible, I would like to summon Toby right now and make some tea. While praying that this ended soon, I focused on the needle in my hand and started working. New gear. Yuma, you are being noisy. You are bothering the other people, so stay quiet. Hind. Having equipped her new sword and armor, Yuma was moving restlessly around the stable. Each time she moved a metallic sound resounded. There was nothing noisier than this. The camels that were close were moving their mouths while looking really annoyed. It might be because of night space defense. Yuma's movements were light even while wearing the armor. If it's like this, it doesn't seem like her agility will fall down much compared to how it was before. Having completed our equipment more or less, we started moving to the habitat of the monsters Rizu found that gave a high amount of experience while riding on the camels. Of course, doing it as a party is more efficient, so we asked Celine-san to come. Thinking about the remaining time left on the event, we are aiming to have everyone reach level 40 by the end of the day. We asked the guard in the stable of the royal capital for the camels we left in their care, and each one of us got on top of our camels. Once we left town, we just headed towards the horizon from the scenery of the desert we had already grown accustomed to. While looking at Yuma, who was in a good mood because of the new gear, I approached Celine-san's camel. Be that as it may, why are the cases where the female armor don't have a helmet so many? The one Yuma is using is the same, right? Hind. I also thought about making a helmet at the start, but since Yuma-san has long hair, I thought she would be cooler if she fought with her silver hair fluttering around. Celine. True enough, if it was a plate armor helmet you wouldn't be able to see her face, and usually you'd have to fit the hair into the helmet. I agreed that it would be a waste. So it was because of that reason. In that case, I understand. Looks are important. Hind. You understand. Rizu expressed her doubts, but this wasn't a real-life battle but a game. Looks are more important than practicality. Personal tastes take a big part in it. Even the me right now had just made that kind of grimoire. There is also the fact that if you equip a helmet your field of view will get worse. Though since the head is a vital part of the body, it's a trivial demerit compared to when you are not wearing one. In that case, protect your head with your fighting spirit. I guess it'd be fine to leave it like that. Once I showed that I understood what she meant, Celine-san continued talking as if she had remembered something. Aren't they using a similar reason for doing it in other games? If the heroine was covered in full armor from beginning to end and you couldn't see her face at all, Celine, most people would be disappointed, right? Certainly, if it was a cute character, they'd be happier if they could see her face. With that kind of flow, the cases where the females didn't have a helmet on have been many since the old days. If you told me that I'd comprehend it. Though I don't really know the truth behind it myself. On the other hand, there are also cases where they go for a mysterious atmosphere and they don't show their faces until the mid-game or end-game. Celine. And they would do things like become a comrade in the middle? Or a pattern where the truth is that they are actually a friend of the main party members. Though that doesn't apply only to female characters. Aren't you both straying away from the original topic more and more? Rizu. Just as Rizu had said, this only applies to games that have a story. We have already derailed from the topic of female armor in online games. Though if we said we were thinking about the origins of it, we weren't that far from the topic. At that moment, Yuma, who had advanced as the vanguard, went back to us and said this to me. I am your father. Yuma. That's not true. Wait a moment. When he said that line in the scene, his face wasn't exposed right? Celine. I don't get what's going on anymore. Rizu. At that point, we completely shifted to a conversation that didn't have anything to do with games, and I even went along with Yuma and shouted in reaction. So embarrassing. While continuing with our idle chat, we headed like that towards the east with Yabilga Desert as our objective. Maya was in the middle of the road, but we didn't go through it this time and kept going forward. We kept proceeding for a while and entered Yabilga Desert. Yuma looked restless and looked around. Are we not there yet? I want to test out the new gear already. Yuma's defensive gear was a first-rate desert alloy armor +7, when it was completed and it wasn't a +10, Celine-san was quite frustrated. Even then, thinking about the degree of difficulty of blacksmithing, it had incredible performance. Yuma was really happy with the result, and thanked Celine-san repeatedly. In terms of numbers, compared to the previous leather armor, its defense values were more than double. The armor was specially made by using plenty of the minor metals, cobalt, and chromium, that we had gathered. In order to make the alloy we had to heat up the furnace to pretty high temperatures. Other than that, Celine-san mixed in something else other than iron, but sadly she kept that a secret. That being the case, I left the ratios and the rest of the materials up to her, so I didn't know what to call that alloy. By the way, leaving Rizu aside, our weapons were already finished by using the same alloy. In terms of name, they were all unified in a simple, Desert Alloy, series. Naturally, since they all used the unique alloy Celine-san made, so they were all arranged gear. Please, have patience. The place is further to the north. Rizu, you sure searched through quite the extensive range. Was it dangerous? It was fine, though I turned back right after I saw the monsters inside the pyramid we can now see over the being level 50. As Rizu pointed out, before us stood a pyramid. So there really were pyramids. I couldn't see it because of the sandstorm. Yuma and me, who haven't noticed its existence until a moment ago, looked up to it and stood there dumbfounded for a while. Celine-san was the only one that noticed before Rizu pointed it out, so she replied like this instantly. You sure did well to go in alone. If it was me, I would have been impossible because I'd be scared. Celine, I only checked the monsters' levels after all. Though I did defeat whatever I thought I could defeat. Rizu, my sister is quite cold-hearted and bold. However, if the monsters are level 50, if we don't wait for the next level cap update, exploring the pyramid will be hard. Nonchalantly, Rizu said we'll nearly be there after passing by the pyramid, and we kept proceeding. Once she pointed further north. It was a strange place. Above the particles of sand, There were many camels walking around carefreely in the wild. The scenery felt out of place and I didn't know what to say, so I strained my eyes to take a better look. Without minding that, Yuma carefully got closer to those camels. Wait, stop right there. Resume. Yuma. After receiving a splendid foot sweep, Yuma beautifully fell down. Right now, we had all got off our camels. Our camels were standing by a bit behind us. Ignoring Yuma, who raised a protest, Rizu took out a stone from her inventory and threw it at the camels. What are you doing, Rizu-chan? Celine. Yeah, isn't that just animal abuse? Yuma. Be quiet and look. You'll know soon enough. Rizu. Like that, once the second and third stone landed close to the camels. Suddenly, the sand below them started rattling and moved. A gigantic fish with its mouth opened appeared. It gulped down the stones Rizu threw along with sand, and it went under the sand again. What we thought were camels were tied to the fish's forehead area, and along with its movements, they were shaking. Our jaws dropped when we saw that happen. It's a monster called mimicry angler. It looks similar to a football fish. The lantern part mimics other living beings and it lures its food with it. Rizu. Now that she mentions it, the movements of the camels that were moving around were somehow odd. The first time I encountered this monster, the lantern was hanging while taking the form of humans. Rizu. You said humans? That's quite underhanded. Yuma. Well, Yuma fell for it when it took the form of camels though. Hind. According to what Rizu said, they were even wearing clothes properly and looked weakened as if they were asking for help. Their movements were a bit odd like with the camels, but their appearance was perfect. Regarding the strength of the monster, with enough time, Rizu is able to defeat it alone, so it's not that strong. However, how is it able to mimic the appearance of humans? Don't tell me that it extracts information from them after eating them or something like that. Just imagining it is scary, so let's leave it at that. It mimicked a relatively handsome guy. But I'm not the type of person that will be deceived by something like that. After all, no matter how much it works on its outer appearance, it can't hide that what's inside is ugly. Rizu. Oh, was that a self-introduction? Yuma. I'm going to crush your finger, you know, Yuma-san. Rizu. Look. Wasn't that just a self-introduction? So violent. Yuma. But Yuma-san, you are admitting that Rizu-chan's outer appearance is good, huh? Celine. Looking ahead towards the desert, there were many camels. You wouldn't be able to tell which ones are the real thing unless you got closer and observed them. Since they were mimicking them on purpose, there are probably a few real ones within them. There were a few plants with spines growing out of them, so it makes you think that the wild camels used those as a landmark to stop here. Even some of those plants, could it be that they are being mimicked too? In fact, if there were some weird people here in this situation, you wouldn't be able to properly tell what was mimicked and what wasn't. Just as I was thinking that, an older girl with a pointlessly high degree of exposure. Hind. That one is easy to understand. Though it wouldn't be weird for guys to approach her without thinking if they didn't know anything. Now that we know what's underneath, there's no way I would fall for it. To begin with, if I thought about it calmly, she would burn herself wearing those dancer clothes. There's no way someone would wear those clothes under this blazing sun. As I was watching that, my field of view turned dark suddenly. ! Don't look, Hind. Yuma. She's right. If you were to look at that, your eyes will be corrupted. Rizu. It hurts. Your fingers are going into my eyes. They are going into my eyes. I'm even swallowing sand. Hind. It might have been because both of them jumped at me while being flustered, but my field of view was all distorted. If this was real life, there's no doubt that my eyes would be bright red. Hind-kun, are you alright? Geez, you shouldn't do that, both of you. Celine. Sechin has gotten angry? Yuma. I'm sorry. Rizu. Since an unlikely person has gotten angry, both of them got surprised and removed their hands from my face. Celine-san handed me some water, so I used it to wash my eyes. With that, the blurriness disappeared and my vision gradually returned to normal. Thank you, Celine-san. Hind-kun. Rest over there for a while. We'll go first and defeat that mimicry angler that has taken the form of a woman. Celine. with the three of us, are we going to be fine leaving Hind out? Yuma-san, it's our fault that it ended like this. Besides, I want to remove what that monster is mimicking from Hind-san's sight as soon as possible. Rizu, oh, you are right. Sorry about that, Hind. We'll be going away for a bit. Yuma, be careful. Hind. After saying that, Yuma with her long sword-size, desert alloy sword, and Celine-san with her really big, desert alloy crossbow, broke into a run. Rizu was carrying her, Gayat al-HM, under her arm. Celine-san, Rizu and my defensive gear didn't look that different compared to before. They were just an upgrade using their sackcloth. That being the case, I don't think our current gear will fall behind against the monsters around here. While holding my desert alloy staff, I sighed at the fact that I was left alone here. I also wanted to try out the new gear. However, my vision is still blurry and participating in the fight like this would be dangerous. Since it can't be helped, guess I'll just find a place over there to rest. This pointlessly realistic damage to the eyes is just inconvenient. However, on the other hand, thinking about it, if we aimed at people's eyes in PvP, what's with those lukewarm attacks? Yuma. When I looked towards the cheerful voice, I saw Yuma stopping the charge of the fish with an imposing stance. Just as her words implied, she was barely taking any damage. Celine-san's armor is amazing. Following that, when Rizu's darkness ball stopped it in its tracks, Celine-san took a low-angle firing stance and scooped it out from the ground, sending it flying high in the sky with blast arrow. Then, Yuma leapt and heroically cut it in half with heavy slash. Having been cut in half, their mimicry angler fell over on the desert. Like that, it vanished by turning into particles of light. I leveled up. I mean, I'm still in the party after all. This emptiness of leveling up without doing anything. It seems like Rizu's investigation was accurate. Seems like the experience we got from mimicry anglers was quite high. Their fighting strength is also, as Rizu said, other than the first bite. When they bait you with mimicry, they didn't seem that strong. Its only redeeming quality was that it has high HP. If it's like this, we will probably be able to reach level cap easily. I have to thank Rizu again later. It's a good farming spot. Tobi-sama has successfully reached level 40. Oh. Unless I'm mistaken, there was a familiar name in that announcement. It was a message about Tobi reaching level cap, right? There can't be two players with the same name, so it can't be another person with the same name. It's also something that is possible with the amount of time he has played, so the timing wasn't really weird. Even then, he sure is fast. So he already got there and finished his preparations for the duels, huh? This means that his other party member is also quite the gamer. Then, the other three party members that are coming back here seem to have seen it too. They stopped for a moment on their way back and then started walking again. Yuma, who looked merry from testing out the new gear, returned looking irritated and talked to me. Did you see that just now, Hind? To think that Tobi would get past us. Damn. Yuma. I saw it. Guess we can lose to him then. There we go. Yuma. I stood up while brushing off the sand from my clothes, and used healing on Yuma, who had taken a very small amount of damage. Are you fine already? After being asked that by Celine-san, I signaled that there were no problems with my hand. I got motivated and grasped my staff. Alright, starting from now on, let's not think about anything and just focus on farming. Leave managing our HP and MP to me. Everyone just focus on attacking. Hind. Yes, I'll do my best. Celine. We can't tolerate losing to Tobi-san after all. Let's get to level cap right away. Rizu. Okay. I refuse to fail in the preliminaries. Let's aim for winning the whole tournament. Yuma. We farmed mimicry anglers. We kept hunting and hunting until we didn't see anything that was mimicked in our surroundings. As a result, we managed to get to level 40 within the day somehow. With this, we could finally focus on the duels. As a byproduct of this, we were also able to capture a few wild camels. With this, we should be able to sell them in town at a suitable price and earn quite a bit of gold. Furthermore, we managed to get monkfish's fillet, and a big amount of VRMMO, as drops from their mimicry anglers. No matter how you look at them, these are not materials for weapons and defensive gear but ingredients for food. Once we return home, maybe I'll make some anglerfish hot pot. Question 7. Answer with the most commonly used academic language in Middle Ages Europe. Answer: English. Seeing that stupid answer, I, who was looking at him solving the questions beside him, unconsciously hung my head and held my head in my arms. Shokunin didn't pay attention to me and his gaze shifted to the next question. Hey, are joking around? Was that on purpose? It had to be right. I'm begging you, please tell me you were. Wataru. It's not. I mean, you can get by as long as you know English if you want to travel to Europe, right? Shokunin. Don't go ignoring words like academic language and Middle Ages. I'm getting a headache. Wataru. The correct answer was Latin. It was nearly time for the tests and we were having our usual study session to avoid getting a failing grade. Though, the one at risk of getting a bad grade wasn't me but mainly Shokunin and Miu. That being the case, during this time, we mainly gather in the library on the first floor where there aren't that many students and concentrate on studying. The world history we were studying right now contained information that was close to the Middle Ages world in TB. However, would they take an interest in the world setting of the game they are playing? What Shokunin didn't have issues in world history with was remembering the names of military figures. Wataru, help me with this please. Miu. Which? Wait, what happened to physics? Wataru. I'm already done with that. I'll do something about it myself. More importantly, math. I can't understand trigonometric functions at all. Miu. Like this, Miu was weak at science and math, but since she did take lessons seriously, she was far better than Shokunin. If you explained the basics to her carefully, she would be able to remember them more or less. After taking a look at the part she had problems with, it would be fine if you tried to explain it to her in an easy-to-understand way. It would be something like that. All that's left would be repeating it over and over. If there's something you still don't get, ask me. Wataru. Understood, I'll give it a try. Miu. Since Miu had started to solve her math problems, I went back to checking the answers on Shokunin's side. Shokunin didn't have anything special he was bad at. His academic grades were low overall. He was even shaky when it came to basics from middle school. Usually I would just cram all the answers in his head just before the test, and have him force his way through the test periods. He seemed like the type of person who would forget about something after a while if he didn't have any interest in it, so I have half given up on teaching him. That being the case, when it came down to Shokunin, I had him memorize what I thought he would be able to get points with. Even then, I keep getting irritated when he gets stuff right like Charlemagne and Richard I as usual. Once I approached the end of the Middle Ages world history test, towards what filled the question at the end, Shokunin answered like this when faced with the question. What drove knights away from being the main military force were ninjas. From the 16th century onwards, thanks to shurikens gaining prominence, they started to make a name for themselves among social ranks. I can only let out a dry laugh. When Shokunin finished solving the questions, he handed me the questions while wearing a face that was saying I managed to solve them. I'm going to beat him up. By the way, the answer for the first part was mercenaries and firearms for the second part. You can go back already. From these answers, doesn't your desire to go back and play the game leak from them? Wataru. Wait. Don't abandon me. I'll do it seriously. If I don't have Woki, I'll go straight to the failing grade. Shokunin. In that case look, I'll rewrite the parts you got wrong with a red pen. Take a look at them and memorize them in 10 seconds. Wataru. Even though it's this bright red? Shokunin. I believe the fact that it's this red is his own fault though. The 10-second part was a joke. But I'll be troubled if he can't remember this amount of information in a short amount of time. They often say that teaching others is tied to learning it yourself. This study session also served for me to review the content. Since I started doing this, even if I didn't manage to make time to study by myself, I was still able to keep my usual grades. The only thing that was troublesome was Shokunin not taking it seriously. Once they were solving their questions, I was free for a bit. Halfway through, I saw Saito-san on the other side of the window, so we chatted for a bit, but she had already returned to her club activities. It would be fine for me to study on my own, but they usually have questions, so I can't really concentrate. After thinking about it, I took out my smartphone and accessed the TB's BBS while drinking tea. Lately, whenever I have some free time, I have gotten into the habit of taking a look at the BBS upper rankings dual even rankings thread. 7 surpassed 2000 rating. This is a thread to talk about the preliminary rankings in the ongoing PvP tournament. Due to the nature of the thread, mentioning the name of people that got into the rankings is not prohibited, but be careful not to slander in the case that a name is posted. Ignore the trolls and be well-mannered. The next thread will be made once we reach 900 comments. 333, Nameless Archer ID, Zamksk. I won't make it. I can't get past rating 1800. 334, Nameless Light Warrior ID, IRMQFVC. Oh, the people that come here in crazy mode have gone up. LOL. 335, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, WMSSW8P. The preliminaries are only through today, after all. Me? I've already given up. Around 1600 rating. 336, Nameless Mage ID, DZ3MAG4. The main event is finally tomorrow. Huh? When were bets opened again? 337, Nameless Martial Artist ID, KJ4ZSCZ. Wasn't it for the top 8? They should take bets from Sunday 0 o'clock hours until the tournament starts. 338, Nameless Knight ID, 5SK3SL. The duo at the top of Mercenary Albert Filia is strong. Rating 2100. Are they monsters? LOL. I wonder if it's decided that these two would be the champions. Done. Waki is the only one that gets to look at his smartphone. That's unfair. Shui. It's not unfair. Who do you think this study session is for? However, Shui, Albert Aniki is at the top of the preliminary rankings. Wataru. Right. His partner has a feminine name, but I don't know who she is. They've been at the top from the start. Aniki is amazing, as expected of him. Shui. From the way he said that would mean that Shui didn't contact him even though he had him in his friend list. I would have liked some previous information about strong opponents, at the very least. Guess I should pray that we don't match up with them in the first round. Those muscles are scary. Before going back to looking at the BBS, I checked Shui's answers. Yup. He barely got a passing grade. He should be able to pass the test somehow like this. Once Miyu finishes with hers, today's study session should be over. Since we reached a good place to stop, I'll go get something to drink. Shui. Sure, go ahead. Wataru. Since Shui got up from his seat, I returned to looking at the smartphone. Even in that situation, Miyu was still concentrating and answering her questions. 361. Nameless Mage ID, XZVRZ5F. However, looking at this, unexpectedly jobs are all over the place. 362, Nameless Knight ID, T6FWWZ. That is proof that the game has good balance. I would rather not have a PvP tournament where a skill is completely broken. 363, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, HXJ9MTK. The online games I've played until now were mostly really unbalanced though. Grave accent. 364, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, U2C7 Ukes. You wouldn't know. It might just be that the devs haven't released anything bad yet. It doesn't guarantee that it won't happen from now on. 365, Nameless Knight ID, T6FWWZ. With the current TB, it would only be something like Arrow Rain. It's a skill that gets hate. 366, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, U2C7 Ukes. Those kinds of skills are the ones players shouldn't have. They are hated in every game. 367, Nameless Light Warrior ID, RGDVSKT. However, that does mean that rapid-fire archers are strong. 368, Nameless Knight ID, W5LRLBT. This is the tally of the people that are currently in the rankings. Heavy Warrior 107 people, Light Warrior 60 people, Knight 85 people, Martial Artist 31 people, Archer 136 people, Mage 53 people, Shinto Priest 40 people, 256 pairs, total of 512 people, 369, Nameless Mage ID. GPRNHX2. Looking at that, it does look like heavy warriors and archers are superior. If I'm right, the pairs where they combined both were the most common. Did the healing strategy of pairing up a martial artist with a Shinto priest not go well? 370, Nameless Knight ID, W5LRLBT. Since there are plenty of martial artists with higher ratings within the ranking, I believe it's just the difference in the population of the job. People that use them quite well are really strong in duels. If the amount of them increase for the tournament, there's a possibility that there will be a surge of new martial artists after it's over. It's just that that is not the case for Shinto Priest. Looking at it, there are not many left at the top. 371, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, SS3RM6S. You know if you tried it, but there are just not enough means to defend ourselves. When they get closer to you, it's hard to get away from them. The cases where you die before your vanguard are many. 372, Nameless Archer ID, ADV7. Is it not good even if you are a balanced type that learns offensive magic? 373, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, SS3RM6S. If you spend your MP on attacks, you can't make the best use of your strong point, which is healing. This only turns you into a worse version of a mage. As a result, since you would lose in a damage race, your usefulness as a rearguard makes you worthless. 374, Nameless Archer ID, TPRI5FT. Among Shinto priests, I believe the most suited for duels is the vanguard type. If they gain enough time and their partner is able to provide the firepower, they can more or less have a go at it. 375, Nameless Mage ID, P6GUM5. If it's healing, they are able to cast it in an instant after all. However, it's true that Vanguard Shinto priests are hard and annoying, but I have never thought of them as scary. 376, Nameless Light Warrior ID, 7 as 3HVV. Conclusion: the brute force approach of Heavy Warrior and Archer is the most stable one. 377, Nameless Martial Artist ID, LOLZLW. It's the era of big physical DPS after all. Though now that we are saying that forcing your way through is the most stable method, it is kind of saddening. 378, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, IASXSP. That's why I have high hopes. If in this kind of situation, something like mages or light warriors were to splendidly toy around with them, that would be cool. 379, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FJGBS. Mages around the top. 0, huh? The one that is paired up with that Vanguard Shinto priest who is called Jealousy. These ones were those masked players, right? 380, Nameless Knight ID, US5TBGA. That's the case, but those guys were orange players, you know. Once they find a couple, they would attack them. They are the guild master and vice master of that famous park guild. 381, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FJGBS. Ah, that's nice. Personally, there's some people that will appear in the main event that I'd want to see them explode. LMO. 382, Nameless Martial Artist ID, LOLZLW. Like that harem guy, licked. Though this guy is not at the level of couples. 383, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FJGBS. Right, LOL. He's the good-looking guy type and also strong, right? Right. #. 384, Nameless Mage ID, LPTXD. He's even in the top rankings as if it was natural. Don't screw with me. A while ago I saw him in town and the girls surrounding him had increased. 385, Nameless Archer ID, WSXJPCS. At 383 at 384. Does this count as slander? 386, Nameless Light Warrior ID, ZPL68ZJ. Nah, LOL. Don't worry, it's just the replies of the jealous ugly people lol. However, they'll get mad at us soon, so someone should change the topic please. I have a faint feeling, but it seems like Shinto priests are at a disadvantage when it comes down to duels as I had expected. Then, there's many people that have an impression that heavy warriors and archers are strong. As expected, arrow rain is strong, though I have prepared enough countermeasures for it. Besides that, something came to mind when they were on the topic of that couple Park Guild. It can't be, right? 392, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID. Earps. At 386 in that case I'll do it. Speaking of knights, personally, I have high hopes for Hiro-chan, who climbed up through the ranks really quickly in the second half. She's pretty after all. 393, Nameless Light Warrior ID. Guard. At 392. Your real thoughts are leaking Lmo. Well, she's ranked lower than Licht, but with that ranking she's guaranteed to get into the main event. Yesterday, the people in the fetish thread were in party mode and got really excited. 394, Nameless Mage ID, MJ4 Ibtk. I'm kinda sad that the cute Rizu-chan is not going to appear. 395, Nameless Martial Artist ID, PUXTXFX. Isn't Hiro-chan far cuter? 396, Nameless Archer ID, Activate. At 394-395. Stop instigating a fight lol. By the way, her partner is the Shinto priest that used sacrifice. 397, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, TTSPM2R. Most likely, I have no interest in guys so I'm not too sure. 398, Nameless Archer ID, Activate. So cold towards guys Lmao. Yeah, he's really cold. Oh well, if they are not cautious of me so be it, they can do whatever they want. When I placed my smartphone inside my pocket, it was just in time for when Miyu stopped moving her hand and brought me her answer sheet. I'm done, Wataru. Praise me, Miyu. I took it and when I checked the answers, there were a few careless mistakes but they were mostly right. I guess I can take this as her understanding the contents. Yup, not bad. With this, you should be fine in the test. In that case, we should tidy up, buy something sweet and go back? Wataru. Crepe. Wataru, I want to eat a crepe. One with plenty of chocolate. Miyu. While tidying her writing tools at incredible speeds, Miyu came to me with a request. If she's talking about crepes, there's plenty of stores on our way back but, crepes, huh? In that case, we should go to some store, Wataru. I don't want them unless they are homemade by Wataru. Aren't those with the warm batter better? I don't want those cold pre-made batter ones. Miyu. Yeah. Let's stop by the supermarket then, and we are splitting the costs of the ingredients. Wataru. I collected Shui's things quickly, who still hadn't returned. We met in the hallway and headed back. 5 minutes until the tournament starts. We were currently in the plaza in royal capital Waha, waiting for the arena to open. The main tournament was divided into 8 blocks. It was set so that the winner of each would advance like that to the top 8. 32 duos participated in each block. In total, if we won 5 times we would be able to participate in tomorrow's fights. In the case that a player doesn't show up, it seems like they'll replace them with NPCs. That being the case, there's no winning by default. This was done so you wouldn't get information about your next opponent. The developers said that the NPCs would be quite strong. If there was a win by default, they could make up strategies and countermeasures for the next match and there wouldn't be any recordings, making the opponents be at quite the disadvantage. Or so they said. It's possible to watch the matches directly in the venue, but any player can watch the tournament matches immediately after the match via replays. That being the case, it makes you think that NPCs won't appear at the top of the tournament. Nevertheless, I'm curious about what kind of NPCs will participate. The Queen stated that no one from the desert would appear, so that would mean it'd be someone from the other countries. Rizu looked as if she didn't have much to do and while she was fixing the position of her hat, she talked to me, who was in a daze thinking about the outline of the main event. Now that I think about it, what group are you in, Hein-san? Rizu. Let's see, it's Group H. The last one? Hind. I was grateful that Celine-san and Rizu had come to the venue with us to cheer for us directly. The mage that was in each town will open their gate to transfer us. Then you could wish for which group's arena you would like to be warped to. It was the same for the audience, but there was a restriction to the number of people. It's expected that the venue that hosts the matches of the duo of mercenary Albert Filia will be full in a short amount of time, since they are the favorites to win the whole thing. Even the Empire's mage, who was in front of us right now, was standing still, surrounded by a large number of players waiting for the main event to start. Looking at this, the players in the desert shore have increased in number. Sechin? Rizu? That won't work, Rizu. Celine-san, she hasn't said a word since a while ago in order to not stand out. Hind. Incidentally, on top of using me as a shield, she had curled herself up in order to hide herself from the gazes of the surrounding players. There was a reason for her ending in this state. Ooh, it's the real one. It's Hiro-chan. The real one. Is there a copycat of me? I would like to meet her. Yuma, I'm definitely cheering for you in the match. Do your best as the representative of the desert. Thanks. I'll do my best. Yuma, please, shake my hand. Sure, I don't really mind. Yuma, thank you very much. I'm so glad I came to Sala, because we were the first ones in front of the mage. Yuma, who was with us, stood out. I guess I should say as expected of celebrity that even had a thread made especially for her. Since there weren't that many players in the desert before, to think that coming here would feel the same as it was during the preliminaries was just wrong. When we noted, behind us were a lot of players standing next to each other waiting for the event inauguration. I'm glad we came a bit ahead of time. However, since Yuma was casually replying to the voices surrounding us, it was unnecessarily getting heated up. In this case, it's amazing that the voices I'm hearing are 50-50 when it comes to sex ratio. Even if she was popular, you'd think that usually there would be more of a certain sex. Fellow comrades that have gathered in the desert will definitely win. Feel free to await with high expectations. Yuma. She even released her aura along with her speech. She sure is in high spirits. As a result of her speech, our surroundings got even more fired up. Even then, being an extra that was just accompanying Yuma, I was obviously being ignored, and I believe it would be better for Celine-san to act confidently since no one in our surroundings knows about her. If she's clinging onto me, it will have the opposite effect and make her stand out. I thought about getting some distance and get back in line, but with the thick wall of people there is currently, that would be hard. Guess I'll have her endure for a bit longer. Rizu-chan, look over here. Rizu. On the other hand, Rizu mostly ignored the people that daringly addressed her. She only looked at those players that were annoying and insistent as if they were trash, but for some reason, the people whose faces would loosen up and left while looking satisfied were many. I don't get it. Oh wait, the mage started chanting the spell. Without saying anything in advance, I opened the menu to make sure it was just the time for it to begin. The surrounding people were making noise and didn't notice it, but next to the mage, a spatial hole appeared and gradually grew wider. It looks like a different magic compared to what they used for the preliminaries. Once the mage finished chanting, the dark entrance stabilized and was fixed in place. Along with Yuma, the players that were making noise noticed it, and this time they started making noise for a different reason. Where is it you desire your arrival to be? Mage. Just when I realized the mage was saying something, he suddenly threw a philosophical question at us. It looked like a question thrown at whoever was at the front of the row, so there's no mistake that it was addressed to me. I wonder if it's fine if I reply like this. The venue for Group H. Hind. Acknowledged. Mage. So that works. It was hard to understand, so I wish they would just ask normally. The mage raised his hand and the dark gate changed slightly in color, and he urged us to go into it. I said a couple words to Yuma, who was still minding the other players and had her back facing us. Then I got closer to the gate with Rizu and Celine-san. We are going in first, Yuma. Hind. When did this happen? Wait, I'm going with you. Don't leave me behind. Yuma. Wait, don't push. Hind. Celine. Because Yuma rushed at me, I lost my balance, and since Celine-san was still clinging onto me, she was dragged into the gate too. It might have been because a lot of players requested that it would be improved. The warp was instant compared to the one used for the preliminaries. The bad feeling you had when you were transported before was gone now. Our bodies have finished moving to the new area and were thrown out towards the cold and hard stone floor. We couldn't avoid falling down, but I was able to somehow protect Celine-san from the fall. It was different from that time when Miu fell on top of me. The defensive gear demonstrated its efficacy and protected my back. I'm glad that it didn't end up with me getting dyspnea like that time. My HP did decrease, but that is a trivial issue. Just when I was going to move Celine-san out of the way and stand up, a light appeared in front of me. Yuma. That was close. Following that, Yuma appeared from within and fell down, so I held Celine-san in my arms and moved out of the way in a panic. It was probably because of the weight of her armor. She raised a cloud of dust along with a loud noise. You? Why didn't you catch me, Hind? Wasn't that mean of you? Yuma. Don't ask for the impossible. I told you before, be aware of how much your armor weighs. Hind. If I caught her, my back would have broken. I mean, she only took a bit of damage. There wasn't a need for me to catch her. To begin with, whose fault was it that we ended up moving in this way? Hind-kun. It should be about time that you, Celine. I'm very sorry. Hind. Her shy voice returned me to my senses, and I noticed that I was embracing her soft body with all my might. It might have been because she was out of breath after I separated my body from hers, but Celine-san was bright red up to her ears. What are you guys doing? Geez, Rizut. The gaze of Rizut, who landed calmly unlike us, hurt. I looked around as if to gloss over what happened, and I saw that we were inside a large-scale arena that looked like a coliseum. The players surrounding us also kept increasing. Before we were unable to move around anymore, we checked out something that we were interested in. That was no good. Hind. There's an invisible wall and we can't get out. Yuma. Just as I thought. So they are basically saying that if you want to see the imperial capital, you should come on your own, huh? Hind. It was to sightsee around the imperial capital by using this warp. We tried going through the entrance, exits, but there was an invisible wall like when you haven't defeated the area boss yet. The other players seemed to be thinking the same. A nimble-looking girl close to us tried to avoid the entrance, exits and climb the wall. She did manage to climb it without issues, but once she stretched out her hand it collided with something as expected. Once our eyes met, she let out a wry smile and waved her hand, and I returned a similar reaction. That's a shame. Even though I wanted to see things like the castle or the townscape of the imperial capital, we can't really see them from here. Celine. If low-level players stayed behind here, they would be unable to move to other places after all. It can't be helped. Rizu. That's why they made this area. Just as Rizu has said, if you thought about it, it's the natural result. Hind. Even then, it's human nature to try to do it. Doesn't it make you want to get to the other side of the stage? Yuma. In 3D games, there are times where you slip through the graphics and there's nothing on the other side, and you end up falling though. There's no meaning in doing that. If you found something like that in an online game, it's usually accustomed to contact the developers. However, to keep challenging a difference in level that looks like you could climb but you can't, and before you notice an hour has passed. That kind of experience, I believe some people can understand that kind of thing. Well, I mean, since we got here early and all, let's go and secure some good seats. Hind. Oh, aren't there still empty seats at the front? Hurry up. Yuma. We followed after Yuma, who ran off, and we hurried to the front row seats. After some time had passed since we took our seats, the arena filled up in a blink of an eye. Just as I thought, even if you can watch a recording later, there are a lot of players that want to live the experience. Seeing this many players makes you remember even more just how popular of a game TB is. Rizu. If it was the desert, you wouldn't get this kind of feeling at all after all. Hind. Our seating order was Yuma to my left, Rizu to my right, and Celine-san further to the right. On top of them being front seats, they were close to where the fights would be held, but there will be a barrier in place when battles are going on, so there probably won't be a risk of getting harmed. We can just spectate without worries. When is the time for our match? Yuma. If this tournament goes in order, we'll be the second to last. We should be able to take it easy for the time being. Hind. There's a tournament chart in the menu. Rizu. Looking at my movements, Rizu opened her own menu window. You can look at the chart for the other venues in the tournament. Albertaniki is first on the list, and I can see names from the turtle event here and there. Hind-san. Hind-san. Rizu. What's wrong, Rizu? Hind. Look at the first match. Rizu. First match? Hind. I wonder why I missed it. The name of Toby was clearly stated in the first match of Group H. Having their names called, a familiar face appeared on the stage. A man completely in black. The person who was accompanying Toby was an adult male holding a bow that looked to be around 30 years old. He gave the appearance of someone quite wild. He had his hair on a knot at the back, and was wearing a Japanese-style armor and bow. An archer, His player name is Mitsuishi. Their opponents were a heavy warrior and a martial artist. Both were male, and since they were both vanguards, they were going for the strong style pattern. What's with him? Isn't he acting quite cool and staying silent? Yuma. No, isn't he just being nervous? Rizu. Well, as long as he keeps his mouth shut his eyes are cool, and since he's slender, his clothes stick to him. Even though that all goes to waste once he starts talking. Hind. This is about that theory we talked about them being more mysterious and attractive if you don't see them, right? Celine. There were quite a lot of cheers coming from girls. Toby, who had been indifferently going towards the starting point until now, suddenly raised a finger and pointed it towards us. I can hear you guys. If you keep talking as you please, I'm going to cry, you know? Toby. Oh, so you noticed us? Hind. I was quite aware. To begin with, aren't guild members and friends displayed on the map? Toby. Isn't it fine, Toby-kun? Thanks to them you have relaxed, so you should thank your friend. Mitsuishi dono. Toby. Even inside this boisterous arena, surprisingly you can hear from the front row. Just as I was thinking that, along with a mechanical voice, something big was displayed within our field of view. Dresser's Corner, Grado Empire, and Littlefinger's Hangnail, Grado Empire, versus Toby, Sala Kingdom, and Mitsuishi, Mole Republic. The country of origin, that is to say the country they belong to, was clearly displayed. Just as I thought, isn't this a proxy war? Even though Toby went to another country, it was still judged by where his guild was located. If you are not affiliated with any country, it'll probably use the place you moved into the arena from. Once the names disappeared, the word ready was displayed and the four of them readied their weapons. There's nothing like live coverage, huh? That's a shame. Yuma. It's true that it feels a bit lacking. There's the chance that there will be starting from tomorrow. Hind. You are right. We'll be in the same venue there after all. Rizu. It has started. Celine. Right after it began, the heavy warrior and martial artist moved forward for a quick attack. At that time, a scene that I thought was a lie unfolded in front of my eyes. Just when I thought that Toby's image was blurring, he divided in two and one of them went to intercept the martial artist that was aiming for Mitsuishi-san. He multiplied. Yuma. That's evasion type light warrior skill. There are few people that use it. We also saw it once before, right? Hind. If he used it right from the start, it means that it's a skill that consumes HP, right? Celine. About those HP consumption skills that Celine-san mentioned, the most famous one is the mage skill that converts HP into MP, mana conversion. In the case of other self technique, if I remember correctly, it spends 1/4 of your max HP, so you could say that it was risky to use it at the beginning considering they are a pair that can't heal at all. However, he controls it so well that you can't tell which one is the real one. Even though it will disappear if he gets hit once, you can't really ignore it. Yuma. You have to manage the other self while moving yourself, so it's very hard to use. But Toby and his other self are not getting hit and he's shutting down both vanguards. There are gaps in their movements. but since they are moving constantly they are hard to spot. It's true that just as Yuma had said, it's hard to tell which one is the real one like this. By the way, attacks from the other self to the opponent are effective. But since its HP is set to 1, they'll disappear once they are hit by something. Toby-kun, he's amazing. Like this, the opponents won't be able to carelessly aim for the rearguard. Shien, he skillfully turned this battle into a stalemate. Ah, the archer has started to act. Behind, along with the sound of the wind getting cut, an arrow came flying from the bow. That penetrated Toby's back, and the first moment we thought it was an accident. But that seemed to be the other self. It pierced through the vanishing body and it was a direct hit onto the surprised martial artist. Like that, by making use of the hit stop, the successive arrows found their mark and filled the martial artist with holes. They're quite fast, that archer's attacks. The way he loaded the next arrow was abnormally smooth. Looking at how they had taken the advantage now, I could feel a threat from how he easily judged that he should slay that other self that had a high cost. Seeing that, the heavy tried to go help him in a panic, but Toby didn't let that chance slip by and chased after him. In order to get past his hit-stop resistance, he made some light attacks and finished with a foot sweep. Because the weight of the armor was getting in his way, the heavy warrior had a hard time getting up and was pinned down by Toby. Then he proceeded to beat him up. Due to the bewildering development, the audience in the arena broke into huge cheers. There's probably no need for me to say what happened next. The first match of Group H opened with the light warrior and archer causing a disturbance with their shout-out. "Alright, we won." "Did you see my performance, Shien Dono, Yuma Dono?" Toby. "Oh, sweet, it's so sweet. This confectionery tastes good and it has a nice fragrance and texture. It was something I made and brought here called baklava that's used by dough. This is good. There are nuts within the many layers of dough, and the exterior is coated in syrup. Recently, I've become obsessed with trying to cook various things in the game by bringing in real-life recipes. You can actually get a real taste of the food here, but as expected, your stomach doesn't really fill up." The four of us were absorbed in chewing the food. "Wait, they are relaxing over there?" "What about the impressions of my match?" Toby. "Mogagogo, mogamogagogo, momo. Yuma Dono, I don't get what you are trying to say." Toby. "Not bad. You should just witness our next fight," is what she said. Shien Dono. "How did you understand her?" Yuma Dono is nodding like crazy, so what you said was right too. Toby. "Somehow, at the very least they were easier to understand than those puzzling words she said during the basilisk fight." Toby and his partner Mitsuishi descended from the arena and immediately got closer to where we were. It was the first time Shien-san met Mitsuishi, so she used Rizu to conceal herself. "They sure are a cheerful bunch, Toby-kun's guild members." Mitsuishi Dono. "They are too cheerful, though there are times where I can't keep up with them." Toby. "Though I believe he shouldn't be the one to talk." "There are times when Toby gets pretty bad too." I offered Mitsuishi-san, who was next to Toby, a baklava. Since quite a while ago, I get the feeling he wasn't really looking at us but at what I was holding. I wonder if that's the case. Did my desires show up on my face? The truth is, I have quite the sweet tooth, thank you. Mitsuishi. He expressed his thanks with delight, and took a big mouthful of the baklava. He's eating it that delightfully, as the one who made it. It makes me really happy. I also gave Toby a slice, and it looked like there would be leftovers, so I shared them among the female crowd that were looking at us close by. It got a favorable reception when it came down to taste, and a mysterious sense of unity was born in the vicinity when everyone was eating the same thing. In an instant, the air in the area was wrapped in a sweet fragrance. Feel free to have some herb tea too. Once Toby and Mitsuishi-san were done, they said that they would log out, and we watched the matches while not being very interested. If you walked around the arena selling food, wouldn't that be quite profitable? Shien-san, there are already players taking action who had the same idea, you know? Rizu. When I uttered that while watching the matches carefully, Rizu pointed at the other side of the arena. Wearing similar clothes, There was a multitude of players that looked to be part of the same guild walking around selling food. I see. I mean, if it's something I'd be able to come up with, there would be other people that came up with the same idea. The only thing that was banned was opening gambling of your own. After all, I believe this kind of thing is honest business by using the arena. While we were relaxing like that, the match we were watching was over and it was finally time for our match next. It's finally our turn. Yuma, I'm sorry to say this when you are getting fired up, but the opponents haven't come, you know. Yuma-san? What does that mean? Yuma. When Yuma showed bewilderment, Celine-san looked at Rizu's opened screen from the side. After that, she nodded in agreement and said this. It's true. They seem to have contacted the developers in advance. They have withdrawn from the tournament. Celine. Which means? Hind. Seems like our opponents will be NPCs. The arena was getting noisier. It seemed like the players were also interested in NPCs taking part. They were eagerly waiting for them to make their entrance. There wasn't anyone absent until now from Group H. After all, half of the seats in the arena were for NPC use, but I haven't seen anything that stood out yet. Though we were already in the arena waiting. I wonder where they'll come from. When I looked around thinking that, a light shone from above the arena. The ones that came out from it. It's me, Your Majesty. This is the last match of today. After the end, as planned. Annoying. Official business or whatever, I'm telling you I'll take care of those after we return to the castle. Guess we can leave it at that. We'll come tomorrow to the arena again, so there are matters we have to attend in advance. The one that shouted "It's me" had the name Grado Ardi Sages displayed on top of his head. The arena froze. However, before the name the word, Emperor, was clearly attached. It was not an hallucination. Armor that was bright red and a black mantle with gold embroidery, red hair and thick eyebrows. Fine chiseled looks, eyes with double-edged eyelids. If I had to describe my first impressions on him in one word, it would be passionate. His physique was ordinary, but maybe it was because of those features, he looked quite impressive. It seems like we have made you wait. Well then, take up your weapons, visitors. I'll personally be your opponent. Sages. Due to those words, we came to our senses and the audience suddenly got really excited. The one that came with him was a young man. Seeing this situation, he gave a sigh and descended from the arena. Could it be that the Emperor plans to fight alone? Hey, Hind. Is this us being lucky? Yuma. No. From what the Emperor said when he entered the stage, it seems like he has been going around every match where there was an absence. We are probably not the only ones in this situation. Hind. He was filling the holes alone? Yuma. Seems like it. I mean, he's standing there alone as if it were natural. Hind. Basically it means this. The NPCs that are filling in equals everyone is the Emperor. Sponsor. I wonder what are they even thinking? The developers in charge of this event. Once His Majesty pulled out his golden sword, the word ready appeared. Being unable to calm down because of the unexpected event, we readied our weapons in a hurry. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Though, you are free to come at me with everything you've got. Here I come. Sages, the red lump of mass, rushed towards us. I was an idiot for believing the words of the developers. They said they were going to be quite strong. But now I feel like sending them over 50 emails asking them about it. The Emperor Grado had terrifying skills, sword skills and offensive magic, Kai Kong. On top of that he even had healing magic. He could freely use any type of skills and was overpowering us. In other words, we can't beat him. Yuma and Hind, I shouted along with Yuma. How do they want us to beat someone like him? He has about 10 times our HP. His MP recovers at really high speed, and now that I'm looking at it, it's displayed that his level is 100. Though it's true that they restricted him quite a bit since he's not instantly killing us, but even if we slowly shave off his HP, he'll heal instantly. It feels completely useless. His HP hasn't gone under 90% even once, so that brings us to my previous question. What's wrong? Is that all you got? If we end up like this would make you guys the most disappointing ones among the people I've faced today. Sages, you said we were a disappointment. I can't forgive that. Yuma, wait, Yuma, he's taunting you, don't fall for it. Hind. My voice failed to reach her. Yuma's HP, who put emphasis on offense, went into the red zone very fast. Looking at that situation, I started chanting, revive. I lost? Yuma, like that, she took a hit and became incapacitated. The Emperor looked at the sky and placed his sword on his shoulders, and made a disappointed face. So it ends like this? In that case, we'll stop the mat, Sages. Is that what you were thinking? Yuma. What? Sages. The revived Yuma pierced the Emperor's armor in the chest area. I used magic up on Yuma, and immediately after that, eat this. Yuma. Nah. Sages. She used burst edge when her MP was at around 80%. The magic power that ran throughout the sword exploded from within the Emperor's body. It was judged as a weak point, and it was a blow that was a critical hit, but that was a splendid combo. Sages. The Emperor forcibly removed Yuma's sword and his HP showed that he was at 85%. This is quite the difference in strength. To honor your efforts, I'll get a little bit serious. Sages. No, thanks. Yuma and Hind. No need to be shy. Sages. We are not. Yuma and Hind. It fell on deaf ears. The Emperor quickly put away his sword and started chanting a spell really fast. Yuma tried to stop him, but cruelly, the spell was done casting in an instant. Seeing that, I began running towards Yuma as a follow-up. Burn to ashes. Raging flame. Sages. It was released along with that oppressive scream, a gigantic fireball that could easily engulf a whole person. It was a Firewind Mage skill. Among the skills you could acquire until level 40, it was the one with the highest offensive power. Seeing that we wouldn't be able to avoid it, I cast Resist Up on myself and positioned myself in front of Yuma. The fireball closed in front of me and burst. It's hoot. Hind. My HP was reduced to 50% in one go, but a Shinto priest's magic resistance is not for show. A knight's magic resistance is also top class among vanguards, but Yuma probably won't have been able to endure it since her HP was low after she was revived. I cast Area Heal immediately after the fire settled down, and healed both our HP. For some reason, the Emperor was just standing there and watching us. He didn't try to disrupt my spell or chase after us. He wasn't moving at all. Once I thought that it was weird. Ha. I see. Sages. He started laughing loudly, and this time he showed an expression that he was content with the exchange of blows until now. I don't get it, but it looks like he understood something. After that, he descended from the arena and said this to the young man after he called him. We are returning, Shien. Sages. Is it fine already? Shien. I'm satisfied. If I had to say, they might be the strongest ones today. Sages. Oh, that's quite something. Shien. I take back what I said about you being a disappointment, Hind. Yuma. I look forward to meeting you tomorrow. Keep on winning. Sages. After declaring that one-sidedly, the young man called Shien chanted a spell and they disappeared from our sight. The arena fell silent, and it was called that we were the victors. A winner appeared and danced in front of our eyes. We heard a few scattered applause from the audience, but I believe their heart wasn't in it. We stood there unable to move from that spot. We could only stand there dumbfounded. I don't feel like we won at all though. What's the is? Yuma. You said it. I don't feel satisfied at all. Hind. I shouted along with Yuma, and that pointless scream resounded throughout the audience. They called it the official cheat avatar. It's already the main topic in the BBS. Toby. Seems like Toby took a look at the BBS while he was logging out. He came to give us information as soon as the match was over. Rizu and Celine-san also stood up from their seats. We were currently standing on a pathway talking. Of course, the topic was about the Grado Emperor we just fought. Level 100. He was able to use skills regardless of his job. And that abnormal NP recovery speed. They were all aberrant abilities after all. Even that Raging Flame, casting time, it was extremely short compared to when its main job, Mage, used it. If this game had all chat, it would probably have turned really bad by now. In the BBS, they used his strength as a base for the other NPCs. and they thought that if they couldn't defeat the demon army with such strength, just how strong are demons then? They were in such a discussion, Toby. But, shouldn't that emperor be a special case? Even if we say he's strong, in war, if the numbers are uneven it's meaningless. Isn't the premise quite weird? Hind, if people like him were common, there would be no reason for players to exist, right? I also think that way. After all, the discussion went into a weird direction. Toby, thinking about it, the Imperial soldiers guarding the border were around level 30. The soldiers protecting the royal palace in Sala were around level 25, and the commanding officer for the Imperial Guards was level 35. It's a setting where it would be pretty bad if players could commit acts of violence against NPCs. In order to fight said NPCs, it's made so that it's only possible if both sides agree to a duel. However, the commanding officer for the mercenaries in the caravan was level 50, right, Hind-san? Rezu, you are right. That's how commanding officers are, so I believe they are a special case. Hind, the funds of the national security is low in Sala, so the soldiers are not that skilled, so if we used that as a base and thought about the commanding officers in other countries, they would be as high as level 60 if we follow this trend. Celine, well, at the very least, they wouldn't be level 100. Hind, to summarize, normal people and merchants would be around level 10 and a trained soldier would be around level 30. A commanding officer would be above level 50, and when I took a look at the BBS, if I remember correctly, the general of the Bully Confederation should have been level 70. There's no doubt that said general is also special, so it does prove further just how abnormal that emperor is though. However, the emperor's behavior was special during Hind Dono and Yuma Dono's match. Toby, special? How so? Hind, I took a quick look at the other matches he filled in for, but those matches all ended with one side being at a clear disadvantage. Toby, I mean, that should have just been a coincidence. Since Yuma was immediately revived right after she became incapacitated, he was probably slightly thrown off by that timing. He was probably planning to finish the match at that point too? Hind, I get the feeling that it wasn't only that. No, it's probably just my imagination. Forget about it. Toby, ? Hind, I get the feeling it was just a matter of me being a Shinto priest and being able to revive people. However, in the end, Toby didn't tell me what he found strange. Oh, now that we are talking about the Emperor, all of us thought that it was just a surprise prepared by the developers. It felt like staring at a huge tornado far away. Gunanu, I want to get my revenge against that Emperor one day. I feel like we completely lost. Yuma, even if you say that, I wonder when we'll get closer to level 100, though. Rezu, we definitely can't win in our current state. After all, he didn't look like he was fighting seriously. It would be difficult even if we challenge him as 5. Hind, you are right. Toby-kun. More importantly, are you fine on time? Isn't your next match soon? Celine-san opened her menu and checked the time. She hurriedly opened the tournament bracket and amplified it so she could show it to us. The time was already. This is bad, there's only 1 minute left. There are already 3 people standing in the arena. Thank you, Celine Dono. I'm going. Toby, good luck. Celine, do your best. Hind. Toby started running and looked as if he would trip and fall, and he apologized to Mitsuyoshi-san, who had arrived at the arena. Seems like he managed to get there before the match started, so the match began without any issues. The venue was enveloped in cheers. Nevertheless, I'm a bit tired. Once Toby's match ends, shall we log out for a bit? Hind, I agree. Once we enter the second half of the tournament, the times we can take a break will decrease. Yuma, so you are speaking as if you were going to win. You sure are confident. Rezu, of course I am. We're definitely going to win. Yuma, calm down you two. Hind-kun, I also agree. Let's take a break now that we can. Celine, with that being said, we sat down in some empty seats that were close by and watched Toby's and Mitsuyoshi's match. Once we made sure that they were going to win, we logged out in a corner of the arena. Once we logged in again, we were able to safely advance through the rounds. The second match was against two martial artists, fist style kick style. Since they both could heal themselves, it turned into quite the drawn-out fight. We stalled until we could release, burst edge, and crushed one of them. The one left didn't give up and kept trying, but having it become a 2-on-1 we had the upper hand. It was a match that made us realize just how important that instant firepower of burst edge was for us to defeat someone in one strike, but let's leave that aside. It's fine since we won. Be that as it may, I think it's very cruel that they pointed at Yuma and called her zombie because she would return from the dead no matter how many times you killed her, and they also called me a necromancer since I was the one resurrecting her. If they are going to give us nicknames, I would prefer if they gave us something better. Next up, the third match against a heavy warrior, attack type, and archer, speed type, the most popular combination in this tournament. However, since there are so many, it also means that since the preliminaries we have been developing countermeasures against them. Among those measures, this time, we successfully decided the match with the swift attack one. Once I charged MP, I cast the Shinto priest skill, Light Enchant, and gave Yuma's basic attack's light element properties. Yuma quickly got rid of the heavy warrior that kept rushing at me, and we gained control of the match before their archer managed to save up enough MP to release Arrow Rain. As a result, the match ended way sooner than the second match. We were able to get through quite easily. It's just that the match ended without me understanding the words of the archer, who after the match started shouted aim for the true self. True self? Group H's semi-finals. Our opponents were a mage called Zelos and a Shinto priest called Jealousy. Next to me, Yuma was concentrating on their player names. Ooh, Hind. Their names are really orange. Just as the rumor said, these guys are really PKs. Yuma. You are right, Yuma. It's just that the guild name under their names is quite unusual. Don't you have the feeling you've seen it somewhere? Hind. Mew. Normie. Extermination. Ah. Yuma. My bad premonition has come true. Since that time I saw it in the BBS. I was wondering if the guild these masked guys belong to is the same as that park guy from when the game launched. What was it again? If I remember correctly, even though he was called Poker Face, I believe he was a player that was unable to hide his hatred. Couples. Buer! Yuma and Hind. When we whispered to each other quietly, the large-built man with the iron mask suddenly roared. Then the man in wearing black clothes and a clown mask protested. Calm down, Jealousy. Endure until the match starts. Zelos. But big bro. Jealousy. Excuse me, is it fine if I ask you a question? Hind. I don't know if my words will get through them, but since there was something that I was curious about I talked to them. Unexpectedly, the man with the clown mask took a posture as if he was saying, what is it? What is your basis for deciding if people are a couple? Hind. As if you didn't know already. Isn't it pretty obvious that if a guy and a girl form a party together, they are all couples? Zelos. That criteria is so loose though. If you do it like that, aren't you guys mistaking them for couples as you see it fit? The truth is both of us. Hind. Silence. We'll turn you guys into a bloodbath soon enough, so prepare yourselves. Zelos. Hind and Yuma. Right after they lost their temper and took up their weapons, they gave the signal for the match to start. The words jumped right into the middle of our field of view and the machine-like voice read it out loud. Zelos, Grado Empire. And Jealousy, Grado Empire, versus Yuma, Kingdom of Sala, and Hind, Kingdom of Sala. Ready, fight. I'll crush you. Jealousy, with a scream as if to erase the voices of the audience that were chanting Yuma. The vanguard Shinto priest Jealousy rushed towards me as the announcement ended. His weapon of choice was a big mace that he wielded on his right hand, for defensive gear. He had a metal armor and a shield on his left hand, quite the heavy equipment. I had already told Yuma the plan before the fight started. You understood it right, Yuma? Hind. Yeah. Yuma. As usual, Yuma went to the front and I stood behind her at a reasonable distance. Yuma intercepted Jealousy's charge in a flash with her long sword, and a sharp metallic sound echoed throughout the arena. Seeing this exciting clash right after the fight started, The excitement in the arena rose up. I'm your opponent. Yuma. Nuga. Damn you, don't get in my way. Jealousy. While confirming that she was able to stop his charge like that, I stood still at that spot and charged my MP. I glared at Zelos, who was charging his MP like me on the other side of the vanguards. And it began when we both finished our chants. Shut him up, Yuma. Hind. Crush her, Jealousy. Zelos. Attack up, and, guard down, activated on Yuma. At the same time, he's a dark-type mage, so him using a debuff was something I already took into consideration. Debuffs are not a status ailment, so it's not possible to recover from it with recover, but it's possible to erase them with dispel. However, since what he used was guard down, let's ignore it. It doesn't matter. Let's recover more MP and prepare for the next move. Nua, I'm automatically in a state of act of desperation. However, I can use act of desperation on top of it. Yuma. Nah. Big bro. Use attack down first. This girl, her offensive power is on par with a heavy warrior. At this rate I'll get hit and lose. Jealousy. Calm down. Having both act of desperation and guard down, her current physical defense is low. In that case, I stop her movements. Zelos used slow on Yuma. With the debuff, Yuma's movements were about 2/3 slower. My body feels heavy. And the damage I took from a single hit was really high. Yuma. Gahahaha. I can win like this. I can do it. Big bro. Jealousy. Those two at the front are noisy. In her current state, with both act of desperation and guard down, her defense is at 30%. If it wasn't for the defensive gear that Celine Sound made, Yuma would have already died. However, I did nothing, and patiently kept charging up my MP until it was close to full. With that, I should have way more MP than Zelos, who had used slow. Jealousy had already used a Vanguard Shinto priest skill called Holy Shield, that increased both physical and magical resistances, so it was quite hard to shave off his HP. On the other hand, I compensated for it quite a bit with the skills, Guard Up, and Resist Up, that only I could use, so it will take quite a while until she becomes incapacitated. Their strategy is to have the Vanguard Shinto priest sticking close to the opponent and stacking debuffs on them, while the way they do it is different. The way they make it a battle of endurance is similar to ours. Therefore, disrupting the opponent's pace is key to deciding victory or defeat here. Yuma's HP drastically decreased, and when Zelos started chanting a spell I used, Shining. TSK. Such impertinence. Zelos. The damage was minuscule, but I was successful in stopping his actions. Then I started casting Revive. While I was casting it, Yuma and Jealousy continued exchanging blows. They continued moving in the space between me and Zelos. That chant is long. Is it a big spell? Jealousy. Get out of the way. Take this. Zelos. In an act of desperation, he shot the elementary spell with a short cast time, Fireball, towards me, but with both of them in the way, his aim was shallow. I easily dodged it and cast the Revive. I finished chanting Super. Yuma. HP 0. I used it on Yuma, whose body was falling from being hit by the mace's swing. Once I did, she didn't fall on top of the stage. She stood firm on the ground with one leg and immediately counterattacked. The heaviness is gone. Yuma. Since she became incapacitated, the buffs and debuffs on Yuma were all gone. Jealousy was unable to deal with the abrupt resurrection and change in speed, and took the swift attack directly. Because of that, Jealousy's HP was at 60%, however, he wasn't given the chance to heal due to Yuma's relentless attacks. Nua. W8. I'm pretty sure her HP had hit 0. Big bro, what's going on? Wasn't it going to be fine even if we didn't deal with the rearguard as long as we shut down the vanguard and interrupted the casting from the rearguard? This is different from what you told me. Jealousy. I'm possible. You telling me? He revived her as she died. It's even faster than in the previous fights too. For something like this too. Zelos. Be big bro. Jealousy. Zelos seems to be confused, but the truth is, I was hurrying to make it barely in time. I thought I casted it too early. However, I definitely can't let that show on my face. In fact, I'll act calm and smile. If they keep charging towards us in a hurry, it'll turn into our advantage. It's definitely just a fluke. Jealousy, we are going to destroy them again. Zelos, why yeah. Jealousy, the casting time for revive is long. It's true that usually if you defeat the vanguard, you'd be able to crush the rearguard easily. However, that doesn't matter if you predict the time they die and cast it on them. It's true that if you cast it too early, it would definitely lead to your defeat, but that's another case. Anyway, a single Shinto priest can't do anything, so it's enough to target them while barely making it in time. In the interval they were focusing their attacks on Yuma again. I first used healing on Yuma. Furthermore, I erased the CD on revive with quick. After that, I used healing again since it has a short CD to heal Yuma's HP a bit more. I started chanting the spell before Yuma got incapacitated due to her tendency for kamikaze attacks to shave off Jealousy's HP. She's filled with debuffs, so it's about time she reaches her limit. I feel bad for Yuma, but it's easier for me to have her die to erase the debuffs. I dodged their darkness ball that was trying to disturb my casting, and then a second time. Jealousy, hey, stay there. Yuma. This time, she was revived before she fell over. I'm doing really well in this match. I'm activating revive in a far more timely manner than usual. Huh? I'm not dead. I'm not dead. This time didn't count. Yuma. No, you died, you know. You were counting them? Hind. Seeing that, the duo of Zelos and Jealousy completely lost their calm, and the audience excitedly cheered each time she revived. Isn't the timing at which they cheer weird? And no way, for this too. Aim for the guy. We are aiming for the guy first. Do it as if your life depended on it, Jealousy. That is our only chance at winning. Zelos. Got it, big bro. Here I go. Jealousy. You think I'll let you? Yuma. Seeing Yuma intercept him that fast, I cast healing plus. It takes longer than healing, but it takes way less time than revive. The HP of Yuma, who was facing Jealousy, was dramatically healed. Wow, damn you. Jealousy! Exclamation mark. Yuma. Seeing that, Jealousy grew irritated and swung the mace with all his might. Yuma was blown away due to the difference in body weight and strength. Taking advantage of that gap, Jealousy used healing on himself to heal a small amount of his own HP. As expected of someone that had kept winning until now, it seems like they didn't win by luck. Counting this healing, Jealousy's HP is about 40% left. Newer. Jealousy. Then, he came this way. I calmly took some distance. Hind, a spell is coming. Yuma. What? Hind, slow. Should still be on CD. If it's an offensive spell, Jealousy and me are too close though. The spell Zelos chose was ha 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 ha. I won't let you get away. Zelos. It was the offensive spell, Graviton Wave, that engulfed everyone but him. It covered a wide range and produced high gravity. Our bodies felt heavier and our HP was slowly shaved off. As if he was used to being inside it, Jealousy calmly approached me while taking damage. I see. When they are pressured, they do this to disrupt the opponent's pace and win. This shows the magical resistance of a Shinto priest. Even if Jealousy fights under this gravity, he won't take much damage. I believe it's a good combination attack. In fact, right now, it looks like I won't be able to escape his mace. However, my eyes already have seen the figure behind Jealousy that was swinging around. Oh, it's another gravity spell. However, this is far better than being afflicted with slow. Yuma. Having experienced Rizu's Graviton Wave, Yuma caught up to Jealousy and cut at his back. It being a strong attack, he entered a long hit-stop state. She stopped Jealousy a few moments before Jealousy was going to swing his mace at me. Casting a spell while taking damage under this gravity wave would be impossible anyways. In that case, I swung my staff with all my body weight towards the target in front of me. He was able to block it with his shield, but Jealousy lost his balance. Ha 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 ha. You are still like a fish on the chopping board. Yuma. From time to time, you sure do talk like vulgar villain. Well, You are correct in this situation though. Hind, let me go. Get away from me. Big bro. Jealousy. Yuma stepped on the right arm that was holding the mace and she smiled as she was releasing her aura. I put my body weight on top of the shield that was being held by his left arm, so even if this guy is strong, he probably won't be able to shake free from the body weight of two people. With this our victory should be certain. It would also be fine if they surrendered. Otherwise, my body feels lighter. Yuma. Yup, it seems like the spell has worn off. Hind. The effect of Graviton Wave is also gone. Even if Zelos doesn't give up and uses Darkness Ball, we will be able to take it on without breaking our stance. With our current HP it will certainly not be fatal, so even if we are pulled in a bit, as long as we don't let jealousy break free, it will be fine. As a result, as expected our HP didn't even decrease by 30% and the dark orb suction quietly died down. While looking at Zelos, who was frantically charging his MP, I released Area Heal at our feet. Among the multitude of spells, healing magic has the special trait of only affecting your allies. Because of that, jealousy who was being stepped on by us wasn't healed and we recovered to full HP due to the white light. Zelo's expression was dyed in despair. Don't give up big bro. Bring down the iron hammer down on these normies. I can't forgive a couple that is such good coordination. I want to be popular too. Jealousy. I told you we are not a couple. Hind and Yuma. Jealousy. Zelos. Jealousy became incapacitated, our HP and MP was back to full and me stood so that Zelos was between us. I believe he would surrender in this situation, or that was what I thought, but you guys, go and explode. Zelos. Since he brandished his staff to face us as he shouted, Yuma mercilessly struck him down in a single blow with Burst Edge. Zelos was blown away to the far end of the stage due to the explosion of magic power and fell down. And then, in the blink of an eye it was time for the last battle of Group H. Both of us managed to win until now. Our opponent was. You came as expected. Toby. I was waiting for you. Yuma. Yuma pointed at Toby and Mitsuishi-san, who appeared from the other side of the stage while wearing a stiff expression. Our opponents for the finals were two men wearing similar Japanese-style equipment, a light warrior, evasion type, and an archer, rapid-fire type. Since you completely crushed your first opponents like that, I had the feeling it was going to end like this. Hind. Foo. The same goes for both of you. Haven't you trained quite well during the time I haven't seen you? My heart can't stop throbbing right now. Toby. Our opponent Toby, calmly walked toward us while showing a smile. Yuma lowered her arm, then crossed both of her arms and showed a fearless smile. However, I can't seem to stand this kind of weird mood. For some reason, I'm getting goosebumps, in a bad way. Throbbing? That's no good. You can't go around playing games all night and neglecting your health. Hind. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Wait, Hindono? Why did this serious mood last less than 5 seconds? I don't have palpitations. Read the mood. Toby. Q. Ha. Mitsuishi. I mean, that kind of thing is kinda creepy and embarrassing, you know. If you are going to do that, leave me out of it. Saying that, Toby and Yuma said while looking at me with displeased faces. Mitsuishi-san burst out laughing at our idiotic back and forth. After laughing for a while, he wiped the tears at the edges of his eyes and said this. Phew. But it's like Hind-kun said. Well, what you say before the match won't get left behind in the replay. If you are not careful and talk during the match, it'll get included in the recording. Mitsuishi. No, I was creating this dark history on purpose. I'll act in an embarrassing way, then we can look back on it and laugh it out loud. Yuma-chan, you were doing it on purpose, huh? Good gracious, consider me impressed. Mitsuishi. Toby, who was next to Mitsuishi-san, screamed. Really? Is this sort of thing embarrassing? But let's ignore it, even though we are all here already. The waiting time is so long. If it's like this, I guess there's still time for idle talk. I want to get a grasp of our opponent Mitsuyoshi-san's personality, so I'll bring up a suitable topic of conversation myself. Now that I think about it, Mitsuyoshi-san's player name, why did you choose it? It's probably not your real name, right? Hind. Let's see. Like Toby-kun, I took it from a warring state's military commander. He was also someone that used a bow. He's someone that only those that are knowledgeable will know, so if you don't know about him it's normal. Mitsui. No, Mitsuyoshi don't know. If it's Hind don't know, he'll probably know who he is, you know? Toby. A warring state's military commander and Mitsuyoshi. Huh? Yup, Mitsuyoshi. Bow. In that case, it's probably that guy. Even during the times that guns were getting popular, that long-lived military commander kept using a bow until the end. Yup, it's Oshima Mitsuyoshi, right? Am I wrong? Hind. Oh, you are amazing, Hind-kun. You are correct. Mitsuyoshi. After showing a surprised face because of my answer, Mitsuyoshi excitedly struck my back. However, he sure took the name from quite the understated military commander. As expected of Hind Dono. Fighting in the Battle of Sekigahara at the age of 93, if that was true, it would be quite the exciting episode, right? Toby. Leaving the matter of if that anecdote is true or not aside, there's no doubt that he was a person that rose in the world as an archer. Hind. Even among archers from the past, people are usually attracted to more flashy ones like Nasunoichi and Minamoto no Tametumo. Once you get to this age, instead of those, you tend to get charmed by powerful old men instead. It was like that for me. Mitsuyoshi. Mew? But Michi, I think you still look quite young. Yuma. Mitsuyoshi paid no attention to the name Michi that Yuma gave him and asked us, "How old do I look to you?" I honestly replied with around 30. Yuma's gave a similar answer, but the surprising words "I won't say the exact age, but I'm over 50 years old," came out of his mouth. He altered his appearance to look younger. He has the default hairstyle in black and there are few wrinkles in his face. Is the main factor that he looks young, that macho-like body type. He's not showing stuff like his abdomen either. He's like Hind's mom then? Young. Yuma. No, that person. Isn't she a genuine witch? There's no doubt about it. Toby. Don't go talking about other people's mothers like they were monsters. If she catches wind of this, you are going to get strangled again, you know? Hind. Oh, you three know each other in real life. That kind of thing is nice. In my student days. Mitsuyoshi. Like that, our conversation heated up. Mitsuyoshi's way of speaking broke up, but there was this calmness befitting someone his age. He was someone fun to speak to. If it's like this, shaking up his mental state mid-match won't be a possible strategy. While receiving gazes from the audience that were saying, "Why are these guys acting all calm in there?" we waited for the start signal on top of the stage. A few minutes after the match started. Say Yuma. Ha. You are not hitting me. Toby. Nuga. So noisy, you are so annoying. Yuma. Toby was toying around with us while dodging with swift movements, and we were currently struggling. To think having someone go around you would be this annoying. Besides, for him to be this troublesome. Yuma's attacks didn't land, and while Toby didn't deal much damage with his dual blades, the damage kept accumulating. I got you. Nua. Yuma. Just when she finally caught him and cut his throat, the body started blurring and the damage was nullified. Too bad, that was a cicada shell. Toby. That's unfair. Yuma. It's not unfair. It's a legitimate action for a ninja like me. Toby. While they were having an argument like elementary schoolers. However, is that guy really part of the go-home club? His swift and splendid movements made you doubt that, like dodging the sword with a backflip. He looked like a gymnastics athlete or some ninja straight out from a novel. Just when I said that as I watched them. Wow. Hind. At the time I stopped right behind Yuma to charge my MP, an arrow flew straight by my side. This happened when I became distracted for just a split second. On top of having high accuracy, it was scary how each arrow carried considerable power for a rapid-fire type. I switched places and started charging up again from a place where Mitsuyoshi-san would find Yuma annoying. Yuma shouldn't take much damage even if she takes a couple arrows, so I've got no choice but to slowly charge up my MP while having her cover me. Because of that, we had no choice but to stay close to each other. If I let my guard down, Toby would also be able to get in range to hit me, so I was forced to play really defensively. Hein-san, hang in there. Rizu Yuma-san too, do your best. Celine. I hear Rizu and Celine-san cheering for us, but I have no leeway to reply to them. We've been at a disadvantage from the start until this point. How are we supposed to turn this situation around? There's no meaning behind their cheers. I believe it's pretty clear what our situation is like right now. Mitsuishi-san is clearly aiming to obstruct me, so thinking about the current MP amount I have, the best I can do right now is to cast a healing, since it doesn't cost much towards Yuma, or, since both of their attacks are physical types, I could use the similarly low cost, guard up, on both me and Yuma. Yuma's MP is in a good condition since she has been bombarded by attacks. However, unlike our usual fights where she can just go on a suicide attack while having me healing her, this time she has to be careful. Our battle strategy is based on using a revive or two, so our current situation is quite painful. I'm begging you, please let me charge up my MP. Is the kind of honest plea I'd like to scream. However, on top of them not having many gaps, their decision-making is really fast. They are strong without any doubt. Their aim is probably, Toby-kun, stand back. I'll finish it with this. Mitsuishi, phew, seems like this is our win. Farewell. Toby! Exclamation mark. This is bad, Yuma. Catch Toby. Hind, Q. Yuma's sword was unable to reach him and Toby took a great distance from us. The consideration of friendly fire disappeared and Mitsuishi's arrow was knocked towards the heavens. Arrow rain is coming. I don't have any other options than this one at this point. When Toby started retreating I had already assumed the worst and started casting the spell, so I should probably make it in time. Or rather, please let me make it in time. If I don't, it'll be over for us. Yuma started shouting while flustered. Hind. Yuma. Cover your head that is treated as a vital part of the body with your arms, then don't take a single step. The arrows will rain down randomly, so it's more dangerous if you move. Hind. Isn't there any other option? Yuma. None. Pray. Hind. The gem on the staff increased in brightness. When the crimson arrow that Mitsuishi-san knocked reached the heavens, countless arrows rained down on us. Then, just before the first arrow hit, the light from the staff was released and dropped towards the ground. Nua. Yuma. Adadadada. It hurts. Hind. My vision kept flickering. The arrow effects were relentless and the sound effects buzzed incessantly in my earlobes. I can't get used to this no matter how many times I've taken it. A few people from the audience that were cheering for us covering their faces entered my field of view, but that's understandable. With the current game balance, other than a heavy warrior with good equipment would usually get incapacitated by arrow rain. However, we still hadn't died. Seems like I made it somehow. From under our feet, a soft white light was being released upwards, in the opposite direction of the arrow rain. This light that came from Area Heal had made it so that we narrowly escaped death right now. If I were to say that the timing in which I released was barely in time, the amount of MP needed to release it was also barely enough. When it comes to the damage and healing, our HP had kept going up and down repeatedly, but it seems like the amount of HP healed was higher. Though each time my HP turned red, which meant that I was barely alive, I lost a couple years of my lifespan. Then, in the few seconds until arrow rain was over, I quickly gave Yuma some instructions. I'm not sure if she got what I told her right with all the sound effects of the arrows, but Yuma's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and she nodded. Just when there were only a few moments left on Area Heal, arrow rain ended up finishing first. The next moment, I saw it coming. Yuma sent the incoming arrow flying with her gauntlet. This Area Heal shouldn't have been within their calculations, but Mitsuishi-san knocked another arrow without showing signs of agitation. As expected, he's calm. However, within their duo, Toby, who saw us survive the arrow rain, was left speechless. Sorry, but I don't plan to let this chance get away. Run. Hind. Yuma. The moment after, area heal was gone. Yuma started running while releasing sparks from her aura. After being bombarded by arrow rain, Yuma's MP was now full and her HP was recovered to around 60% due to area heal. The moment she reached the place they were at, it wasn't Toby, but Mitsuishi-san who she released at. Unfortunately he dodged it. But having his expression warped, Mitsuishi-san took a big back step and she followed after him. I had followed after Yuma and hit Toby, who tried to follow up in a panic, with all my strength on the side of his face with my staff. Toby. His slender body fell over sideways, using the momentum created by him rolling over. He placed a hand on top of the stage and stood up. He's like an acrobat. However, I kept blocking his path and wielded my staff. Well then, take up your weapons Toby. I'm your opponent. Hind dono. Toby. Even though he was still agitated, Toby gave up on providing assistance to Mitsuishi-san and took up his dual blades. The physical attack of Shinto priests other than the Vanguard type is low. In terms of rankings, they are second from below right after mages. Realistically speaking, it's not something you'd make use of. However, at the same time, among the Vanguard's physical defense, light warriors are the worst. Their endurance is just slightly above that of archers which are rear guards. Therefore, I can deal some damage even with attacks from my staff. However, that's if I manage to land a hit. Why am I unable to dodge, even though my attacks are not finding their mark? Toby. You don't get it? Hind. I took down Toby's HP, which was full to around 60%. It's not like I used a special skill and it's not like I actually awakened to some godly reaction speeds either. This is, ouch, my lower leg. Toby, this is just reading your opponent. Hind. That's why in this scenario, there's no need for superior reflexes. If you know how your opponent is going to move next, no matter how fast Toby is going to move, there's no need for instant reactions and it's possible to keep up with him. The habits I saw Toby have from behind, his choice of skills, the direction he dodges, the timing at which he switches from offense to defense. I wielded my staff while remembering those things. The right one is a feint. Immediately after that, he'll go for the kill with his left, while dodging those dual blades. I thrust my staff through a small gap. Wait, now that I think about it, I never managed to win against you during kendo lessons. Why didn't I remember that since we are inside a VR game? Toby. It's too late even if you remember that now, you idiot. Hind. This is a strategy that only works because my opponent is Toby, someone I know really well. If that wasn't the case, I would have become incapacitated already. I have no other choice in that case. I'll make this the last bout. Toby. His body started shining and Toby's HP decreased in an instant. At the same time it split into two, one of them headed towards Yuma, who was chasing Mitsuishi-san. That idiot. Hind. While confirming that this was our victory, I felt a tinge of loneliness because of Toby's actions. This is like going towards his own defeat. Besides, this is the first time I've seen him fight with eyes so devoid of life. No matter how well he controls it, I know without a doubt that the thing in front of me is nothing more than a fake. While dodging its attack, I hit the body with my staff and it vanished easily. Once he saw that happen, Toby took a glance bitterly, shook his head and switched to running with all his might. He went your way, Yuma. Hind. Immediately after, the main body went after Yuma. But since I called it out, the surprise attack ended up in failure. Yuma's sword, who turned around, and Toby's blade clashed and sparks scattered. Don't get in my way, Toby. Yuma. I won't let you defeat Mitsuishi Dono. Not yet, it's not over yet. Toby-kun, why did you come? Go back, I'm fine over here. Mitsuishi. I have around 40% HP remaining and since rear guards don't obtain MP while being attacked I didn't have any other choice but to regenerate it naturally, so my current MP was really low. Luckily, I didn't get hit by Toby even once. but that was the result of frantically dodging while cold sweat ran down my body. That's just how much of a disadvantage Shinto priests have in a direct confrontation. If Toby had attacked me more persistently, or I somehow ended up getting hit by a skill, there's the possibility that I would have been unable to deal with it and end up getting defeated. The best chance might have been if he had attacked along with the copy from both sides at the same time. If I were to be attacked like that, I can say with confidence that I'd had ended up flustered. However, even if it didn't end up like that because he became flustered, Toby's error of judgment proved to be fatal. Whether to ignore me from the beginning and join up with his partner or believe in Mitsuishi-san and try to defeat me as soon as possible, I believe that he should have focused on any of those. Doing things half-bakedly and having his and his partner's HP decrease for nothing meant that there was no way for Toby to win anymore. No longer being targeted, I charged up just the minimum amount of MP needed and cast Healing Plus on Yuma. My HP. I react. This is the end. Yuma. As I though, we should have aimed for the true self. Since that point where we failed to kill Hindkun, we were already. Gaha. Mitsuishi. Damn it. Mitsuishi Dono. Toby. Having replenished plenty of her HP, Yuma forcefully broke through Toby and finished up Mitsuishi-san with a heavy slash. I think he did well to last that long. But there is no way for an archer to win against a knight in close combat. The audience heated up and Toby's dual blades fell powerlessly from the stage. When I noticed the sunlight piercing my eyes, I was awoken from my sleep by the presence of someone moving around. Within my blurred vision, I checked the clock on the wall and noticed that I had overslept a fair bit. However, no one is going out today in the morning, so guess they'll forgive me for oversleeping a bit. I pulled up my upper body and absent-mindedly looked around the room and locked eyes with a stiffened Rise, who was close to my bed. Rise. What are you doing? Rise. Wataru. So you woke up, Nissan. That's a shame. I still only had taken a few. Rise. Judging from her words, it doesn't seem like she came here to wake me up. What was she doing with that smartphone? But this is quite unusual, Nissan, for you to take it this easy in the morning. Rise. Well. Last night's tournament took quite the long time after all. It was fun, but it was quite tiring. Wataru. That's a good thing. Whenever you are tired, leave the housework to us and just rest. We wouldn't mind you just playing around, you know? Rise. That makes me happy and grateful, but I can't do. Us? Wataru. That's right. Akano-san made breakfast this morning. She's waiting for us, so let's go downstairs. Rise. Really? For Mom to cook? I wonder how many years it's been since the last time she did. When I told Rise to go ahead and tried to take off my pajamas. Excuse me, Rise-san? Wataru. What is it? Nissan. Rise. I'm about to change my clothes. I'd honestly appreciate if you left the room. Wataru. Don't mind me. I'll wait for you right here. Rise. Yup. If you were to say that there was no need to mind since we are siblings, I'd understand and actually accept. But when you are looking at me with those bloodshot eyes fully opened, it's kind of. Wataru. Don't mind it. What are you doing? Please, let go of me. No, in fact, let's stay like this and don't let go. Rise. I held Rise, who was showing an iron will and refusing to move, up in my arms and let her down outside the room. At times like these, she can't really fight back because of her light body. Having Rise scratching the door and murmuring curses is scary, so let's change fast and go get some breakfast. The smell of toast and the fragrance of coffee filled the living room, while humming inside the kitchen. Her tied-up hair was swaying around because of her good mood. Then, she probably heard the sound of our footsteps and she turned around to smile at us. Good morning, Wataru. Akano. Good morning, Mum. I heard you made breakfast? Wataru. It's only easy stuff, so it's not bad once in a while. However, Wataru, sorry for saying this as soon as you woke up, but don't you think that it's kind of lacking? Akano. Wataru. Once I looked over at the table she was pointing at, I saw toast and ham and eggs, and boiled broccoli was used as a garnish. It's lacking in vegetables, but soup is a bit. If I were to make that, it would take too much time. In that case, let's see. Should I make some vegetable juice? I get the feeling there's a lack of vegetables. Wataru. Oh, that would be nice. Rise-chan, what flavor do you want? Akano. While saying that, Mom stroked Rise's head while wearing a love-struck expression. This is not something that just started happening. It seems like she wanted a daughter since she remarried. She's been like that since Rise came to this house. It seems like they are going to go shopping together today, so I guess the reason she's wearing her ring and has been in a good mood since this morning is that Rise didn't show any signs of hating it and just accepted it, so the relationships within our family are good. In that case, I would like to drink some orange juice. If I remember correctly, there was still some left, right? Rise. Yes, there is. In that case, let's make something simple and add some carrots into it. Akano. Since the rest of the food is already made, I peeled them swiftly and cut them in suitable sizes. I added some water in the mixer and mixed them along with some lemon, and it was done. Since the oranges and carrots were bought at the same time and were from the same brand and sweet, even if we didn't add anything else, it'll taste good like this. I poured the contents into 3 cups and a fresh fragrance was added to the dining table. Thank you for the meal. We clasped our hands. As expected, a meal made by another person is a completely different thing. Even if it was something really simple, I was really happy to have eaten something made by Mom since it had been a while. Once I honestly told her that, she gave me this reply while looking really happy. But, since Wataru is way better at cooking than me already, there's no need for Mom to cook outside of emergencies, right? Akano. Well, I can't really force you since you are busy with work. Don't you feel you'd like to make something to your own tastes rather than eating my food all the time? Wataru. Ahahaha. Akano. What's with that laugh? Wataru. Yup, you are faster than the current holder of the world record for short distance running. It feels like you said that to me. There's no such thing, wanting to make something while knowing you'd lose. Akano. The she goes again with the hard-to-understand examples. Is she praising me? While drinking Master's blend coffee, Mom looked at my complex expression and laughed even more. The one from a while ago, what was it again? That thing with lots of ingredients that looked like a tomato risotto. Akano. You mean the Tagan? Nissan, you made that very carefully with an earthenware pot, right? Rise. Yeah, that one. You can make delicious food that I don't know about. Your bentos are always lovely and delicious. You are a son I'm proud of. It's a bit awkward when new people at work that don't know about that ask me for the recipes for the side dishes though. But, I wonder if it's unusual for a mother to feel this at ease even if she doesn't do the housework at all? Akano. Ah, you are praising me far too much. I'm starting to get itchy, so please stop. Wataru. When it comes to things like this, you are exactly like Mizu Ito-san. Akano. Mizu Ito is the name of my real father, who died when I was just 5 years old. By the way, Rise's father is a man called Satoru-san. When I was in middle school they both died from illness at a young age. In a way, you could say that Mom had really bad luck. Though she does have this powerful aura for not being bothered by such a murky past, and her appearance is really young. When I asked her if she was going to remarry again, she replied with a third time is a bit. So, are you both going after taking a break? What about lunch? Wataru. For lunch we'll just eat wherever. Wataru, you are not coming with us, right? Akano. Yeah, Miyu and Shu. I said that they'd come over. For lunch I'll just prepare something for us. Wataru. Miyu. It's a shame that we won't go with Nissan. Rise. Mom hugged Rise, who had grown sullen, to console her. When looking at them from the side like this, even if they are not related by blood, it wouldn't be weird for people to mistake them for sisters that hadn't seen each other for years. Maybe it's because they've been living together. Rise's aura vaguely resembles that of Mum. That's quite mysterious. It's fine, Rise-chan. Wataru belongs to you at night. You can have him spoil you lots, you know? Akano. Wait a moment. What are you going about on your own? Wataru. Really? Akano-san. In that case, can I sleep with Nissan tonight? Rise. Of course. Akano. Can I marry him? Rise. Sure. That way, there wouldn't be a need for you to wed into another family. Wataru, while you are at it, take Miyu as your wife too. She's such a nice girl after all. Akano. Why would I do that? What you are saying is so wrong that I don't know where to begin. Besides, don't go treating the important only daughter of another family as if she was an extra. Wataru. This woman, isn't she saying really unreasonable things because she simply wholeheartedly trusts her daughter to do whatever she wants? Where do I get a say in this? As her real son, I'm slightly anxious if she loves me or not. This was an event that happened that morning. After both of them left, I moved around cleaning the house and doing the laundry. Since there was time, after cleaning the floor, I waxed it. Following that, I started polishing the windows in succession from the second floor towards the first one. Finally, I stepped into the garden and polished the biggest window, which was that of the living room. It ended in a state where it reflected the sunlight and my image was reflected on it. Yup, it's beautiful. Due to the sense of accomplishment, I unconsciously started smiling. Foo-fa-foo. Wataru. Ooh, Wataru is laughing alone. That's so weird. Miyu. What do you mean by weird? Leave me alone. Wataru. Once I saw the girl with long hair reflected in the glass, I turned around while shouting. There I saw Miyu looking at me from the other side of the fence. Since Miyu is already here, does it mean it's close to noon? Seems like I got too absorbed in it and ended up working for far too long. Shui is still not here but... Oh, nice timing, that person over there is... Hey there, I came over. Shui. Oh, Shui. Wait. What happened to you? You've got huge dark circles under your eyes. Wataru. It's true that your face looks terrible. Miyu. Ah, you mean this? For the time being, is it okay if I go in? Shui. Along with Shui, who was in an unusual broken state, we both entered the house. In other words, it's like that. Since you were so frustrated that you lost to us, you ended up with a lack of sleep. Miyu. After looking at the replay of that match countless times. Well, you can see where this is going though. Shui. Yup. After that, you'd want to look at the other fights in the tournament or take a look at the BBS. Wataru. Just from our conversation, it seems like it ended up in an all-that-nighter for him. While we were preparing lunch, Shui was telling us his circumstances while lying limply on the sofa. Since it's come down to this, I'll tell you guys about all the useful information I gathered, so go make a strategy for the tournament. If you do that, there will be meaning in me staying up all night. You foo-foo. Shui. You are acting all weird you know. Are you really okay? Wataru. He's someone that has pulled an all-that-nighter after all. We have no choice but to ignore it, Wataru. Miyu. For the time being, let's finish making lunch. With this we have finished placing the plates on the table, so I called Shui and we all sat down. Today's lunch menu is salmon cream pasta. Shui and I had a normal portion in front of us, only Miyu's was so good. Slurp slurp. Miyu. Don't slurp the pasta. Use the fork properly. Wataru. You'd get full just from looking at her. Wait, even then, I'll eat my own portion. Machi, you are being too greedy. Shui. She had 3 large servings for herself. After finishing those servings, Miyu drank the after-meal oolong tea and looked satisfied. I always thought this, but where do all those nutrients go? Why does she not put on any weight even when she eats this much? I can't understand it. After that, probably because he felt sleepy after being full, Shui was sitting down more unsteadily than before. Shui. How about you don't force yourself and get some sleep? You can go ahead and use the sofa. I'll even lend you a blanket. Wataru. I appreciate it. However, if I were to sleep now, I feel like I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Shui. In that case, just for a short while. It's fine even if you just sleep for around 15 minutes. Drink some coffee before that. Wataru. I'll do just that. After saying that, Shui obediently drank down the coffee I prepared for him. However, Miyu tilted her neck after seeing the coffee I prepared for him. Wataru, wouldn't he become unable to sleep because of the caffeine? Mew, it'll take time for him to absorb it, so it'll be fine. It'll start taking effect after he wakes up and it'll feel as if he has slept soundly. Hind, it seems like it takes from 15–30 minutes for your blood to absorb the caffeine. That's why it's the best thing to drink before you take a nap when you feel really sleepy, since in those cases you'd end up even more tired. After glancing at Shui, who had lied down on the sofa, we killed some time. Connected to the converter, a retro game was forcibly connected to the new display and I was having a competition repeatedly with Miyu in my own room. It's not like I'm really particular about it, but when we play retro games, most of the time we use an actual console, even if they are mementos, rather than leave them intact for a long time. I believe my dad would be happy that they are being used like this. Well, there's also the fact that I'd need to exchange the batteries for the type of games that require saving. There, a 13 chain. Wataru, Jaya, you fiend. Mew. The game we are playing right now is one of those Tetris-type games. It's the type where you move downward floating blocks, so if you place them well, you can erase them with a chain. If you get a chain, it's possible to send a big amount of blocks towards your opponent. The one I chose was Mew, so with this, you are so weak, you. Why didn't you choose an action game since you're good at those? Wataru. Well, I got charmed by the character in the package and unintentionally. Even if I didn't win, I looked at the character inside the game plenty, so I'm satisfied. Mew. I see. Guess I don't mind in that case. Wataru. Unlike those puzzle games where you just stoically remove blocks, this type of game that has competitive elements tends to have cute characters in them. Since I have won against Miyu 5 times in a row already, I raised my hand thinking that it was about time to switch games and then, alright. I'm feeling good. Where are you? Don't tell me you went out and left me alone here? Shui. Since we heard Shui waking up, we decided to turn it off and head back to the living room. Well then, with that being said, I want you to win this tournament no matter what. Shui. You are annoying when you are feeling down, but you are also annoying when you are in good spirits. Shui. Mew. Mew turned with her eyes half closed towards Shui, who had stood up as he said that. While facing us, Shui sat down on the chair again, hit the table and said this in indignation. Shut up, Machi. In fact, you'd better win. I'd bet all the money I had on both of you winning. After all, there's no way to get that money back anymore. Shui. You, wouldn't it be bad if you didn't get it right? I'm saying this in advance, but if you end up penniless you can't go around pestering Celine-san for money, you got that? It's fine if you ask us, but it's not like we have that much either. Wataru. I know that. However, if the pair that won against us were to win the tournament I'd feel content. In fact, it would feel like I'd won too, or something like that. Shui. Isn't that kind of wrong? That being said, for Shui to have done the information gathering we were planning to do is something we should be thankful for. Shui took out a table from his bag and started explaining while showing us the information on the screen. After we had memorized stuff like replays in our heads, we took a break. Alright, Shui, Mitsuyoshi-san included, I have been called the true self multiple times throughout the tournament. What does that even mean? Wataru. I was wondering about that too. What does that even mean? Mew. You guys are not looking at the BBS? Wait a bit. It should be around here. Oh, here. I believe the origin of that name comes from this thread. Shui. After he said that, Mew and I looked at the thread page Shui was pointing at. Only 3 thread 4 about the actual situation of the dual event group page players that belong to Sala. This is a thread to comment in real time about the broadcast of group page of the PvP tournament that is underway in TB. Let's be well mannered in this thread. The next thread will be announced and made once we reach over 800 posts. In case it's not made, it'll be announced in the next post number. If that reply is not made, please slow down your posts. 518, Nameless Night ID, WXAU8Y. Hero-chan is here, 519, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, ZTKGFB. Her first battle was like that, so I have high expectations. 520, Nameless Mage ID, 3PKBIBT. However, Why is she pairing up with a Shinto priest? She should have paired up with an archer. 521. Nameless Shinto priest ID. Gajkin. Don't make fun of Shinto priests. He was doing really well in that last match, right? 522. Nameless archer ID. 8U5TXG. A fight with the Emperor is not a good point of reference, lol. 523. Nameless knight ID. SGDZFPX. It has started. So their opponents are two martial artists. They are hard and a pain to deal with. 524. Nameless archer ID. MG3GZ9S. Hero-chan is being surrounded 2v1. 525. Nameless heavy warrior ID. ZTKGFB. Well, Hero-chan's partner hasn't moved from that spot since the beginning of the match. 526. Nameless mage ID. 5BTIPK. You are right, lol. He's been charging his MP, lol. 527. Nameless light warrior ID. NBNIT6AR. He finally started to cast something. But, don't you think it's too late to heal her? 528. Nameless knight ID. Such as Hero-chan DEEEEEE. 529. Nameless heavy warrior ID. R83QD. So fast, lol. It's barely been 30 seconds since the match started. Mao is what I thought, but she stood up right away. 530. Nameless archer ID. MG3GZ9S. What the hell is this? Please, someone explain. 531. Nameless Shinto priest ID. F-Belsels. No. This is too weird. I get the part where that Shinto priest choose revive, but there's no way to shorten the cast time, right? 532. Nameless mage ID. KKFCDH. From what I know, there shouldn't be a way right now. 533. Nameless martial artist ID. PB54PHB. Wait, lol. She died again, lol. 534. Nameless knight ID. SGDZFPX. This time for sure it's over. Wait. 535. Nameless mage ID. QGRV4TW. She got up again without delay, lol. Besides, where did the CD of revive go? Mao? 536. Nameless Shinto priest ID. HTDRZHW. I mean, you guys have been looking at Hero-chan all the time. That Shinto priest choose quick beforehand. 537. Nameless heavy warrior ID. An FHW9BF. Now that I think about it, that did exist. 538. Nameless martial artist ID. EA6 New 8J. Everyone is on Hero-chan's side. Someone go cheer for the duo of martial artists, lol. No one is commenting on their side, lol. 539. Nameless light warrior ID. EpicSec. Well, you know. 540. Nameless heavy warrior ID. 7BB6. Cuteness is justice. 541. Nameless knight ID. WXAU8Y. That being said, I like how she's cute, but what she shouts is pointlessly manly, lol. It's fun to watch, lol. 542. Nameless archer ID. JNT67SS. Yeah, however, this time she's been mostly just enduring. 543. Nameless mage ID. 5TLB7BP. Because of the CD of revive and quick, most likely. But, even when it's 2v1, she's doing a good job of blocking her opponents and not letting them get past her. She keeps getting buffed and healed too, so it does seem like she'll be able to endure. 544. Nameless Shinto priest ID. HTDRZHW. This Shinto priest is rotating his spells quite well. Other than that, if I'm guessing right, he's predicting when he has to cast revive. 545. Nameless heavy warrior ID. 7BB6. There's no way. If he failed the timing, it would be all over. 546. Nameless archer ID. KDDWHQK. However, if he started casting once she died, he wouldn't make it in time. Your casting would get interrupted when they hit you and it will be over. 547. Nameless light warrior ID. TT7 add 6. If Hiro-chan dies one more time we'll be able to confirm it. If she does die again, that is. 548, nameless night ID, JNT67SS. You are saying something quite mean. LOL. 549, nameless light warrior ID, TT7 add 6. However, sooner or later she will. 550, nameless martial artist ID, TTNT7BP. 551, nameless archer ID, KD-DWHQK. Wait a moment Lamau. Right now, Hiro-chan went back to her last position like some kind of rewinding Lamau. 552, nameless Shinto priest ID, HTDRZHW. I confirmed that he started casting 14 seconds before Hiro-chan died. I mean, he did it even though there would be 15 seconds until he finished casting it. Lamau. 553, nameless mage ID, FHWG8. What's with that 1 second of margin of error? 554, nameless heavy warrior ID, 7BB6. He didn't even give Hiro-chan the time to fall down. Lamau. He's a demon. Lamau. 555, nameless Shinto priest ID, and QDDRKZ. This is bad. This Shinto priest is so interesting. Lamau. If he keeps doing this in the tournament, I might make one of those fetish threads and cheer him on. Lamau. 556, nameless mage ID, SZ68 as 5. The opponents are shouting things like zombie and necromancer. I won't forgive you guys if you call Hiro-chan a zombie, you know. 557, nameless light warrior ID, D5AC5KL. It's an enigma how he manages to read the timing at which she'll die, even though you can control the timing to a certain extent with heals. 558, nameless night ID, JPV4x3D. She finished him off with burst edge. 559, nameless martial artist ID, EA6 new 8. Even though I'm temporarily cheering for the martial artist. 560, nameless archer ID, JPJul. At 599 temporarily you say LOL. But to finish off with a powerful skill after enduring until now, quite the exciting development. 561, nameless mage ID, Axtlum. The outcome has been decided. I'm going to check the other groups. 562, nameless night ID, Jai-Up8TR. This match, I would have loved to watch it in the venue if I had the time. 563, nameless Shinto priest ID, Beastman9. That being said, I don't appreciate the name Necromancer as another Shinto priest. I believe that would suit mages. Someone go give that Shinto priest an appropriate name, leaving it to others. 564, nameless light warrior ID, 4HHE5D. I saw that Shinto priest as a pervert that used Hiro-chan as if she was a remote weapon. LOL. 565, nameless heavy warrior ID, GUP9HX. It's true that the one controlling the flow of the battle wasn't Hiro-chan but that guy. It's a bit mean that it was similar to a necromancer. Lmao. She's like a robot. Lmao. 566, nameless mage ID, XMWHLW. There are enemies like that in games. Even if you defeat them endlessly, they'll get revived as long as you don't defeat the real enemy, or something like that. LOL. 567, nameless Shinto priest ID, 2ZBKT. The true self used in Trust on Hiro-chan. 568, nameless light warrior ID, X4C8. Was that a MP transfer skill? So that means that burst edges out of CD. So he has an understanding of the CDs of his allies. The true self is just faultless. 569, nameless archer ID, EG9CHT8. And that's the end of the match. However, that guy sure got blown away a great distance at the end. It's not like I'd like to get hit by that, but it felt really good to watch. LOL. 570, nameless heavy warrior ID, RIEFLF. The true self is amazing. 571, nameless mage ID, FMDHZKF. That true self completely controlled the flow of the match from start to finish. 572, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Xuad 7E. Not bad true self. I'll cheer for you next time too. 573, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Beastman 9A. What? We decided on true self? LOL. And, your second match was like a revival festival, right? That's why they decided on that nickname in a blink of an eye. Shui, who's a remote weapon. Having them saying something clever. I can't deny it. Miu. No, you should deny it, Machi. Shui. So that's why it ended in true self, huh? WL, it's better than being called a necromancer. But it doesn't feel great after all. Wataru, according to Shui, it seems like a thread to cheer for Hiro-chan's true self was happily made right after we got into the top 8, but I didn't check it because it's embarrassing. I have been given quite the weird name. Oh right, participants like us can also bet, right? Wataru, that seems to be the case. How about you bet on yourselves? Shui, before that, I'd like to know what the bet odds are like. Wataru, ooh, I want to know too. How popular are we? Miu. When he heard us say that, Shui turned his eyes away awkwardly. Hey, don't tell me why you won't hear anything from my mouth. You can see the odds in the main page, here. Shui. Saying that, Shui handed us his tablet, which was showing the official site. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, but for the time being, let's take a look. Looking from the top, our names don't appear at all. There it is. This one. Wataru, 8th place, 49x. Wait a moment. We are dead last aren't we? Miu. Why up, Shui? What's with this cruel rank? The number shown to us was just cruel. There were hardly any players that thought we would win the whole thing. Even though we hadn't fought yet, I had this odd feeling of having lost already. After pouring some for Miu and Shui, I took the teacup and took a sip of the tea. It was a bit more bitter than usual. While it's a bit weird for me to ask this since this concerns me, Shui, is it really going to be fine to bet that huge amount of money into this? You are completely aiming for a lucky break here. Wataru, I regret it a bit. But, Waki, you'll do something about it, right? It's going to be fine. It's going to be huge if I get it right. Shui, even if you say that to me. Wataru, however, I can't accept this. Shui, why did things end up like this? Explain things to me. Miu, this would also be faster if you looked at the BS most likely. There's a thread that is predicting who will win. Wait a moment. Here. I think you'll get an idea after seeing this. Shui. Last boss thread 2 for predicting the winners of the Grado Empire-sponsored duel tournament event. Albert. This is a thread to predict the winner of the ongoing PvP tournament in TB. Chat regarding betting odds and amount of money bet should also be done here. Let's be well mannered. The next thread will be made once we reach over 900 comments. 2. Nameless Mage ID. C2's Delhi. Summary of the last thread. Identity of the top 8. 8 pairs 16 people. Heavy warriors, 3 light warriors, 2 martial artists, 2 knights, 3 archers, 4 mages, 1 Shinto priests, 1. 3. Nameless Mage ID. C2's Delhi. Odds date at noon, 12 o'clock. Taken from the official site. First place Mercenary Albert. Heavy Filia. Heavy, 1.4x. Second place Licht. Knight Rose, Knight, 5.3x. Third place Hippopotamus, Heavy Folk, Archer, 8.6x. Fourth place Insipid Green Tea, Martial Artist Dry Shiitake Mushroom, Archer, 10.1x. Fifth place Thief Edward, Light Archer Iris, Archer, 30.7x. Sixth place Forever Chrysalis, Light Incomplete Container, Archer, 35.9x. Seventh place Walter, Martial Artist Heshaft, Mage, 42.5x. Eighth place Yuma, Night Hind, Shinto, 49.2x. 4. Nameless Night ID, LPC Parfa. Thanks for making the thread. 5. Nameless Light Warrior ID, NLBKE. Good work. However, there's hardly any profit for betting on first place. 6. Nameless Shinto Priest ID, BuxFemW5. Besides, it does look like it's going to end up being even lower than that. It'll probably end at 1.2x by the end. 7. nameless mage ID, NS6H7. The finals of Group A was the highlight after all. He turned the match around even when he ended 2v1 after all. 8. Nameless Archer ID, Jabes Z2. That old man Albert is all sorts of weird. And Philia-chan is cute. 9. Nameless Light Warrior ID, TPHKGPW. What relationship does she have with that mass of muscles? She's a little girl, or rather, she looks like an elementary schooler. His daughter? 10. Nameless Archer ID, SNZSBLX. No way, they don't look alike at all. 11. Nameless Shinto Priest ID, GN4 If his wife was pretty there's a chance. Other than that, their eyes look similar. There's a chance, I think. 12. Nameless Mage ID, KWNGWXF. I don't know the truth but a little girl brandishing a big axe has its appeal. Since I thought it was going to be full of guys, I'm quite happy about how surprisingly there's a few female players left. 13. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, Urkui. Let's see. Philia-chan, Rose-chan, Iris-chan. That Oju-sama and Hiro-chan, and Walter-chan, huh? That makes it 6. 14. Nameless Archer ID, SNZSBLX. Did he just mix someone into the group? 15. Nameless Knight ID, PWHC8RF. Just your imagination. I didn't see anything. 16. Nameless Light Warrior ID, X7UX7. Walter-chan is a cute girl with a Zork cut. It's true. 17. Nameless Martial Artist ID, GZDG469. I can't be the only one that had to double check when he saw the profiles in the replay videos. LOL. That's a scam I tell you. 18. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, 8PUXP. Phew, I bet on Hiro-chan and True Self, who are dead last. Please make it happen like last event. Please. 19. Nameless Mage ID, Tsizwa. Last event. Was it where Hiro-chan made it into the damage rankings? 20. Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, 8PUXP. At 19. That's right. On the last day, True Self used Sacrifice and Hiro-chan stole first place from Albert. 21. Nameless Knight ID, 23J84PG. But, I wonder how it'll go. First place and second place were overwhelming in the group tournament. It's hard when you have to fight two vanguards. They look quite strong. That's why the current odds are like that. 22. Nameless Mage ID, SEK27. Even though having a magic job behind would be an orthodox tactic in RPGs. Why did it end up like this? 23. Nameless Shinto Priest ID, 8QUL6. Because having an archer behind is the standard in TB. 24. Nameless Mage ID, HKWNS2Y. The casting times get in the way after all. Putting more of a burden on your vanguards than archers is quite the minus. 25. Nameless Shinto Priest ID, FMRF9RW. At 22-24 at least. Let's keep cheering for the magic classes that have won until now. There's only 2 left after all. Since it's like this, I'll go bet on Hiro-chan too, though it'll only be a small amount. This is my fault. Thanks to me lacking any type of high-powered magic, it's being seen as a fatal weakness for duels. As expected, archers with a vanguard are the preferred duo. Hirsch's eyes looked as if they were filled with rage. When I first saw her name, I was quite surprised. Wataru. Well, leaving aside the 2 pairs at the top, which dominated their groups, the other 4 pairs aside from Hirschi-chan's and Waki's all have an archer in them. Shui. Isn't that just job discrimination? So shallow-minded. Mew. Well, there's that too, but we also had a close match in our group final after all. Wataru. Foo fun. Shui proudly stuck out his chest. Usually, I would tell him not to get carried away, but since he looked quite down yesterday, I'll let it pass this time. And then, as if she was thinking about something, Miyu put her hand over her mouth and breathed in. I decided I'm also going to bet on ourselves. Miyu. Ooh, Machi, you sure are fired up. I was waiting for those words. Shui. She stood up from her chair along with those words, and as if to put fighting spirit into those words, she hit her chest. Because of the inertia, Those twin heels of hers were shaking. I'm fine with betting, but let the amount be moderate. Wataru. Everything. Miu. Eh? Wataru. Everything we own. Shouldn't that be obvious? Miu. Whoa. As expected of Machi, you know what you are talking about. Shui. These guys, they are not thinking at all about what would happen if they fail. Once I drank the tea while those two were getting excited. For some reason, it suddenly got quiet and they stared at me with eyes full of expectation. Are they telling me I have to go and bet too? Well then, I'll bet only a small amount. Wataru. Ha. Both of them. What's with that expression that looks as if they are saying I'm disappointed in you? What's wrong with going for a safe option? To begin with, even if it's a game, I don't like things like gambling. In real life, I make a lot of effort to economize as much as I can. It's going to be 0 if we miss, you know. 0. We won't get anything back. In that case, it would be much better if we indulged ourselves a bit and went to eat something tasty. Wataru, I've known you for a long time. I know what you are thinking about more or less. However, this is a game. A game. What's fun about thinking about risks as if it was real life? You have to bet too. You have to. Miu! Wataru. Hearing Miu's words, I felt shock as if I had just been hit in my head. It's true that even if the money inside the game were to be gone, that wouldn't matter at all. Even if we had to work hard to earn it all back, as long as it's a game, thinking about ways to earn the money might lead to ways to have fun. No matter where you look at it from, I'm being dragged into it. But if it's at times like this, I guess I wouldn't mind being dragged into it. I got it. I'll bet everything too. Wataru. I'll react. Both of them. You guys are so noisy. I'll do my best, but don't blame me later. Wataru. If we end up losing, it's decided that it'll be money earning hell after the event ends. Then, I checked the clock and noticed that it was close to 3 p.m. I stood up since it was about time for a snack and I said from behind me. By the way, Waki, who would you bet on if it was someone other than yourself? Well. Wataru. If we thought about it normally, it would probably be Aniki, Albert. Once I said that, both made faces that were saying I thought so. And laughed. We ate the waffles I made for a snack and finally got to the main objective of our gathering, which was to have a group study. We stopped before it got dark. More than half the time was spent talking about game-related stuff. But since we had finished covering what would be in the test, it was fine. After bringing the laundry inside, about the time I was done making preparations for dinner, Rise and Mum came back home while carrying a huge amount of stuff. Once I took a look inside the bags, I saw a huge amount of cloth. Nope, for some reason it seems like they had gone to the supermarket and bought ingredients. I'm thankful. They stood next to me, who kept making the food and started putting the food inside the fridge. Wataru. It smells good, but what's in the menu for dinner? Akano. Chicken stew, fried mackerel, boiled spinach, mushroom miso soup. Something like that. Since we didn't eat rice today, I made it Japanese style. Wataru. Oh my, that sounds great. Our lunch was kinda heavy. Akano. Is that so? What did you eat? Wataru. Fast food. We ate in an hamburger shop. Rise. Why? Wataru. I unconsciously stopped moving my hands and looked at them. Since they were going to eat outside, it would have been fine if they went to a better place. Didn't they have enough time? Or was it because the shops were crowded? Just when I thought that, they both said that they went there on purpose. Since Wataru makes only healthy things, sometimes we feel like going to those kinds of cheap places to eat. Right? Rise-chan. Akano. Yes. We stopped there without noticing. Rise. I see. So, how was it? Wataru. When I asked that, they glanced at each other and showed an ambiguous smile. This time, let's buy some hamburger bread and make some at home. Akano. That's right. If inside there were burgers made by Nissan, I'm sure they'd come out really tasty. Rise. There's no way that would be possible. Wataru. These two tend to do things that I don't really understand quite frequently. In the end, this is turning into a conversation that makes me unable to understand why they even went out for such. To begin with, if we are going that far, I might as well make the buns at home too. We have a gas oven after all. It would be a waste to not use it. Oh well. For the time being, let's eat dinner. Come on. Bring the stuff over to the table. Wataru. Got it. Akano. Understood. Rise. After dinner, I cleaned up the tableware and after finishing preparing the ingredients for tomorrow, I took a bath. Once I finished doing everything I had to do, it was finally time for the finals. There was more than enough time, so I logged into the main site first and bet my entire savings too. Well then, time to go. Wataru. After stretching, I put on the VR gear and lie down on the bed. Ooh, the size of the Coliseum has gotten bigger. The ones used for the group tournaments were just copy-pasted and all the same, but it seems like the one used for the finals is completely different. After moving to the venue from Sala after logging in, I appeared within the Coliseum that was many times the size of the previous one. After taking a small look at the scenery outside, I got the feeling that it was the same as the one for the group tournaments. How do they make it to stay the same way? Do they exist in parallel while being part of another dimension? Or something like that? I don't really get it, but in that huge place there were already a big amount of players crowding into it. It's the true self. You are right. However, the remote weapon Hero-chan is not though. Won't she come here later? Whoa, he looked here. Be careful. If you meet his eyes, you'll get turned into a remote weapon too. As if. Is what I wanted to retort with all my might when I heard such conversation, but I managed to keep calm. Bear it, you have to keep calm. Though, there are more people using True Self than I thought there would. But since Yuma is not next to me, the amount is moderate. I started moving around quietly so I didn't stand out. Leaving that aside, when I opened my inventory and saw the 0G in my possession, I felt sad, because you can even bet the single-digit numbers of cash. Under Miyu and Shui's supervision, I properly bet all I owned, which was about 300,000 G. At the end, our position was still last, but our betting odds got up to 50x, so if we win we'll get the huge amount of 15,000 G, but I doubt it'll go that well though. Who are we? Exclamation mark. Suddenly my field of view turned dark because of someone's hands. The voices I heard were of two females, but the owner of the voices wasn't the one that was covering my eyes. From the soft feeling I got, I believe these hands also belong to a female. But there's something, there are some soft and heavy things that are not these hands currently pressing against my back though. 3 people, girls, and then this. I got it. The ones that talked were like Chorus-chan and Cineraria-chan. The one covering my eyes is Siesta-chan, I think. How about that? Ooh, senpai, you got them right. Long time no see. Siesta. It's been a long time. Good jobs figuring it out. Lyko. Good evening. Thanks for inviting us tonight. Sei. The one with round eyes and cheerfulness like Chorus-chan. The one like a polite honest student is Cineraria-chan. And the sleepy-looking one Siesta-chan bowed to me. I would have preferred if they had made a normal entrance, but it was at the level of a charming prank coming from some middle schoolers, so I couldn't really reprimand them. Though it's also because, like Cineraria-chan said, I was the one who invited them. Welcome. Since we are here, how about we go get some seats together? Participants in the finals have front row seats prepared for them beforehand, and each pair is able to call up to 10 friends to sit down with them. In our case we invited Rizu, Celine-san, Toby and our new friend Mitsuyoshi-san, so we had space to spare. At that time, we invited these girls since they were both friends of mine and Yuma, but I'm happy that they were able to come here to cheer for us. By the way, senpai, weren't you able to discern who I was just now because of the sensation of my breasts? Was that just my imagination? Siesta. Wait, what is this girl even saying in public right now? It's true that I did. It's true, but just now, I kinda went and compared them to the breasts of Miyu, who I saw this noon too, but since you'll end up making fun of me whether I admit it or I deny it, I definitely won't answer. Besides, I believe I already warned you to not do or say things like that when talking to people of the opposite sex. It's dangerous. Wataru. Don't be like that. However, Didn't I say that I didn't do this kind of thing with people other than senpai? Siesta. Phew, Hein senpai, that was a cool way to react. It's so mature. Like Oris. So true. It's quite unusual to see being handled this easily. Inner area. That is probably only when they compare me to the guys from their middle school, right? Being told that I'm more mature compared to middle schoolers does give me quite the complex feeling. Even when I look like this to them, I'm actually quite shaken up inside. I don't think I'm that different compared to them. Rather than that, senpai, the way you talk reminds me of an old ma. Siesta. Hind. Just kidding, I'm sorry. Siesta. Si-chan apologized, even though she has never apologized even once to our homeroom teacher? Like Oris. Such incredible intensity. I believe you feel more like a mum. That's why it's fine. Yeah. Cineraria-chan, that doesn't make it any better. But to think they would call me an old man. Saying things that are bothering other people. Since Siesta-chan just keeps pulling pranks whenever she sees a chance, I believe that she's quite the problem child in real life too. But according to like Oris-chan and Cineraria-chan, it looks like despite this fact, her academic grades are quite good. I can see their middle school teachers having it hard. Even though her grades are good, she doesn't take things seriously, and it's not like they can put their hands on a student. Now that I think about it, haven't you guys done any PvP? If like Oris-chan acted as the vanguard, I believe there would be a good balance no matter who pairs up with her though. Hind. No, I participated with Lyko during the preliminaries, but inner area. Since we sucked, we always lost before being able to use arrow rain. We dropped out during them. Like Oris, I watched over their growth while taking a nap. Mew. Siesta. While saying that, Siesta-chan gave a thumbs up while looking really sleepy. Isn't that the same as saying she didn't do anything? At least look over the replays and give them some advice. Hind. Si-chan's advice was really accurate, but she only did give advice whenever she felt like it. Inner area. Si-chan is mean, right? Like Oris. Rather than mean, I'd say you guys have quite the weird relationship. Hind. From what it looks like, instead of a three-man group, it feels more like two people plus another, but weirdly enough it makes you think that they are part of the same group. Like Oris-chan and Cineraria-chan are the main people that decide what to do. Siesta-chan does voice her opinion from time to time or moves on a whim. That being said, since they get along so well despite that, I have nothing to say as an outsider. Since we arrived at the front row after talking to that point, we decided to continue our talk after we had taken our seats. That being said, senpai, you sure have gotten really famous quickly thanks to Yuma-san. There we go. Siesta. Whoa. Why, you are right. Hind. You even got a weird nickname, right? If I remember correctly it was like Oris. True self. Yup. Inner area. We watched the replays. My hands got sweaty during the group finals. What's wrong, Hind senpai? You are looking all restless there. Siesta. That's obviously because Siesta-chan is sitting on top of my lap. Both of you stop her. The stares I'm getting from our vicinity hurt. They are piercing me. Hind. When I set her down against her will and made her take a seat, the three of them placed a hand behind their head and stuck out their tongues. I can't really accept just how in sync they are at times like these. On top of that, since they were that cheerful, I got tired from dealing with them alone. I wonder if someone will come soon. As I was thinking that, a suspicious person wearing a hood and a robe stood up in front of us. Like that, she stood with her arms folded and didn't move for a while, but since I stood there without saying a word and just looking back at her, she began to shake. Say something, at least react. Those kind of emotions were leaking from her. Yumi, Hind. Dada, who would have thought it was me all along? Yuma. She probably couldn't hold back anymore. Yuma took off her robe and showed herself before I could even finish saying it. The moment they saw her, like Oris-chan and Cineraria-chan, who were just looking at the situation, smiled like blossoming flowers. Yuma-san. Both of them, like that. They started getting loud and having fun, so I left them to their own devices. After sitting down again in my seat, I let a big sigh out. Finally, A weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Siesta-chan quietly approached me right away, but I should be able to deal with one of them. Senpai, why is Yuma-san wearing a robe? Those are the robes that you get when you create a cha and are used to conceal your identity, right? Siesta, yeah, that girl. She's way more known by other players compared to someone like me. It was done just to make sure she didn't cause an uproar. Besides, in order for her to not do anything stupid, she was supposed to be accompanied by someone that didn't like standing out but a person that dislikes standing out. Senpai, isn't that person over there? Siesta. I followed where Siesta-chan was pointing at. The person wearing a robe just like Yuma was far behind from our seats. Since her path was being obstructed by players chatting, she couldn't pass through and was panicking. Celine Sayan. Somehow, I was able to push all those players aside, rescue Celine-san and manage to return to our previous seats. After exchanging some basic introductions nervously with the three girls, Celine-san sat limply on her seat. Good work out there, Celine-san. Thanks for bringing Yuma here. It's fine. I'm the one that suggested it. Celine. Since it doesn't look like there's been an uproar, it seems like they were able to move around well. But it looks like at the end, Yuma saw us and broke into a run, which ended up with her being left behind. Are you fine? Having three people you've seen for the first time here, Mitsuyoshi-san is also going to come later though. I'm sort of fine with girls younger than me. Besides, Mitsuyoshi-san looks like the calm type and it's the second time we'll meet, so it'll probably be fine. Celine. Celine-san sure is working hard to improve on her fear of strangers. By the way, the one that said don't mind me and invite your friends. Was her the one that made Yuma-san's armor was Celine-san? Having her name called out suddenly, Celine-san showed signs of feeling nervous. It seems like they were currently talking about Yuma's defensive gear. Sechin is a top-class blacksmith. If you want to hear about it in detail, you should go ask the person itself. Yuma. The design is also beautiful. So, Celine-san, would it be fine if we talk to you? Cineraria. Hi, go ahead. Celine. Having been called by Cineraria-chan, Celine-san's shoulders trembled as she replied, like that. They asked questions about the armor and praised her. While she was really nervous, she was able to properly reply to their questions. It's going well. Yup. For some reason, it feels kind of lonely. Senpai, you are making the face of a father sending his daughter to wed. Siesta. You are kidding. Wait, what kind of face is even that? Have you even seen it? An uncle of mine made that same face when he was at his daughter's wedding. It was exactly like yours. Siesta. To begin with, it seems like Siesta-chan wants to treat me like an old man no matter what. If I'm being told it over and over, I'll really start getting old, so I wish she stopped. Really. After that, Mitsuyoshi-san was the first one of the remaining three to appear. When he saw that the lineup was full of girls, he let out a "so glamorous." And in a blink of an eye, he was already part of the group and participating in conversations. Then it was Toby and the last one was Rizu. Siesta. Rizu arrived and without moving, she stared at Siesta-chan, who was seated next to me. I'm pretty sure I told her these girls were coming beforehand though. Then, as if she had thought of something, she headed towards Siesta-chan and said one word while pointing at her. Out. Rizu. Wait a moment Rizu, come over here. It was the same as that time with Celine-san, but it was far too rude for a first meeting. As expected, Siesta-chan looked a bit offended. I took her to a place a bit far from there and after giving her a sermon, I had her do it again from the beginning. I apologize. Nice to meet you. I'm Hein-san's little sister Rizu. Rizu. So you are the little sister. Fun. I see. Siesta. Hey, Sei-chan, aren't those two a bit scary? Like Oris. Why yup. I wonder what's going on? Cineraria. Like that they exchanged greetings and, leaving aside their inner thoughts, nothing happened on the surface. However, there was a change in the seating order, on both of my sides. Instead of Siesta-chan and Yuma, It changed to Toby and Mitsuyoshi-san. The one that said it was better that way and assigned the positions was Mitsuyoshi-san, who said Hindkun's human relationships are terrible, while laughing. Are they terrible? Meanwhile, the first participants appeared on the stage. The favorites made a grand entrance in the first battle of the tournament. Ah, he's here. Aniki. Toby-kun sure is in high spirits. Aniki? Celine. Ah, we met him before. Since then, he's been a fan of Mercenary Albert. He has him in his friend list too. Hind. I see. However, isn't he betting on Hindkun? Celine. This and that are different matters. Digazaruyo. Toby. A big muscular guy carrying a big sword and a twin-tailed little girl carrying a big axe. So that's Filia-chan, huh? Seeing both of them, the entire venue started cheering excitedly. And it seems like Albert Aniki was still using the sword we sold him. If we are talking about that strength he had when he pulled out the sword, even if he didn't switch weapons during this event, it should still hold more than enough destructive power. This is just me talking about the weapon in terms of weight and how hard it is to handle though. On the other side of the stage there was a section with seats for the nobles. It seems like that's where the NPC leaders of each nation are seated at. Unfortunately you can't really see them from here, but it seems like the Emperor and the Queen, alongside all the rulers of each nation, are lined up there. Let's hope that the players that are seated close to them will share screenshots of them later on. Well then, let's turn our eyes back to the stage. The opponents are Thief Edward and Archer Iris. A duo of a light warrior and archer, the same as Toby and Mitsuyoshi-san then. Hind. That being said, it doesn't seem like there's not going to be a live coverage of this. Isn't this the same as the preliminaries? Toby. No, wait. Isn't the situation at the royal seats weird? Mitsuyoshi. Right after Mitsuyoshi-san said that, a red silhouette jumped out from the royal seats. Like that, it vigorously landed on top of the stage. The being that stood there as if nothing had happened, was none other than the Emperor of the Grado Empire. There was no way to mistake that deep red figure even from this distance. As if to calm the commotion that was taking place in the venue, the Emperor opened his mouth along with a big gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm declaring here and now, that the one that will judge the 7 last matches of this tournament will be none other than me. In other words, you could say that there's no seat more special than this one, Emperor. In reaction to those words said in jest, the audience let out some laughs and some people voiced their agreement with him. The voice was transmitted really well. It reached every part of the Colosseum. Foo-foo, I bet you guys are jealous. Well, even if the scenery we see is different, we only have one wish tonight. That is for our blood to boil and our flesh to throb, that is, to watch some intense fights. Well then, let's enjoy this feast to our heart's content. Emperor. The Emperor raised both hands and the venue trembled along with his loud voice. Immediately after, loud cheers that didn't lose in volume to him resounded throughout the venue. Following that excitement, the Emperor said the following words. First match of the quarterfinals, Mercenary Albert Filia vs Thief Edwards. Archer Iris. Begin. Emperor. Both duos started to move at the same time as the Emperor's hand was lowered. However, the match was cruelly decided in an instant. Against Edward, who was aiming for a hit-and-run tactic, Albert ran towards him without hesitation after the match started. Edward got flustered and tried to keep him in check by landing a hit, but thanks to the hit-stop resistance, he couldn't stop his charge and then, in front of our eyes, Edward's slender body was struck violently. It collided with the invisible field and like that, along with a splash of blood, the body slowly fell down. Edward, who was on the ground, didn't show any signs of moving again. While dumbfounded, I returned my sight back to Albert, and he was standing still in the posture after having swung his large sword. I wondered just how strongly he swung that. There were a large amount of cracks around his feet. This is surprising. Watching it live, you can see again how uncanny that is. Hind. Even if there's the weight correction for heavy warriors, that wasn't the speed at which you'd usually swing that weapon. Other than that, to swing that stupidly big sword, it has to be the result of the physical strength of the actual person. Mitsuyoshi. Even if it was a critical hit against a light warrior, for him to die in a single normal attack. I'm getting chills. Toby, even Toby, who was cheerfully cheering for him until a while ago, was left in this state. The girls didn't utter a single word and the venue was enveloped in a strange air. Albert didn't do anything else. Philia cornered Iris and the match ended. That's it for the match. I was shown overwhelming strength that went against the concept of the tournament. The winner is the duo of mercenary Albert Philia, Emperor. Second battle, Hippopotamus, Grado Empire. Falk, Grado Empire, versus Insipid Green Tea, Mole Republic. Dry Shiitake Mushroom, Mole Republic. It ended with the Hippopotamus duo winning. Followed by the third match, Richt, Rust Kingdom Rose, Rust Kingdom, versus Forever Chrysalis, Grado Empire. Incomplete container, Grado Empire. The Richt Rose duo was currently at an advantage. Speaking of our match, it seems like it ended up being the last one. It seems like the pairings were supposed to be random, but in the end, we both ended up being at the end of the tournament bracket. It's reaching the climax. As expected of the finals block, they are evenly matched. The only weird match was that first one. Toby. In other words, you could say that the only weird one is that Albert. Mitsuyoshi. Like Mitsuyoshi-san said, Philia-chan's movements were really good as a heavy warrior, but those were still within the realm of common sense. Only Albert Aniki was in another completely different dimension since the group battles. Wouldn't he be fine going 1 versus 2? There were people that voiced that opinion. However, these high-pitched cheers sure are hard on the ears. Toby. The source of Toby's unpleasant face were the cheers of the female players. They were all directed towards the Knight Richt. From what I saw from the videos, he did seem like a handsome guy that would be popular. If I looked more closely, aside from Toby, I could see a lot of male players looking rather displeased. In contrast to being loved by females, he seems to be quite hated by the male player base. If you are jealous, you could just be honest and say so. It's not like that. Toby. Thanks for the easy-to-understand reaction. If Toby-kun fixed the parts where he's lacking, he would be popular too. Such a waste. Mitsuyoshi. I wonder if he was able to fix those. You'd think he'd have already fixed them by now. God damn it. Toby. In an act of frustration, Toby got off his seat and crouched down. Maybe we went a bit too far with the jokes. I locked eyes with Mitsuyoshi-san and we both smiled wryly. We picked Toby up from both sides and got him back onto his seat. For a while, Toby covered his face while groaning and he finally took a deep breath after a while. Phew, I calmed down. But I can't stop this feeling of envy when I see a pair of man and woman finishing someone off smoothly with continuous sword skills. Toby. Unlike the pair of Albert, these two are quite coordinated after all. Now that you mention it, it felt like they made 2 one-on-one fights. What do you think, Hind-kun? From your point of view, what do you think about their coordination? Mitsuyoshi. Right after those words from Mitsuyoshi-san, their opponent's light warrior, who acted as the vanguard, was finished off by their pincer attack. With the way it's going, this match should have been decided. Well, from what I've seen so far, the coordination between those knights. It's true that they are both strong enough to be the second most popular duo. However, it might be because of the fear of friendly fire. The distance between them is far too large. I believe there are plenty of weaknesses we can take advantage of. As expected of you. If the demon of coordination says so, it must be true. Mitsuyoshi. We experienced that firsthand with our bodies after all. I have high expectations of you. Toby. You don't have to suck up to me like that. Before that, we first have to pass through the fight in front of us or there will be nothing after. I believe you guys are getting ahead of yourselves here. After saying that, I stood up from my seat. If we win, we'll face them in the next round, but for the time being let's put that away from our minds. More importantly, if we don't start moving before the next match, we'll end up having to go there in a hurry. Yuma, we should get going. Mogo? Yuma. I called Yuma, who who was stuffing her mouth with muffins and urged her to start preparing. The reason why the female seats were really quiet was because of this. Though the guys did eat them really fast, the girls ignored the match and took their time to enjoy the sweets. The conversations I heard from time to time had nothing to do with the match and were all related to discussing the sweets. That's enough. Well done, Knights of Rust. The way you completely plucked your opponent's chances of winning was splendid. The winners are the Richt Rose duo, Emperor. Meanwhile, it seems like the match was decided. With this, the third match of the quarter-finals is over too. In the end it ended because of a misfire of arrow rain. With this it's finally our turn next. Well then, we are going. Yuma will be on our way. Hind. After receiving words of encouragement and being sent off by everyone, Yuma and I moved to the stage. While being watched by the Emperor, we faced Herscarft and Walter. Walter was wearing the same butler outfit as before. However, it was probably a new one made with materials with high defense. In Herscarft's case, she was wearing a far more gorgeous dress than before. Since they were both wearing outfits that you didn't usually see players wearing, they were standing out quite a bit. The reason Hesha has the nickname of Oju-sama in the BBS is probably also because of this fact. Hind. I wanted to face you in the finals. Hesha. The people in the BBS supporting the two duos with a magic class job in them are probably quite disappointed. To think that we would have to beat each other right from the bat. Hind. But one of us will go to the semi-finals. If we lose, I'll cheer for Master. Walter. Don't talk as if it's decided that we are going to lose, Walter. Hind. If we win, you will have to cheer for us. Hesha. Well, that was what I was planning to do. Hind. There's no way we would lose that easily. Yuma. Towards those words coming from Yuma, Hesha glared at her sharply. Walter looked quite nervous and the Emperor looked like he was having fun watching sparks fly off before the match. It seems like until they are done talking, he will wait to give the signal for the battle to start. Your partner sure has quite the impertinent mouth. Shouldn't you teach her some manners? Hesha. Look who's talking. Can't you hold a conversation without adding Hind into it? If you have something to say, how about you say it straight to me? You coward. Yuma. They countered sharp words with sharp words. The corners of their eyes suddenly rose up and they took up their weapons and shouted at the same time. So rude. I can't forgive your insolent attitude. Hesha. Just what I was asking for. Come at me already. Yuma. Well, I already thought this before. But these two, their natures are identical. What do you think, Walter? When I asked him that carefreely, he replied with a troubled expression. It's true that might be the case, but, Master, is it really fine to leave them like that? Walter. Don't worry. You should look forward to their attitude after the battle. Hind. If you say so, Master. Well, I'll put my heart into it. Let's have a good battle. Walter. Sure. I'll do my best too. Hind. I stood quite far behind Yuma and Walter stood as if to protect Hesha. When we were in position, the Emperor took a step forward. I'm grateful that the Emperor had waited until we finished talking. I take you are ready? Fumu. That's good. In that case, final battle of the quarter-finals, Walter Herscarft vs Yuma Hind. Begin, Emperor. Right after the match started, just when I was going to start charging my MP up, I was assaulted by a whip. At the same time I heard the sound of the wind being cut. Luckily, it only hit the area around my legs so I didn't take any damage, but the range was far longer than I expected. Furthermore, the problem was that I was unable to see the trajectory at all. So I should take it as it's impossible to see. With the physical attack of a mage it would be too weak to count as a damage source, so it can be expected that it was used mainly to stop me from chanting and MP charging. Yuma. Hind. Oh, here I go. Yuma. This time, we'll be the ones going on the offensive. The orders I gave Yuma this time were extremely simple and not very precise. In other words, so you are going to aim for me? Hesha. Phew, ha ha ha. It was to focus on recklessly sticking close to Hesha. The audience grew excited because of Yuma's fierce attacks from the get-go. With our distance growing, we were currently mutually isolated. If Walter were to focus on targeting me it would be pretty dangerous. However, I had confidence about something. Oju-sama. Walter! Walter, you idiot. I told you many times to not let Hind get MP, Kaya. Hesha. For you to look away, you sure have it easy, huh? Take this. I'll chop those annoying drills of your. Yuma. I can't do that. To let Oju-sama alone as she's being attacked. I'll assist you. Walter won't come my way, definitely. After being called master by him, I had been in contact frequently with Walter. It seems like Hesha's family's butler training was the real deal. From the contents of the worries that were in our conversations, they were very strict by today's modern standards. It was ingrained in his body that no matter what happened, he should protect his master. Even if it's a game, I doubt that the docile Walter will be able to ignore that. Making use of that, I was able to quietly charge up my MP. I have the feeling that it's quite the dirty tactic, but if Hesha is unable to recover from this strategy that takes Walter's nature into account, we'll probably win at this rate. I've more or less charged up my MP, so I started casting plenty of buffs and heals on Yuma. Hesha is doing a good job at running away and Walter's defense is solid. However, Yuma has already managed to bring Hesha's HP down to around 50%. Will they be able to get out of this situation? At this rate, guess we don't have any other choice. Walter, we are going with Plan B. Hesha! Yes, Oju-sama. Walter, what's going on? Yuma. Walter went from playing defensive to going on the offense. He passed through Yuma's sword and went towards her body. Furthermore, both of his fists were emitting light. No good. Get away, Yuma. Hind, eh? Yuma. Walter is an Kaigong type. Among the martial artist types, they are able to inflict status ailments on strong foes and their resilience is higher than other martial artist types. This skill, Denebu? Yuma. Hakayabu. It's a powerful skill that for the short duration of 5 seconds, you are able to release attacks that disregard the opponent's defense. It goes without saying that, in a state that was akin to being defenseless, Yuma was knocked out by the rush of blows and rolled on the stage. This made the armor that Shien-san went through so much trouble to make look bad. Furthermore, this situation is not good. I was completely careless. I knew about the skill, but Walter didn't use this skill in the group stages at all. Even though I thought that we wouldn't get into trouble as long as I was careful about Raging Flame, to think they would be able to counterattack this well. No good. Both of them are coming this way. Because I wasn't being vigilant of Walter's skills, I still haven't finished casting Revive. That was a trump card that we were saving for the finals. Feel honored, Hind. Hesha. Prepare yourself, Master. Walter, there's another 8 seconds until Revive finishes casting. I moved towards the edge of the stage to gain as much distance as I could. As if to showcase how fast he was, Walter shortened the distance in an instant. Damn it, his physical ability is high. 5 seconds left. Don't panic, dodging should be the only thing I take pride in. Let him come closer until the last moment. Then roll through his flank to slip through his kick. Even though the system would stop your casting if it judged that you have taken damage. Alright, 3 seconds left. He didn't hit me. Walter, hurry up and stop his casting. Hesha. Why yes. Walter. At the same time they talked in a panic, 3 attacks flew towards me. A punch from Walter thrown from an imperfect stance along with a whip attack from Hesha after having cast Fireball, flew towards me simultaneously. Only 1 second left. Please make it in time. Ouch. Hind. It grazed him. We did it. This marks the end for you, Hind. Hesha. I ran towards the Fireball, since it looked to be the easiest one to dodge, but from the 3 balls that she shot I was grazed by the last one. Having confirmed their victory, she had Walter stand in front of her as she started chanting a big spell. However, I picked up my staff and took up my stance again as I smiled at Hesha and Walter. Who said that it was over? Yuma! Immediately after, Walter was swept away in an instant by lightning. While being covered in lightning, Yuma sharply rushed in front of his eyes. Seems like since I cast it while facing the Fireball, I was able to make them both miss the visual effect of my revive. As a result, Walter was taken by surprise and unable to dodge Yuma's sharp attack, taking a direct hit to the side. Yuma's war cry echoed throughout the stage. The ones that are going to lose, are you guys? Yuma. Oh, Jusama. Walter. Hesha. Taking their burst edge, filled with Yuma's fighting spirit, Walter's small body was blown away while spinning in the air. Being unable to properly take the fall, his body made a loud noise as it fell powerlessly on the stage. There's no doubt that he became incapacitated there. I looked back at Hesha after making sure of that and was quite surprised that her eyes were still filled with the intention to fight. It seems like she didn't lose concentration even while Walter was being blown away. On top of her hand there was a gigantic fireball already being formed. It's not over yet. The match hasn't been decided yet. Hesha. Hind, isn't that fireball even bigger than the Emperor's? Yuma. Is this the time for comments like that? Run away. Hind. She must have casted it along with the mage skill, concentration. It's a skill that empowers your magic by offering a part of your HP. Judging from the MP she's been able to charge up until now, she probably has also used mana conversion. She most likely has barely any HP left. It's literally the last attack fired after giving all her remaining life. She probably was aiming to crush both of us with this attack, but it also means that if we survive it's our win. Hind. Yuma. I rushed over to Yuma. After breaking her posture, I threw her as far as I could with my strength. I felt as if my back was going to break from the weight of the armor. However, it seems I was able to successfully throw her far enough. Like that, I ran towards the huge fireball myself. Nua? Hind. Yuma. The same way I used it in the battle against the Emperor, I used the Shinto priest's high magical resistance as a shield against magic. If we can't dodge it, I should at least keep damage to a minimum. Besides, even if it comes to the worst case scenario and I'm taken out, it doesn't change the fact that it'll be our win if Yuma is left. The reason I ran into it myself was to keep Yuma as far away as possible from the radius of its effect. Once the fire settled down, my remaining HP was 1. I was left with 1 horsepower. I'm alive. Hind. Ooh, what luck. It's the first time I've seen it in this game, being left with 1 horsepower. Yuma. This has to be a lie, right? The attack I put everything I had in. Rather than crushing both of you, to think I was unable to defeat even one of you. Hesha. Hesha was dumbfounded at the sight of what she was seeing and dropped to her knees. Then she finally declared that she was surrendering. That's the end of the match. It was an interesting match where the team with the upper hand kept switching all the time. The winners are Yuma and Hind, Emperor. The venue was filled with cheers. At the same time the match ended, Walter recovered from his code status and stood up while staggering, then he returned to where we were. Then Yuma. It's our win. Yuma. Q. Hesha. She boasted about her win to Hesha, who was still kneeling. Walter tried to rush over to Hesha to help her out in a panic, but I stopped him by reaching out with my arm. Master. Walter. Well, in cases like these just wait and watch. Hind. Yuma held out her hand towards Hesha, who was grinding her teeth in frustration. Hesha was taken aback by such an action and just stared at her. After being forced to grasp the hand that was extended to her, Yuma put in strength and helped her stand up. However, that was a good spell at the end. I love flashy spells like the ones you used. Yuma. Hesha. At the sudden words, Hesha looked quite surprised, but she didn't seem to hate it. She fixed her posture in a hurry, stuck out her chest and replied, That goes without saying. It's my magic after all. The flame is strong, beautiful. That's why, even though I thought that it wouldn't lose to anyone. Your sword skills might be crude, but I'll at least admit that you are strong. Hesha. Fun. You sure can talk. Come on, you should give a response to the audience. There are people that are clapping for you too. Yuma. After the cheers for us died down, the audience started cheering when they saw Yuma helped Hesha. Then Hesha raised her hand in a dignified manner while Walter did so shilly. While doing that, Walter sneakily approached me and said, Master. It was as Master said, it worked out somehow. It's just that. How should I say this? Walter, you mean that right? It's like one of those scenes with men beating each other besides a riverbed. You are not half bad. I could say the same about you. Something like that? I'm getting a bit embarrassed just from watching them. Hind. Yes, that was it. It played out exactly like one of those situations, even though they are both female. Walter. Yup. Well, they are both quick to anger and are simple-minded after all. No matter how it would have ended, I thought that it would end well in the end. Hind. I see. While murmuring that, Walter started walking next to me. Like that, we followed Yuma and Hesha and left the stage behind us. To leave the area quickly after the match is over as a rule of the arena. So to sum it up, both of their personalities are like those of boys? Walter. Wait. You definitely can't say that in front of both of them, you hear me? They will beat you up. Besides, if we were to be more specific, rather than being boyish, I believe it would be more correct to say that they are like men. Hind. What's the difference? Walter. I have the feeling the latter one matches their personality better. Hind. I mean, both of them look like beautiful girls on the outside after all. No, in a sense, you could say that there are 3 beautiful girls right here. But the reality is quite different. That's why, Walter, I'd prefer if you didn't act as if you didn't understand, because the concept of gender will start getting weird when you do. What does it mean to be manly? We'll enter a maze where there's no real answer if you do. There will be a break until the semi-finals start. There are some players that decided to log out for the time being, but the majority stayed here fearing that they would lose their seats. Since our seats are different, there's no need to worry about that kind of thing. However, all of us didn't log out and were currently chatting. Both of you. First of all, congratulations on advancing to the semi-finals. Toby. Congratulations. Lyko and Sei. We received those words from Toby, Lycorus-chan and Cineraria-chan once we returned to our seats. After replying with the thanks while feeling embarrassed, I took my seat along with Yuma. You sure took your time. Did something happen? Toby. We accompanied Hesha and Walter to their seats first. Then, we found out that all the people seated there were members of their guild. Hind. Their guild was quite peculiar. Yuma. We only exchanged short greetings. But since it didn't seem like there was anyone that was resenting us for beating Hesha and Walter, it didn't seem like they were bad people. It's just that, as Yuma has said, they were certainly weird. Peculiar. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me that all of them were wearing butler and maid outfits. Mitsuishi. No, they didn't go that far but... Hind. Mitsuishi's guess didn't hit the mark but it wasn't that far off either. All 10 of them were seated without leaving any empty seats in between, and the moment Hesha returned they all stood up and, "Good work out there, Oju-sama." They expressed their congratulations like that while bowing their heads. It was kinda impressive how the players seated behind them only felt a bit uncomfortable. Rather than guildmates, they seemed more like subordinates. Yuma. You are right. Rather than being seated in a row, it seemed like they were seated in hierarchical order after all. Hind. Hind-san. Could it be that they are doing that against their will? Nope. I got the feeling that they all adored her. It was kinda scary. Hind. And Oju-sama. And her servants. Siesta. I think that with those words said by Siesta-chan absent-mindedly, the reality hit me. That's right. That was a group made for their Oju-sama. With the servants supporting her, it was a guild revolving around Hesha. That was probably what that guild called Sirius was all about. Well, they did look like quite the strong guild, but they did say that they would cheer for us in our next match. Hind. But that woman, she tried to poach Hind to her guild on our way back, you know. Rizu, go over the later and scatter salt over there. Salt. Yuma. So you mean that they are our enemy, right? I feel reluctant to do as Yuma-san says. But fine, I'll make sure to scatter plenty of salt later. In that case, how about I go in front of them and throw salt at them directly? Rizuti, that's a joke, right? You are not being serious, right? Celine. It looks like Celine-san is worried, but it'll probably be okay. Salt is quite the expensive material in TB, in our guild, I'm the only one that has some. Yuma should possess 0 gold and Rizu probably won't go through the trouble of buying some just for that. We killed some time while talking about such a silly topic and the arena got lively again. The scheduled time was getting near and when the participants and the Emperor took the stage, big cheers resonated throughout the arena. Oh, there he is, Albert. Don't you think that the reason the interval was so long was their fault? The developers must be crying. Hind. Well, Aniki is the only one whose matches are extremely short after all. These are the semi-finals, they'll probably have a closer match this time. Toby. However, as if to betray Toby's expectations, the same thing that happened in the quarterfinals happened in the semi-finals. It seemed like the audience was already used to it, even though it developed as they had expected. They still cheered really loudly. Even their hippopotamus and Falk duo was unable to stop Albert. Mew. Regarding this match, I have nothing to say. The winners are the mercenary Albert and Philia duo. Next up, it's time for the second match of the semi-finals. All 4 participants, head to the stage. Emperor. So fast. Is it our turn already? Yuma, we are going. Hind. Good grief, we don't even have the time to take it easy. Yuma. We returned after going to Hesha and Walter's seats, so even if the interval was long, we didn't have much time to rest. In order to fight in the semi-finals, we headed towards the stage again. Our opponent for the semi-final match, Licht, was standing before us with his back straightened. He had a handsome face like that of an idol and he had his mouth tightly shut. He gave a different impression compared to how the BBS portrayed him. His hair was fairly long for a guy and even his blue hair would feel out of place in real life, however, it still suited him. Nevertheless, he hasn't been moving at all for quite a while. This person, don't tell me that. Just how long are you going to stay nervous for, you little? Exclamation mark. Hind and Yuma. Out of nowhere, Rose, the maiden next to him, kicked him in the buttocks with all her might. It hurts. Why are you kicking me, Rose? Licht. Shut up. Because you don't get your act together. I'm getting mocked too because I'm next to you. Rose. Is that true? Licht. Yeah, it is. You are so thick-headed. Rose. Ignoring us, or rather, they were having this kind of exchange ignoring their surroundings, making us feel quite bewildered. I wonder if this was done to relieve the guy from his nervousness, while it looked like they were having a fight on the surface. In fact, for some reason I could only see it as them flirting in public. Say, Hind, for some reason, I'm getting filled with these emotions of wanting to cut them right now without having to wait for the signal for the match to start. Yuma. What a coincidence. I'm feeling the same thing. However, shall we wait for a bit longer? We wouldn't be able to show our faces if we were to be disqualified because of that. Hind. We looked over their noisy conversation while our mood turned sour. Only the Emperor, whose eyes were always filled with enthusiasm, was waiting for the time to pass as fast as possible. What are we going to do about this? With this cold atmosphere filling the venue? Well, even like this, the girls in the guest seats are still cheering for Licht though. Having finally resolved their dispute, Licht awkwardly shifted his gaze towards us. Ah, you are done? We have been ready for a while now. Hind. My apologies, it seems like we have made you wait. Your Highness, we are done. Licht. He seemed earnest and it didn't look like he meant any ill will. The Emperor nodded and coughed loudly to set order in the venue. In that case, second match of the semi-finals, Licht and Rose versus Yuma and Hind, begin. Emperor. For us, when we are against 2 vanguards, the important factor is for us to not get too far away from each other. Even though Yuma's reflexes are good, it's impossible for her to keep stopping 2 opponents at the same time in a match. There might have been opponents whose blood rose to their head and aimed exclusively at Yuma, but we shouldn't hope for that kind of thing having reached the semi-finals. Saya. Yuma kept them in check by swinging down her long sword. I stood right behind her charging up my MP. Both of them had a small shield and their swords didn't seem that long either. Yuma was going around taking advantage of the reach of her weapon. Hi. This intimidating aura is not something you'd think it's coming from a fellow knight. Rose. On your right. Licht. Yuma! Rose. While sticking close to her, Yuma wildly lunged towards Rose. Being unable to block the shock from the impact with her small shield, Rose fell on her back while taking some damage. Against Licht, who came to support her, Yuma kept that vigor up and released a fierce attack on him too. Ooh, this is incredible. Yuma's movements have visibly sharpened since our first match. If it keeps going like this, I probably won't receive any attacks for a while. I'd like to replenish plenty of MP during this time frame. Licht. Rose, you little. Yuma. Having gotten back up, Rose counterattacked Yuma with her rapier. Because the distance between them had shortened, Yuma was unable to make use of her advantage in range. Adding to that, Rose's attacks were fairly fast. The rhythm that Yuma had built up until now crumbled. Then, having fixed his stance, Licht paired up with Rose in a pincer attack. I stopped charging my MP for a moment and stepped forward while ascertaining the proper timing. Yuma, retreat for the time being. Hind, like that, I stopped Licht's sword with my staff. I repelled the sword with all my might, and during that brief time, I took some distance along with Yuma. Is what will make you think, take Thais. Yuma. Alright, take him out. Hind. Immediately after acting as if we were retreating, we turned around and attacked Licht. I thought it would have been a direct hit due to him having let his guard down because of our words, but you guys play so dirty. Rose. TSK. Yuma and Hind. But Rose was already the blocking. After seeing that, we took some distance for real this time. Even if you deceive the pure Licht, it doesn't seem to work against her. My bad, Rose. You saved me. Licht. It's not like I. Rose. While fidgeting due to Licht's words of gratitude, Rose's face turned bright red. I wish you didn't turn this scene into some love comedy when it's not the appropriate place though. I exchanged glances with Yuma and we made the same evil expression. It's not like I covered you for your sake, you hear me? Yuma. Don't get the wrong idea. Hind. Having heard that, Rose's face turned bright red for a completely different reason. In other words, it was anger. What are you even saying? I didn't say that, you know. Rose. We were just expressing your feelings for you. Got a problem? Hind and Yuma. These guys, they are so infuriating. Rose. Rose, calm down. You are falling into their pace. Licht. Ignoring Licht as he was trying to calm down Rose, who was stomping her feet in frustration, I calmly used healing magic on Yuma to restore her HP to full. Like that, I used buffs on her too and kept casting spells. Licht. That guy is using magic. Attack him, hurry up. Rose. What? Let's go, Rose. Licht. They noticed. However, I finished casting attack up on Yuma and then it turned into a 4-person close quarters fight again. I only used low cast time spells that were hard to interrupt and only cut in when Yuma was going to get hit by dangerous attacks. In this match, my role is more of a middle guard, but I have to say that these two are quite strong. Since both of them have shields, their defense is solid. As Mitsuishi-san said, their coordination is good. Both of their reactions are good, so until now, they haven't shown fatal gaps in their defense yet. They both look like students though, maybe part of some sport club. Their movements are quite nimble. Like that, the match continued with both sides not taking much damage. It was the complete opposite of Albert's match, a slow battle of endurance. It was something we were used to. A long exchange of attack and defense continued, and eventually, even though that true self is not attacking us at all, why are we the ones being pushed back? Rose. Even though they are so close to each other, they haven't bumped into each other even once. Even without looking, they have a clear understanding of each other's movements. Rose. It's unfortunate, but their coordination seems to be better than our. Licht. I won't accept that. I can't accept it. I mean, we have worked out together that much. Don't stop moving, Licht. The match is not over yet. Rose. We started to pressure them. From the middle of the match onwards I only used healing for our HP recovery, so currently our HP kept decreasing bit by bit. However, they were losing theirs at a much faster pace than we did. However, looking at them fight side by side with their sword. Even if I'm no Toby, it made me a bit envious. The action of releasing sword skills mutually that is happening in front of me right now is something that wouldn't be possible to do with a vanguard and a rearguard. What do you think, Yuma? Hind. New? What do you mean, Hind? Ha, dear. Yuma, the image you had in mind when we first started playing this game should be something close to their fighting style. Whoops. Or that's what I was thinking. Hind. Something like that. There. It's such a foolish question. It's true that I would love to use combination sword skills with you, but Saya, our current fight style is the best and strongest, no matter what anyone else says. Yuma. She sure said something that made me happy. The battle continued without big changes. Having been left with only a bit of HP, Licht and Rose started showing signs of impatience. Having reached this point, there was only one choice for them to make. Rose, we have no other choice. We are going to use that. Licht. Got it. I believe in you, Licht. Rose. In other words, they will try to use a powerful skill to turn the tables around. These two are balanced types, which means that their skill with the highest offensive power is that one. Both of their MP was reduced drastically and their swords were overflowing with a dazzling light. The skill called Judgment Sword was a magic sword skill of the light element that dealt a big amount of hybrid damage. It had a persisting effect, but the effect didn't last long. In other words, it was a skill similar to their Hakayabu that Walter used. In PvP it was particularly effective against heavy warriors, but with Yuma's current HP, she would definitely get knocked out if she took a direct hit. Interesting. I'll take you on, Yuma. In response, our vanguard here declared that while spreading out both of her arms, most likely, Yuma plans to use Burst Edge on one of them. With Yuma's current level of concentration, would she be able to do something against them even if it's 2 versus 1? I was hesitating, thinking that I might have to start casting Revive as insurance, but I opted for Quick. Yuma's aura was still going strong and the sparks and its intensity made the air tremble. Let's trust her here and bet everything on her. If we can't deal with a situation of this level, we'll end up facing Albertaniki anyway and won't be able to win. Let's go, Rose. Licht. Yes, we are ending it with this. Rose. Ha ha ha. Come at me, Yuma. The sensation that Yuma had sharpened her senses was transmitted to me through her back. It was a pincer attack with no way to escape. At the first sign of a gap she could rush towards. Yuma strongly rushed at it and swung her long sword. The sword slipped through the shield and the torso was stabbed through. Then magic power exploded. Immediately after, Rose was violently blown away towards the wall. Licht's sword approached. The shining sword grazed Yuma's head, but even with just that, her HP bar decreased to dangerous levels. However, her counter hit Licht directly. I used Quick right after Rose was blown away, and just now I finished casting Entrust on Yuma. The explosion happened again, and Licht's body was flying following the same trajectory as Rose and stopped moving as he fell on top of her. The audience that had fallen silent during the exchange of blows burst into loud cheers. Oh, fierce, so fierce. That's right. This is the type of fight I was hoping for. I got the urge to join Nu. If you so wish for, I could go and join, right, Emperor? No thanks, please spare us. Hind. You plan to kill us? No way. Yuma. I would rather not get into a fight with the Emperor right now. He made a face as if all his spirit had deflated, but even if we fought the Emperor in our current condition, I can already see how it would end. Besides, if the Emperor doesn't announce the victors, the system will keep those two in their current co-status, so I'd prefer if he hurried it up. I'll try to hint at it with my gaze. 2. I forgot. The victors are Yuma and Hind. It was a splendid display of teamwork. With this, the pairs participating in the finals have been decided, but I can't contain my excitement towards these two contrasting pairs. Wahahaha. Emperor. After announcing the winners, the Emperor left the stage in high spirits along with his laughter. From this moment until the finals, there will be another short interval. On the other side, Rose shook off the hand Licht worriedly offered her and stood up. After glaring at us, She descended from the stage alone as she gritted her teeth in frustration. Licht bowed to us and disappeared after chasing after Rose in a panic. Well, I guess there's a lot going on, but we probably shouldn't have to worry about it. Being left alone on the stage, Yuma and I silently high-fived. Once we did, due to the barrage of cheers, the realization that we had really won started to come down to me. Unknowingly, we started to smile. However, there's still a match left. Alright, Yuma. Shall we head back to where everyone else is? Hind. Yeah, you are right. We have to prepare for the next match. Yuma. On the hallways that lead to our seats, a multitude of players tried to talk to us. The outline of their comments were congratulating us on our victory and commenting about how our opponents put up a great fight. Since bettings were involved, there were also bad-mannered players that were pouring abusive comments on us. The surrounding players looked at them coldly, and for the ones that got out of hand they just reported them to the admins to silence them. You could say that the players hated cold water being poured on this festive mood. Hiro-chan. Yuma-san, congratulations. Good luck in your next match. You did it. You guys are the pride of Sala. Oh, the last person was a player from the desert? Or was he an NPC? I wonder which one it was. Regardless, hearing that type of comment makes me happy. Though in this case, most of those comments are directed towards Yuma. True self. Make me a remote weapon too. Me too. Please, let us defeat an area boss together. Hind. Like that, since a while ago, words for me that I couldn't understand were mixed in with those sent to Yuma. They were coming from both genders too. Towards them, Yuma replied displeased. This guy's remote weapon is only me. This position, I won't hand it to anyone else. I definitely won't. For sure. Yuma. Sorry, I can't understand why you are having that kind of possessiveness. Hind. Why? Yuma. I mean, I could understand if she was talking about our position as my partner, but what the hell is the position of a remote weapon? I had this feeling that something wasn't right, but unfortunately, there was no one here that said anything about it. This interval wasn't long enough for us to log out, but it was possible for us to gather our thoughts. We returned like that to our seats and I looked at the familiar faces absent-mindedly. After thanking everyone, our talks were wholly focused on the next match. The first one to start the conversation was Mitsuyoshi-san. So, do you have a plan to deal with Albert? Hind-kun. Mitsuyoshi. I've more or less thought of a plan. I don't think the rate of success would be high though. Hind. You have a plan? Toby. It's not really something I go as far as to call a plan though. It's more like something to make us be able to fight on more even ground. Hind. We'll do something about their attacks and make it a battle of attrition. We have to take the flow of the match no matter what and create the flow ourselves. That being said, the minimum requirement is for us to even out the power difference. First off, we'll defeat Filia-chan and make it a 2v1. If we don't, we'll most likely lose after all. Hind. You are saying that quite lightly, Hind-kun. Won't it be quite difficult to create that 2v1 situation? Most likely, both of them will come at you at the same time, right? Celine. It'll be fine, Celine-san. We have only one chance at making it work. But we can make Albert Aniki powerless for a few seconds. We'll do something about it in that time. Hind. From now on, it all depends on Yuma. Albert Aniki is not someone at the level I can deal half-assedly, so once it becomes 2v1 I'll fall back and concentrate on supporting. This all depends on how well Yuma will be able to deal with him. In that regard, I think she's in top form today. So I'm having these expectations that we might be able to do it. Once I summed up things, Toby looked upwards while putting his hand on his chin as if he was thinking about the previous match. It's true that Yumadono's movements in the Licht fight were quite nimble. The way she dealt with those two at the end made her seem like she was a mini Albert. Toby. I'm not that macho, you know. Yuma. He didn't mean it that way. Hind. He probably meant that the way they fought was similar. It's true that as Toby said, getting to the same level will be impossible, but it gave the feeling of being something close to it. Yuma-san was so cool. That last counter-attack was so, like this, or maybe like this. Lyko. Yes, Lyko and me were so excited that we even unintentionally stood up. Say I. As if taking advantage of Toby's words, Both of them started to praise how well Yuma moved in the match. Like Oris-chan, who was copying Yuma's movements by moving her hands, was quite cute. However, if you praise her too much she'll go into ecstasy, so I'd prefer if she kept it in moderation. Just as I thought. The more you praise her, the more her cheeks loosen. So these two are fans of Yuma-san? They sure have weird tastes. Then, Rizu poured cold water over them with such words. Yuma's expression quickly switched into that of anger. Hey you, are you trying to pick up a fight with me? I don't mind doing a preliminary fight here before the finals, you know. Yuma, can you drop it? You are in public now. So unsightly. Maybe Rizu did it so that Yuma returned to her previous state, but she probably also meant it. Though, she could change the way she says things. No, it's fine for now. I'll give her a sermon later, but we don't have the time for that now. I quickly made a strategy and explained it to Yuma as carefully as I could. It was one in case we were able to quickly develop it into a 2v1 and another one in case we weren't able to. Something like that. Also think of when we don't succeed, always. Wait. You are saying this in hopes that I'm the one that will be able to make an advantageous situation, right? If we lose the initiative, will we really be able to win like this? Yuma, new. It's true that I'm depending on how the fight goes at the start. Now that she mentions it, it'll end up with me leaving it all to Yuma, so you could say that the only part where I'll have to give my best is at the conclusion. I got it. Let's not take the time we fail into consideration. In those cases we would have to make up for the difference in strength after all. Leave it to me. We are going to win. You and me, both of us. Yuma, ooh, you sure are fired up. Senpais, do your best. Siesta. With Siesta's lazy way of encouraging us, our fighting spirit vanished in thin air. It was a bit exhausting. But since we calmed ourselves down a bit, I think it was good for us. Being sent off by the cheers of the friends surrounding us and the words of encouragement of the people around us, we headed towards the final stage. A giant sword, armor, huge body and a pair of eyes filled with an intimidating aura. Mercenary Albert stood up in front of us amidst the immense amount of cheers, accompanied by a small girl. When standing facing him like this, the intimidating aura is nothing to scoff at. Surprisingly, the first ones to address the other party were them. It's been a while, Albert. Yeah, you still remember me? I wouldn't forget. The sword I'm currently wielding was handed over to me by both of you after all. Albert. As he said that, he wielded the great sword without a scabbard at the height of his abdomen to let me see. Rather than handing it over, we did sell it to him though. I mean, none of us would be able to wield it normally in a fight, and it's stupidly long after all. With this sword that you handed to me, I'll defeat you. Please don't think badly of me. I don't feel like losing for a second time. Albert. I wonder if it was just him acting or his real nature, but he gave off a menacing smile while saying that. Ooh, scary. If this wasn't a game, I'd definitely not even think about facing him. Can I ask you something first before we get into the fight? Albert. Yuma. What is it? Yuma. Albert. Well, the one that hasn't been talking at all. Was she called Philia? What's your relationship with her? I'm aware that it might be impolite of me to ask this, but I've been really curious about it. Yuma. Now that she mentions it, there was someone in the BBS saying that they were relatives. The people that disagreed with him were many. Honestly, other than him there were not that many. That. Towards that question asked by Yuma, Albert readily replied, she's my daughter? Albert. Whoa, they don't look alike at all. That kind of reaction was probably what Yuma and I had at the same time. How do you even manage to give birth to such a lovable girl with such a big and rough-looking man? I couldn't help but start comparing their faces. If there's someone that is able to make out that they are parent and child out there, I feel like he would deserve some praise. I know what you want to say. Albert. Well. Ha. I could do nothing but try to dodge the topic by laughing. It seems like Albert was used to people having that reaction. But a mercenary that brings his child along, Is that something new? The fact that she looks more like my wife is nice and all, but has never been that talkative just like me. Philia, go greet them. Albert. Nice to meet you. Philia. You could say that this girl's lack of pleasantries and zero friendliness was something refreshing. However, there was something that bothered me when looking at this girl. Right now it was close to 10 p.m. I believe it's a bit late for such a child to still be up. You don't mind letting her play a game at such a late time? Isn't your daughter an elementary schooler? Hind. I'm a middle schooler, not an elementary schooler. Philia. I'm so sorry, my bad. Hind. I'm not mad. The fact that I'm short is the truth. Philia. Is that so? Since she was silent and her expression didn't change at all, I thought that she got mad. For kids her age, they usually tend to get mad when you treat them as a child. After all, having heard my words, Albert said this as a follow-up while placing his hand on top of Philia's head. I had a growth spurt suddenly during high school. I'm pretty sure this child will also be one of the late bloomer types. That's why, you shouldn't mind it that much. Albert. I see. There's someone like that among the people I know. Though that person is in the basketball club, once that person grew up in high school their position switched from guard to center. Hind. Hey. Can we start already? Is that basketball thing you are talking about that important? I'd like to watch the match between you as soon as possible. I believe the audience would want that too. Emperor. There was this feeling of impatience coming from the audience. Guess we got too absorbed into our talk. Whoops. I apologize. Please start the match. Hind. At this rate it'll be a repeat of the licked fight. If it's just talking, we can do it as much as we want after the fight. Since the Emperor is quite lenient, we couldn't help but start talking to our opponents before the match. Make it start. Yuma. We are ready over here too. Albert. Philia. Once everyone had reported that they were ready, the Emperor gave a big nod. Luckily, all my nervousness went away while we were talking. No matter what happens now, this is the last one. We can only give it our best having gotten this far. In that case, last match of the martial arts tournament sponsored by the Empire. Bully Confederation's mercenary Albert and Philia vs Salar Kingdom's Yuma and Hind. Start. Emperor. At the same time the signal was given, all of us started moving while wielding our weapons. A few seconds after the match started, we decided to stick close together because our opponents would want to try to take us one-on-one. However, the fight wasn't really going in our favor. Heavy sounds of metal clashing came from in front of me and Yuma's face was filled with anguish. This is tough. Yuma. Don't exchange blows forcefully. Dodging takes priority. Try to aim for some counters. Hind. Both of them have heavy class weapons. We are at a disadvantage in a contest of strength. If we were to take a hit directly, we wouldn't be able to endure damage they would deal. Their attacks were filled with strength and devoid of any strategy. I charged up my MP slowly while evading them. I won't be able to survive if I get distracted for even a split second. The one aiming for me was Philia-chan. Albert was mainly aiming for Yuma. We've been able to avoid an instant defeat by supporting each other until now. However, Yuma should be close to her limit. Just have to get the minimum amount of MP to get it work. Alright, it should be barely enough for it. Time to start casting. Yuma, switch with me. Hind. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Yuma. Having switched places with her, I leapt in front of Albert. Seeing this situation, Albert was filled with doubt for a moment. However, have you come to die, Hindo? Albert. TSK. Hind. He decided to attack me right away. Calm down. No matter how bad I'm at attacking, this is something I can't afford to miss. His chest and arms bulging with strength, he mowed down with a heavy sword at a speed that would make your hair stand on end. It's alright, I'm seeing it clearly. That's the spot. Time to activate. Shining! Albert. Yoo-hoa. That was so close. Hind. Right after finishing casting, I backstepped to take some distance from the great sword that missed its mark. How did it go? Albert. Albert groaned in anguish as he covered his eyes. Without having any time to celebrate, I shouted at the same time as I saw that happening. Yuma. Hind. Yuma! Philia. Yuma activated, act of desperation, and rushed towards Philia-chan, with a ferocious rush of attacks. Her HP was being shaved off in an instant. Since that previous event with the sand, I was able to ascertain certain things. It seems like if a player's eyes are damaged, it'll take quite a while for them to recover. They'll eventually heal naturally given some time, but this, shining, in particular, when I tested it out on myself, my field of view turned pure white and I was unable to look at my surroundings for about 10 seconds easily. I have no way if it'll have less effect than anticipated, but I found out that this skill can be used as a sort of debuff that's limited to PvP. Since I saw no mention of it in the BBS and walkthrough sites, this is something I haven't told anyone yet and saved up as a trump card! Yuma, hurry up. Hind, Philia, are you alright? Philia. Albert. While staggering, probably relying on sound, Albert headed towards Yuma while brandishing his sword. I had taken the chance to take some distance and charge my MP and I cast Attack Up on Yuma. Philia-chan was giving it her all by defending herself with her axe. However, Yuma was currently overwhelming her with her physical build, the way she moved and her concentration. And finally, this is the end. Yuma or Philia. Yuma's heavy slash landed on her petite body and she slammed violently against the floor. Her HP flickered and disappeared, then she stopped moving. Philia. Albert. With bloodshot eyes, Albert gave a shout that resounded throughout the entire arena. It went well. However, this is where things get real. Albert showed agitation once he saw Philia being knocked out. However, he calmed down immediately and took some distance from Yuma. Has he still not recovered his vision completely? Yuma, pressure him. Hind. Got it. Yuma. He doesn't have any methods to heal himself. If we can shave off some of his HP now, we'll be at an advantage. Dear. Yuma. New. Albert. With the same vigor she defeated Philia-chan with, Yuma attacked incessantly, but the damage was too shallow. With his superhuman reflexes, Albert only received a bit of damage from each hit. Is this guy a monster? No, I should believe in Yuma and do what I have to do. I used all my buffs. After having all our stats increased, I healed myself and Yuma and she went back on the offensive. After that, I held my position and charged my MP up. Now you've done it. Albert, along with a voice that would make you shudder. The great sword flashed at a speed that you wouldn't think was possible. Yuma took great damage and was blown away towards me. Immediately after, he gave chase and swung his sword down. The sound of something being crushed resounded throughout the stage. Yuma dodged it by jumping sideways and I had already retreated the moment Yuma took damage in order to not get involved. To begin with, this stage was a breakable object. It's the first time I've seen it happening. Since his movements are back to the usual, it seems like Albert has fully recovered his sight. For you to avoid a hit to your vitals, that was a nice reaction. However, Albert. Hind. Heal me please. Yuma. I'm already on it. Hind. Just before they started fighting again, I cast Healing Plus on her. Yuma recovered a big chunk of her HP and the small portion needed to reach full HP was supplemented by healing. Right after, the longsword and greatsword clashed. 1 time, 2 times, each time they exchanged blows the surrounding air trembled. Thus, about 5 minutes have passed since the fight turned into a 2 versus 1. This has already turned into the longest fight of the tournament, but the winner was still not decided. Albert's Fatal Slash and Yuma's Heavy Slash were released at the same time. Albert. Yuma. The attacks were released along with a war cry and sparks flew as Yuma's sword was overcome by Albert's strength. Following that, she was ruthlessly slashed from the shoulders down. As a result, Albert took no damage and Yuma was down to 50% HP. Damn you. Yuma. Having trouble. Albert. The fight had turned into a battle of attrition that we are good at. However, if it keeps going like this, it'll end up with us being defeated because I'll be unable to cycle through revives. She's already been revived 4 times right after dying. Yuma has been able to somehow endure during the long CD for the 2nd and 3rd times but, got you. Albert! Yuma. Albert had gradually gotten used to Yuma's movements, so the times she's been getting hit has increased. Even though Yuma's movements had grown even sharper due to her unrelenting concentration, The physical specs of Albert were out of this world. She had already used Burst Edge twice, but unfortunately, both of them had missed. Obviously, the second, Shining, had also missed. He avoided it by guarding his eyes with his arm. Even then, we had managed to drop his HP to around half by piling up small hits. However, it hasn't decreased for a long time now. Isn't there a way to deal with this situation? No, I should focus on healing before thinking of that. Yuma's remaining HP is at around 30% now. Since Healing Plus is on CD, let's place a area heal carefully. Damn it, even though they are both wearing heavy equipment, they are moving really fast. There. Hind, being somehow able to endure until the castant finished, Yuma's HP was back to full while she continued fighting. However, is this girl so focused that she hasn't noticed the magic circle at her feet? She hasn't looked away from Albert at all. The arena is also unusually silent. They are all holding their breaths while looking at both of them fighting. I want to get her a win somehow, but we won't lose. Like hell we are going to lose. We are winning. We are going to win. Yuma! Exclamation mark Hind. The shout that seemed to come out from deep inside Yuma surprised me. I want to get her a win? That's wrong, right? How long am I going to look at this fight with cold eyes as if it didn't concern me? That this is just a game, or the fact that we don't lose anything even if we lose? Those are just excuses. I also want to win, with both of our strength, against this man. In that case, guess there's only one thing for me to do. Hind. I muttered that to fire myself up and looked towards the seat where Rizza was sitting at. I mean, she did plead to me quite strongly to never use this skill after all. Strangely enough, even from this distance, I could clearly see the facial expression of my little sister. She probably guessed my intentions and her eyes were wavering with a hint of sadness. But eventually, she gave me a small nod. I got her permission. All that's left is to Yuma. Give me 20 seconds. Hind. I got it, leave it to me. Yuma. When I gave her the instruction to endure for 20 seconds without healing, Yuma replied like that. The buff from that skill is on another level from normal buffs. If I'm going to use it, I'll cast all the physical buffs again. I have no idea what you are scheming, but I can already see through your movements. There's no way for you two to win anymore. Albert. Ha. I wonder about that. Don't go looking down on us that much. Yuma. Got enough MP. First off I'll start with attack up and guard up to raise Yuma's stats. Then I used Shining to distract Albert a little bit, while I used Healing to recover my own HP a bit. Healing Plus just came off CD, so I used it to completely recover Yuma's HP, and to top it off, I used Entrust to transfer all my MP to Yuma. I'm leaving the rest to you. Hind. Hind, what did you just say? Say it again. Yuma. I didn't reply anymore and went on to casting without losing any time. The MP cost is 0, instead, it will use all of my HP. At my own feet, a magic circle bigger than the ones for normal skills appeared and a dazzling light was released from it. Sacrifice was activated and the light that came from my body coiled around Yuma's and enveloped her in a golden aura. And no way. This light, don't tell me? Yuma. Don't look back. Look in front of you. Hind. She has no time to be looking at me. My HP was being reduced at a rapid pace and the usual feeling of having my body being torn apart permeated my body. Yuma's profile showed her bitterness, but she didn't turn back and focused on what was in front of her. Yes, that's fine. Interesting. If I can't beat both of you in this state, I won't be able to say I have taken my revenge for last time's loss. I won't do anything underhanded like waiting for the effect to run out. Come at me with all you've got. Albert. Here I come. Yuma. The hero aura mixed in with the golden aura and the cluster of light danced around Yuma, with an intensity on a completely different level from before. The fierce sound of their swords clashing resounded throughout the arena. Yuma. Albert. That sound quickly turned into another form, due to the overwhelming difference in defensive power. After seeing the fact that she was taking below 10% damage even when she took a direct hit from Albert's sword, Yuma stopped being careful. She rushed in while taking being damaged for granted and took some of Albert's HP. It's Yuma's usual offensive style that she used before the finals. Albert's HP bar, which had stayed frozen for quite a while, started to show signs of moving again. Albert, who saw that he was at a disadvantage, also stopped defending. He activated Berserker Edge and took some of Yuma's HP. Furthermore, red light enveloped his sword. He had started charging up Rampage, a powerful skill of the heavy warrior class. Yumi. My body. My voice too, it's not coming out. If Yuma takes that skill head on even in her current state with sacrifice, she will definitely get knocked out. However, my warning couldn't reach her. Rather than that, my view has turned blurry and I can't see what's going on properly anymore. In order to reply to Albert's actions, Yuma used Act of Desperation, and took a thrusting stance to use Burst Edge. After seeing that last thing, my body crumbled on top of the magic circle. I can't put any strength into my limbs. Wait, please wait. It's too soon, just a bit more. Let me hold out until the match is decided at least. However, my HP bar heartlessly kept going down. And immediately after I heard the familiar sound of an explosion along with the sound of a slash. Along with the sound of my surroundings, I was unable to feel anything anymore. What I felt when I came to was warmth on the back of my head and back and someone's breathing. What was the once I slightly opened my eyes was Yuma looking intently at me while looking as if she would cry. What's with that face? Don't tell me, did we lose? I wonder if my voice is reaching her in the middle of cheers that feel like they would destroy your ears. As a result, Yuma denied my question by shaking her head like a child. I see, so it's not like we lost. If she's denying the fact that we lost, doesn't that mean, after standing up in a panic from my previous position of being hugged by Yuma, I started to look around me. The first thing that came into view was a great sword thrust deep into the stage with a multitude of cracks in it, and on the other side of it was the body of the mercenary Albert, lying face down with his arms and legs stretched out and showing no signs of moving. That's the end of the match. The winners of the tournament sponsored by the Empire are Yuma and Hind, Emperor. When the Grados Emperor declared that with vigor, the audience raised their voices even further. I was taken aback by such an occurrence and a shock ran through my back suddenly. Ahahaha. We won Hind. What's wrong? Be more happy. Yuma. I wonder where that sad expression of hers has gone to. Yuma was now leaning on me with a joyful look. I still couldn't really register what had happened, so I tried to ask about it. Yuma. What happened at the end? Hind. Nothing. I just landed a strike on him before he was able to, that's all. Yuma. Ha. Seriously? Hind. This girl, at the very end, was able to exceed Aniki's reaction speed. According to Yuma, the effect of sacrifice ran out right after she hit him with Burst Edge. Since I wasn't able to see that happening with my own eyes, I'm thinking about watching the replay later on. Then, the Emperor ascended to the stage and continued his speech. A being with outstanding strength. Like the warrior Albert, people have been fascinated by such men since times immemorial. However, the sight of you two overcoming him through cooperation was beautiful. I'm extremely satisfied with how you combined your strengths. I'm filled with so many emotions, Emperor. While hearing such words, Albert and Philia slowly stood up on the other side. After retrieving his great sword, he came over here along with Philia. I wonder what was going on. Yuma, who had been on my back until now, got off and went towards Albert. It seems like I've lost again. However, it was fun, you two. Congratulations on winning. Albert. Thanks, Albert. You sure are doing well considering you lost. What are you, an adult? Yuma. At the very least, he's more mature both physically and mentally than Yuma. Since Yuma made such an odd statement, Aniki scratched his face while not knowing how to reply. At that moment, the small girl that was standing next to Albert came towards me with upturned eyes and said absent-mindedly, Congratulations, Philia. Oh, thanks, Philia-chan. Hind, is she really congratulating us? This child's expression doesn't change at all. I can't tell if she's frustrated or not at all. We exchanged handshakes right there and the audience applauded Albert and Philia's efforts. By the way, I have something concerning which I'd like to consult you. Will you hear me out? Albert, what is it? Hind. He bent his body and talked to me in a low volume. What would he even ask of us in this situation? Just when I was having those doubts, the content of the request was such I could understand where he was coming from. Albert Aniki's request was to openly congratulate us on our victory as the losers, therefore increasing his value as a mercenary. Something quite calculating that you wouldn't expect from someone with such a face. He's going to appeal to the public right now, so he wants our cooperation. Even if you didn't do that, I believe Albert is plenty famous right now. Yuma. As Yuma had said, having reached the finals while showcasing that way of fighting, I doubt there is any player out there that would see that and have doubts about his strength. Wouldn't he get even more requests in his mercenary business now? However, he proceeded to say that it wasn't good to only show his strength. It's just in case, if I can make them appreciate me for my personality, that would make getting requests much easier. After all, if I only showed this appearance of mine, that would just make it easier for people to be scared of me. Albert. So, in other words, he's saying that he doesn't look friendly enough? Well, the only thing we have to do is climb on top of him so it's not like we mind at all. I'm fine with it. If we are going to do it, we should do it now that the Emperor is waiting for us. Hind. You have my thanks. Yuma, are you fine with it too? I'm sorry for this request, even though we are the ones that lost. Albert. I'm fine with it. However, are you really going to lift us? Yuma. Having received our agreement, Albert Aniki bent over without replying to Yuma's question. It seems like he thinks it's easier to show us than replying. Timidly, we sat on top of those broad shoulders and the floor became distant in a single moment. He's really carrying us. So high. So scary. Yuma. This is some impressive strength. Well, we knew that already, even though we should be around 100 kilograms combined. Hind. Aniki calmly stood up while carrying a high school student on each of his shoulders. He supported both of our bodies with his brawny hands to make sure we didn't fall off. Since he told us that it was fine to grab onto his head, Yuma and I placed our hands on top of his short brown hair. What's with the sense of stability? Even though we are on top of an unstable surface like his shoulders, I don't feel like I'd fall at all. Then, as if to congratulate us, he made a lap around the stage while facing the audience. Yuma also waved her hand in response to the cheers of the audience. It's true that with this, even though he was the one that lost, he'll look like a tolerant player that is congratulating the winners. To other people, Philia-chan was also slowly walking next to Albert. This view sure is from quite high. Rizu and the others are waving. Hey, like that. Once we finished our lap, the Emperor raised his hand as if he was giving a signal to someone. Then he declared in a loud voice, "Everyone, congratulate the winners. These people are the winners of our tournament." Emperor. The moment he said that, mages wearing all black like those set in towns appeared around the spectators and began to chant a spell. I doubt it's something like an offensive spell, but... Hind. Fireworks. Look, fireworks. Yuma. They even come with confetti. Quite the big production value. Hind. So pretty. Philia. All this had been prepared for both of you. Makes me feel kinda jealous. Albert. Just when we realized it had turned into night, firework magic was released from the mage's hands and burst in the air. Those particles of light filled this unrefined arena with flowers of lovely colors. The audience, particularly the female players, looked at this event with eyes glittering with delight. Ladies and gentlemen, was that to your liking? In that case, let's proceed to the award ceremony. Yuma and Hind, please come to the front. Emperor. When the Emperor made that announcement, What looked like a group of imperial soldiers got on top of the stage and lined up the trophies simultaneously. We got off Anarchy and stood up in front of the emperor. The flashy award ceremony ended and I was now dozing off in my own bed. Being in such a calm environment made it seem as if the previous events had all been a lie. However, that horse we got as a prize sure was splendid. Its name was Grado Turk, I believe. The horse had such a splendid build that it looked as if it would easily carry a player with heavy equipment. I should say, as expected of a mount of the highest grade. We even got 2 of them. If you thought about it, I guess it's a given that they would prepare 2 of them just in case there are disputes within the pairings. With that being said, farewell. If the opportunity arises, let's meet again. Emperor. Once the award ceremony ended and the emperor declared that the players were forcefully returned to the towns they came from. After being separated from Mitsuyoshi-san, Toby and the 3 girls, and returning to Sala, we went back to our guild home and did a modest celebration. That being said, it's not like we could drink sake or anything, so we just talked for a bit while drinking herbal tea and eating sweets. It'll take a while for Toby to return from the Mill Republic, so there's the chance that we'll do another celebration once everyone is gathered in the guild. As for the prize of the tournament, since everyone in the guild contributed to our win, we plan to divide the money evenly at another date. As for how we would deal with the horses that were sent to the stable in Sala automatically, we decided to set them as guild property so everyone could use them. After saying good night to Rise and Mom after logging out, I went back to my room and crawled into my bed. Even if it's just a game, winning sure feels good. I covered myself with my futon to not get cold and turned around. Then my mouth spontaneously turned into a smile. Thanks to everyone, it seems like I'll have a good dream today. It's been 3 days since the night the event ended. Since I had gone all out in that tournament, I hadn't felt like logging in for the past 2 days. It was just that I didn't have the time to play games when we were in the test period. However, even though tests were over, Miu and Rise won't be able to log in today. So the 3 of us that were left didn't log in either and I was currently chatting with them while lazing around in my own room. This is fun in its own way so I'm actually quite satisfied with it. Since it's just an exchange of text, I believe that Celine-san is able to post messages in a relaxed manner. The moment I took a sip of the lemon tea cup that had steam coming off it, the screen showed changes. Toby at in love with TB. Now that I think about it, you too. Toby at in love with TB. Have you seen the BBS after the event ended? Celine, just the one for the live coverage, haven't checked the rest. Hind, what are you even doing during your tests? You sure can take it easy. Toby at in love with TB, it's fine, I have avoided failing. Probably. Toby at in love with TB, so, have you seen the thread that predicted that Hindona would win? Toby at in love with TB, the truth is, the current state of that thread is kinda cruel. Toby at in love with TB, I'm enjoying the misfortune since I'm the one that won after betting everything on that gamble. But Toby at in love with TB, like the rates showed, most of the people bet on Anarchy winning. So, Celine, I see. Toby at in love with TB, it's pure chaos. Go see it, both of you. Hind, that's mean. Toby at in love with TB, oh well. Even though you say that, you are going to go see it, right? Right? Hind, well, that I am. Wait a moment. Celine, while you do that, I'll go off for a bit. I'll take a look at the BBS once I'm back. Hind, since it's good timing, shall we set a time to do it? Celine, thanks. Is after 30 minutes fine for you? Toby at in love with TB, got it. I'll be going to the bath in the meantime. Hind, got it. Celine, latters. Let's see, guess I'll go to the toilet in the meantime. Since I had already finished the house chores, there wasn't much else to do other than taking a bath. What should I do with all this free time? I'm home. Nissan, where are you? Rise. Whoops, this is bad. Did I get the time Rise would return wrong? I thought she would still be in cram school and would be late though. I hurriedly went downstairs and went to greet my little sister. I reheated dinner for Rise and time passes really quickly as I did that. For the past 2 days, maybe because I used sacrifice in TB, Rise has been in a pretty bad mood, though I think she's kind of back to normal now, even though at that time, she reacted as if there was no other choice. If I asked her about it, I was met with the argument that even though I agreed to it in my head, my feelings about it are another matter. Thanks for the meal. Nissan, when are you taking a bath today? Rise, let's see. Maybe around 2 hours from now. Rise, Yuka, Wataru. Obviously, I'll go after Nissan. I'll go in after you are done. Rise. Oh, I see. Wataru. Just like always, I guess. In the meantime, Rise said that she would be studying in her own room. After turning off the lights in the living room, we went back to our own rooms. Those two are still not back. I see. I left a message that I had returned in the chat, and since it was a good opportunity, I went to take a look at the thread of the live coverage that Celine-san mentioned. The thread should still be the... Oh, there it is. Since there's not much time, it should be better to only check the parts where they talk about our matches. Final stage live coverage thread of the finals 6 of the tournament. This will be a thread providing live coverage of the finals in the PvP tournament currently ongoing in TB. Let's be well mannered. The next thread will be made once we reach over 800 comments. In the case a new thread isn't made, the responsibility will be on the person that replies next. If it's not made, please slow down on the replies. 606, Nameless Night ID, Ni by 8C, Hero-chan is here. 607, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Fgmuff, True Self is here. 608, Nameless Archer ID, I9NJ5X. After only 1 day, he's already being called True Self LOL. 609, Nameless Mage ID, YMJZM2. Seems like there are lots of people that call him that. So, what's the player's real name? 610, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, Inks8B. Hind. 611, Nameless Light Warrior ID, BWWN72S. Caned. 612, Nameless Martial Artist ID, AK3QJN. Hasomthing-san. 613, Nameless Mage ID, YMJZM2. At 610, 611, 612. You guys. Then, what's Hero-chan's name? 614, Nameless Martial Artist ID, AK3QJN. Yuma-chan. 615, Nameless Light Warrior ID, BWWN72S. Yuma-chan. 616, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, Inks8B. Yuma-chan. Wataru. I hung my head in front of the monitor. Even though our names were well known, I can't hold back my tears because of the fact that I was being treated like that. I scrolled down to the start of the match. 623, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, F7G3C. It's sad to see a fight between fellow magic type classes. 624, Nameless Light Warrior ID, CWLMKTM. If you are going to say that, all light warriors have already been eliminated. 625, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Ubus2Z. And Walter-kun is the only martial artist remaining, you know. 626, Nameless Archer ID, BJibk. The only class we can say will reach the finals for sure are Heavy Warriors. 627, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, KDPBRTP. The remaining magic type classes are the rearguards of these two duos. No matter who wins this match, they'll have a hard time in the next match. 628, Nameless Night ID, FGETMFs. The whip that Ojusama is holding is a rare sight, right? 629, Nameless Mage ID, ClickBF. I think they are rare. I tried using one but it was hard to hit. 630, Nameless Archer ID, BJibk. I see. So if I join Sirius, I can get whipped by that Ojusama too. 631, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, 33W3SNH. 632, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, KDPBRTP. Silently takes distance from 630. 633, Nameless Mage ID, ClickBF. Hiro-chan went straight for the Oju-sama as the match started. 634, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Bzib 6F. Even Walter-kun went back to support the Oju-sama. It's over. 635, Nameless Archer ID, IDMN. What's over? 636, Nameless Knight ID, FG Etmfs. Same thing as always. 637, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, P2EdJTZR. I mean, she'll get revived anyway. 638, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, C4DTDVU. At 635, you'll understand once you see it. The moment they left the true self alone, Oju-sama's team lost any chances of winning. 639, Nameless Martial Artist ID, 3C7Fs. They've entered their usual pattern. 640, Nameless Martial Artist ID, 3C7Fs is what I thought, but Hiro-chan just got deleted in a flash. This is bad. 641, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Z82TDMB, no good. It's unusual for true self's revive timing to be off. 642, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, C4DTDVU. Hurry up. 643, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, P2EdJTZR, dodge it. 644, Nameless Mage ID, 9XNZGCF. He dodged it, even though it grazed him. 645, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Z82TDMB. He's so good at dodging, lol. It's such a waste not playing a Vanguard when he's so good at it. Thus Hiro-chan was revived. 646, Nameless Martial Artist ID, 3C7Fs. Walter-kun was sent flying. This shows you how scary it is since Albert sent Edward flying even furthermore. 647, Nameless Archer ID, 63 Bioya. Yeah, he even did it with a basic attack. 648, Nameless Mage ID, DJ Forces Re. Oh, it's Raging Flame. Whoa, it's so big. It's way different than mine. What an incredible difference in magic attack. 649, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Z82TDMB. Wait, why is the true self acting like a shield, lol? Shouldn't it be usually the opposite? 650, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, 7 Lacruax. Shinto priests have the highest magical resistance among all classes after all. 651, Nameless Knight ID, Disvk 5. 1 mm left, his HP is at 1. Lmo. 652, Nameless Archer ID, Winforkek. The Oju-sama surrendered. 653, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Z82TDMB. Well, it was impossible at that point. Can't help it. 654, Nameless Mage ID, 9XNZGCF. So, next up is Licht. Think this duo will make it? 655, Nameless Knight ID, as Uaj 9G. That duo is really good at taking care of rear guards. Wouldn't it be difficult? 656, Nameless Normie Extermination Committee ID, QWGDRMJ. As long as Licht loses, I don't care. 657, Nameless Archer ID, 63 Bioya. Someone weird popped up. Lmo. Your guild master also lost against Hiro-chan in the group stages. So this is up to the Hersha fight. Since we are talking about a Shinto priest and a knight here, we had a good matchup due to a high magic resistance. I feel bad for Hersha, but I believe her only chance to turn around that disadvantage was Walter's Hakayabu. Well then, the semi-finals against Licht and Rose were in the next thread. Around here, throbbing live coverage thread of the finals 7 muscles. This will be a thread providing live coverage of the finals in the PvP tournament currently ongoing in TB. Let's be well mannered. The next thread will be made once we reach over 800 comments. In the case a new thread isn't made, the responsibility will be on the person that replies next. If it's not made, please slow down on the replies. 322, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, Xiafgru. It has started. 323, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Dorm 94N. So close. Hero-chan and True Self are so close to each other. 324, Nameless Mage ID, X3CL8. He's like a guardian spirit Lmo. Behind you there's a something. LOL. 325, Nameless Light Warrior ID, XZSPK. A positioning fitting for the name, True Self-san. LOL. 326, Nameless Archer ID, C9x5XCS. Wait, shouldn't Shinto priests be the ones doing the exorcising? 327, Nameless Knight ID, JWKF2BZ. Why is Hero-chan not hitting True Self even though she's brandishing that sword so close to him? 328, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, XIFGRU. Hey, he has an auto guard staff against Hero-chan. Lmao. 329, Nameless Mage ID, X3CL8. Then there's this surprise attack combo provoking them. Rose's face is bright red. Lmao. 330, Nameless Knight ID, ISN5HCN. It's not like we are provoking you. LOL. 331, Nameless Archer ID, C9x5XCS. Both of them really have nice personalities. In the meantime they have already recovered to full HP, so mean. 332, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Dorm 94N. Oh, they have started fighting again. 333, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, E8P2G9B. However, this is sure a display of how big of a difference in their cooperation there is. 334, Nameless Light Warrior ID, XZSPK. Licht and Rose's coordination is amazing. Go explode. We feel like idiots now for saying stuff like that. LOL. 335, Nameless Mage ID, 9YFS3Phi. They can't touch True Self at all. This is pointless. There's no way they can win. 336, Nameless Knight ID, KBWMZS. So it's another upset. Even though I bet on Licht and Rose. 337, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, XIFGRU. It's 8th place versus 2nd place, so it's a big upset. 338, Nameless Archer ID, 48 FEGX. They are using Judgment Sword but it feels hopeless. If they can survive these, it'll be True Self's team's win. 339, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, TVNS2. Yua, True Self is leaving it to Hero-chan and backing down. Is that going to be fine? 340, Nameless Archer ID, I5DTZMB. Is he not going to prepare a revive? 341, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Hineinuk. No, the size of the magic circle is different. This is a mid-class spell. Revive is a high-grade spell. 342, Nameless Archer ID, I5DTZMB. Seriously? After getting this far, I don't see the point of taking risks. 343, Nameless Mage ID, iScrab. Alright, she did it. 344, Nameless Light Warrior ID, DZ7BB. Hero-chan is so fast. 345, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, M8X9M. Yua. They are getting so along while dead. LOL. Did True Self know it would end this way? 346, Nameless Mage ID, XIPT39R. True Self has a good ability to look at the battle, or rather, he has a high ability to analyze how the battle progresses, so probably, and it wasn't revive as it 341 said, it was quick. 347, Nameless Knight ID, KBWMZS. It's over. My 500 kg. 348, Nameless Archer ID, XXSE6T. Cheer up. LOL. 349, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Awisef. Those two burst hedges in a row are nasty. 350, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Hineinuk. Though both of their MP will get depleted. If they miss, it's over. 351, Nameless Knight ID, iFauna. It's finally time for the finals. These two have the element of surprise. Actually, I'm having some hopes. 352, Nameless Mage ID, iScrab. They have been showing us such nice matches, so can't help it. LOL. 353, Nameless Night ID, I4. But their finals opponent is that Albert. So, this is everything up to the semi-finals. That leaves the finals, but before that, I drank the lemon tea that got cold and went out of my room to go brew some warm tea. Muscles and Silent Girl vs Liv coverage of the finals. Block thread 8 Dark Elf and True Self. This will be a thread providing Liv coverage of the finals in the PvP tournament currently ongoing in TB. Let's be well mannered. The next thread will be made once we reach over 800 comments. In the case a new thread isn't made, the responsibility will be on the person that replies next. If it's not made, please slow down on the replies. 575, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, AHB56. Haven't they been pressured like crazy from the start? 576, Nameless Light Warrior ID, 70kbgjx. Since Albert's blows are so heavy, she can't really exchange blows directly. Hero-chan's arm would get torn off. 577, Nameless Mage ID, C6N7GBL. But it's better than it being an instant defeat, right? 578, Nameless Night ID, GRUX4B. Being happy that now that they got to the finals they haven't won instantly. LOL. 579, Nameless Archer ID, Zhou. Albert is the only weird one. The other players are not at fault. 580, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Mxi. Their opponents in their group managed to beat Filia-chan after trying really hard, but only despair awaited them. 581, Nameless Mage ID, Chnudgkpa. How do you deal with this? LOL. 582, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, 7WE3A. For the time being, they have to wait for True Self to charge up his MP. They seem to be aiming for something while enduring after all. 583, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Mxi. Wait. He hasn't charged up his MP that much, but he's moving already. 584, Nameless Martial Artist ID, 29TXFPX. Wait. What is he planning to do by going to the front as a Shinto priest in this situation? 585, Nameless Light Warrior ID, 70kbgjx. He went forward for a moment, then went back. What's wrong with True Self? 586, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, H4DDRD2. Wait, why is Albert pressing his eyes as if he's suffering? 587, Nameless Archer ID, Zhou. What happened? 588, Nameless Mage ID, MLRGD4U. Can someone that understood what happened tell me, please? 589, Nameless Mage ID, GWP9X. At 588, I think he got hit in the face by a shining. But I'm not too sure. If someone else saw it, please tell me. 590, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, KLQKDCQ. Since there was no magic circle, there's no doubt that it was a beginner spell. I believe the light he released with the chant matches that of shining. I doubt he would use healing in that situation. 591, Nameless Mage ID, GWP9X. Thanks. But to think that shining had the effect of blinding people. 592, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, J6BTK. Since it doesn't have that kind of effect on monsters, I never noticed. 593, Nameless Archer ID, Runs4F. Did no one try it in PvP? 594, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, XJKP2. If there had been some sort of PvP event when the game launched, there might have been some people that would have tested it out. But the way shining is used right now is to basically stop spell chance with its hit stop. 595, Nameless Archer ID, Runs4F. In order to do that, you would usually aim at the body. Even if you were to get a headshot with it, the spell is too weak to begin with, so you would barely do any damage. 596, Nameless Mage ID, Tudsk69. I think the problem lies in the fact that the tournament was held at this time. Shining is a beginner spell, which utility has already cemented itself by this point. 597, Nameless Martial Artist ID, PIF 4 VCP. As a normal attack it would only hit if your opponent is rather slow, and you would surely miss if you were aiming at the eyes, even more if your opponent is that Albert. 598, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, M9 So since he wasn't wary of it, even Albert got hit by it. 599, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, EAVG. But it lasts so long, that blinding effect. As expected, in that condition, he won't be able to hit even if he swung that greatsword around. 600, Nameless Light Warrior ID, 70 kbgjx. While we were bothering with what True Self did, Filia-chan. 601, Nameless Martial Artist ID, PIF 4 VCP, got incapacitated. Well then, wonder what they'll do from this point onwards. 601, Nameless Archer ID, MKPR. Albert is so scary when he's screaming. 602, Nameless Knight ID, Uchui6F. Usually, you would have lost by the point you are left alone. 603, Nameless Mage ID, MLRGD4U. I fear that this is where the real thing begins. 604, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, EAVG. Hero-chan went to pressure him immediately. True Self seems to be focusing on supporting this time. 605, Nameless Archer ID, FKZPD98. Even if he went to the front, there would always be the fear of getting one-shotted after all. Since Albert doesn't seem to be aiming for that, it's a given that it would go like this. 606, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Evil Fug. So he has confidence that he will be able to beat them head front. 607, Nameless Martial Artist ID, HVX774D. However, since the opponents can heal, wouldn't he lose if they just endured? 608, Nameless Mage ID, MLRGD4U. Hint, cooldown. 609, Nameless Martial Artist ID, HVX774D. Right. 610, Nameless Knight ID, Uchui6F. As you said that, Hero-chan got knocked out. 611, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Escape. The timing on the revives are spot on as always, but what's important here is the speed at which they can repeat this process. 612, Nameless Archer ID, SX6DR. They can't cycle through revives at this pace, right? Even though they are pressuring him, the damage they are dealing Albert is so sad. 613, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, XJKP2. They won't be able to cycle through them. Leaving aside the first two by taking quick into account, the problem is the third one and onwards. 614, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, R8XST. It all depends on how hard Hero-chan works. After this, it turned out into a battle of attrition for a while, right? I remember us dealing some damage at the beginning, but after a while, it turned into a harsh situation where we couldn't deal any damage. The conversation in the thread felt like it had turned into a loop, so let's skip through some comments. 882, Nameless Light Warrior ID, QBCTKNM. It's enough. Enough, just give it a rest. 883, Nameless Mage ID, 82I8RJP. Albert's HP hasn't decreased for a while. 884, Nameless Martial Artist ID, HVX774D. Isn't this checkmate? 885, Nameless Knight ID, Uchui6F. Even though Hero-chan's movements have gotten quite good, isn't this Albert guy just too weird? 886, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, R8XST. I kind of can't help but tear up when I see Hero-chan standing up no matter how many times she gets beaten up. 887, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Escape. The mood in the arena is similar to that, even though there's a lot of people that have bet on Albert. 888, Nameless Archer ID, SX6DR. Even if the audience sides with her, this difference in strength is. 889, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, TWAF4P73. Even True Self is standing there with a grim expression that we have never seen. 890, Nameless Mage ID, MLRGD for you. After healing and buffing he can only watch after all. Albert is also wary of Shining. 891, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Evil Fug. Oh, they both seem to be talking. 892, Nameless Archer ID, Runs 4F. Yup, their mouths are moving. Though, we can't hear anything because of the cheers. 893, Nameless Mage ID, 6ZNTNGZ. I wonder if they are going to do something. It would be kinda sad if they were talking about surrendering. 894, Nameless Martial Artist ID, PIF4VCP. I don't think anyone would want them to surrender. So, do your best. 895, Nameless Knight ID, NSMN58A. Since Hero-chan is smiling, it seems to have been something else. That being said, her movements have gotten even better. 896, Nameless Mage ID, MLRGD for you. True Self is even refreshing the buffs that still have time left. I wonder what he's planning. 897, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, TPQZA, aiming for 2 successive burst edges. 898, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, H4DDRD2. She has already used burst edge a few times, but they haven't landed. 899, Nameless Knight ID, NSMN58A. It's the type of skill that bursts only if you get a hit after all. There's no point if it doesn't hit. 900, Nameless Archer ID, 3CR26. True Self just healed himself now. 901, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Evil Fug. His HP has been like that since the time they beat Filia-chan. Is there even any point to doing that? 902, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FSK4. He even transferred all of his MP to Hero-chan. 903, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, P8 Nipe. Don't tell me. 904, Nameless Knight ID, Y52T3RH. Is he going to use it? Is he going to do it? 905, Nameless Archer ID, KDMXU. What do you mean? 906, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, E4Wexen3. There it is. Sacrifice. 907, Nameless Martial Artist ID, C4H4Q. They finally are going for it. That was at the back of my mind the entire time. 908, Nameless Knight ID, NSMN58A. When the buff's effects and Hero-chan's aura combine, it's so divine. 909, Nameless Light Warrior ID, N4M4. Yeah, Hero-chan has gotten even more beautiful. So good. 910, Nameless Mage ID, Z8F. Wait. Is the buff time going to last? I remember it being really short from that video from the event. 911, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, P8 Nipe. True Self's HP is decreasing so fast. As always, he also looks like he's suffering a lot. 911, Nameless Knight ID, NSMN58A. Wait, Hero-chan is pressuring him now. 912, Nameless Light Warrior ID, CHDJTK. Even Albert's heavy blows are hardly having any effect. Sacrifice's buff effect is so amazing. 913, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FSK4. True Self has collapsed. Is she going to make it? 914, Nameless Martial Artist ID, PIF4VCP. 915, Nameless Knight ID, NSMN58A. 916, Nameless Mage ID, MLRGD for you. 917, Nameless Light Warrior ID, QBCTKNM. She pierced through him. 918, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Escape. It Buuanust. She finished him. 919, Nameless Knight ID, Y52T3RH. It's an upset. A big upset. 920, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, H4DDRD2. Everyone is so excited lol. But me too. 921, Nameless Light Warrior ID, Evil Fug. I wonder why. Even though all the money I bet on Albert is gone, I don't care anymore. Hero-chan, congratulations. True self, congratulations. 922, nameless archer ID, MKPR. With this, the Emperor and the developers should be happy. 923, nameless martial artist ID, C4H4Q. At 922, the Queen will be too. 924, nameless knight ID, Egg7L5GJ. Now that you mention it, these two were from Sailor, so they are going to get praised by that queen. I'm so jealous. 925, nameless heavy warrior ID, H4DDRD2. Well, that was an impressive performance. Beats having Albert win the whole thing. It was fun. Though I also lost all my gold. 926, nameless archer ID, FKZPD98. Congratulations, congratulations. Well then, guess I'll log in and farm some gold until maintenance comes. 927, nameless light warrior ID, 70KBGJX. Everyone lost their bets. Lmao. 928, nameless mage ID, Z8TAF. I mean, that's a given. The odds at the end were 1.2, you know. 929, nameless Shinto priest ID, XJKP2. I guess most of the players lost then. 930, nameless knight ID, NSMN58A. I'll go check the thread about who people expected to win. 931, nameless archer ID, Y6RKMMV. Me too, LOL. 932, nameless light warrior ID, 70KBGJX. Yeah, I'm interested too, especially the reactions of those that said that Albert would definitely win. 933, nameless heavy warrior ID, FSK4. They'll also talk about the gold they bet. I'll take a look later too, LOL. Well, guess I'll also take a look. If I kept looking at this thread, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from smiling after all. Toby seemed to have had a lot of fun with the thread that predicted who would win. I wonder what happened over there. The finals are 5th thread to predict the winner of the tournament sponsored by the Grado Impero upon us. This is a thread to predict the winner of the PvP tournament currently ongoing in TB. Betting odds and talks about the bets should also go here. Let's be well mannered. The next thread will be made once we reach greater than 900 comments. 444, nameless archer, ID, RVRSSLC. Jaya. My 400k. 445, nameless heavy warrior, ID, GTX TAR9Y. At 444 M9 Jaya. 446, nameless mage, ID, Jismk. Lmao. 447, nameless archer, ID, RVRSSLC. At 445, what? Are you trying to pick a fight here? Who did you even bet on? 448, nameless knight, ID, VXKKJZG. There are corpses everywhere, LOL. 449, nameless heavy warrior, ID, GTX TAR9Y. At 447 I bet on Albert. Got a problem? Apostrophe. 450, nameless archer, ID, RVRSSLC. 451, nameless Shinto priest, ID, MTK5. Me too. I bet on Albert. I bet on Alb. Ad. Skifhorb. 452, nameless light warrior, ID, NFXIC. I can't say it. I can't really go and say in this situation that I bet 50k on Hero-chan. 453, nameless Shinto priest, ID, NFXIC. At 452 someone that hit the jackpot. Kill him. 454, nameless archer, ID, Ajkspadu. At 452 50k greater than 2.5 mil. That's roughly the price of 2 horses. Lmao. That's incredible, LOL. 455, nameless archer, ID, MT2 Cux. Stop it. Don't go around calculating it. 456, nameless mage, ID, ZWHFRDD. Wouldn't that make us, who failed our bets, more miserable? 457, nameless light warrior, ID, Me too BHX2. If they let us bet on multiple pairs this wouldn't have, apostrophe semicolon grave accent, dot, 458, nameless heavy warrior, ID, 76CH. You can only bet on who you think is going to win and can only bet on a single pair after all. Just give it up. 459, nameless knight, ID, 4ZRBT2R. The only thing you had complete freedom on was the amount you bet, so that gives some mixed feelings. Even if they missed the mark, those that only bet a small amount won't mind it too much. 460, nameless martial artist, ID, XP9A6. In this thread there were a few people that thought there was no way they would lose and bet everything they had right. 461, nameless heavy warrior, ID, 8 used kts. That dot was me. 150k. 462, nameless Shinto priest, ID, HBX2. Me too. 100k. 463, nameless light warrior, ID, me too BHX2. 500k. Apostrophe semicolon grave accent. 464, nameless archer, ID, TMJRQPS. The thread has turned into a gathering of fallen warriors. LMAO. 465, nameless heavy warrior, ID, CHKSKS. We would already be considered fallen warriors for not being able to qualify for the tournament, and now we are going to net ourselves another defeat. 466, nameless martial artist, ID, SKCHU. At 465, don't go kicking them when they are already down. LOL. You are going to make me start crying from laughter. 467, nameless knight, ID, BPKNJK. To begin with, there are people here that didn't even participate from the start. Just stop it. 468, nameless mage, ID, SFFBFFF. I can't really go and say why the hell did you win? To Hero-chan and CO, but I can't say it. But why did you guys weigh in? You 469, nameless heavy warrior, ID, SFFBFFF. You went and said it anyway. LMAO. 470, nameless archer, ID, Cat2KMB. As someone that didn't bet on anyone from the start, I'm having a blast. LOL. If Albert had won like that, this thread wouldn't have turned out like this. LMAO. 471, nameless heavy warrior, ID, 8 used kts. At 470, shut up. Don't go meddling when you are a chicken that didn't even give it a try, you idiot. 472, nameless mage, ID, M5GZCJN. At 470, get lost. You don't have any rights to be in this thread. 473, nameless knight, ID, C387PMP. At 470, go away and never come back. 474, nameless archer, ID, 8A2MVHJ. At 470, now that I looked at his ID, isn't this guy a park? Don't go around coming to a thread to park too. 475, nameless light warrior, ID, RPH5 Act 3. Calm down guys. LOL. Not that I care, but it don't go around making a commotion in other threads. 476, nameless knight, ID, C387PMP. Then I'm going to go and let it all out here. Before my bet on Albert, I bet 200k on the licked duo, even though I hated the guy. 477, nameless martial artist, ID, SKCHU. Oh, you hate him but you thought they would win. 478, nameless knight, ID, C387PMP. At 477, that's right. There's no other reason I would place a bet on him. God damn it. 479, nameless archer, ID, BXEG2. On the other hand, if you bet on Hero-chan and CO, you would be part of the minority and be pitied. There were also a lot of people that used bets as offerings to cheer on people too. Of course, there were also a few people that bet on the underdogs aiming for those big earnings. 480, nameless Shinto priest, ID, FKLT. It's always been said that people shouldn't be too greedy. 481, nameless mage, ID, MPK9ZCX. I bet 10k as a way to cheer on them, and as a result I've become happy. Thanks, Hero-chan. Thanks, True Self. 482, Nameless Knight, ID, C387PMP. Goddamn it. I'm full of unhappiness right now. 483, Nameless Shinto Priest, ID, ZBSQF. As a result, this has become an event that has made the gold that players had disappear rapidly. LOL. 484, Nameless Heavy Warrior, ID, 3 Soji. Leaving the bets aside, the event had a lot of fights that were interesting. I would like to participate in the next one. 485, Nameless Light Warrior, ID, EFKTKNX. If there's another tournament in the future, I'll think about it longer before placing a bet. 486, Nameless Mage, ID, PDL645B. Next time I won't place a bet. I'm at the point where I can feel myself plunging into the darkness because I can't bring myself to say that VRMMO. 487, Nameless Light Warrior, ID, EFKTKNX. At 486 next time I'll win. I'll definitely win back the money I have lost. 488, Nameless Archer, ID, 3PXLE. Isn't that something someone that gets addicted to gambling would say? Yup. This is definitely something Toby would be happy to read. He did bet 200k on us, so he should have gotten 10 mil as payment for it. It's not like he was involved in the thread, so it must have felt great to read this. Then, the chat window finally showed a response. Toby at In Love with TB, I'm back. Hind, hey, I took a look at the thread you mentioned. Toby at In Love with TB, oh, how was it? Hind, it was terrible. Toby at In Love with TB, right? Hind, however, I was impressed with how everyone was having fun even if they got it wrong. Celine, you are right. There weren't any people that really hated you for winning. Celine, even if there were some that were joking about it. Hind, welcome back Celine-san. Toby at In Love with TB, welcome back. Celine, I'm back. Celine, it just made me think that there's a lot of good-mannered people in TB. Celine, compared to other games. Hind, now that you mention it, even if people got mad during the tournament. Hind, I get the feeling that it never turned into something vulgar. Toby at In Love with TB, that's thanks to the work of the developers. Toby at In Love with TB, it's a game targeted to all ages after all. Toby at In Love with TB, usually GMs respond pretty fast. Toby at In Love with TB, and they try to cover a wide range. Now that he mentions it, during the Turtle event, I called a GM once and the reply was quite fast. I'd like it if the developers were able to keep up this level of moderation. If you let people be bad-mannered or commit wrongdoings, the game would lose popularity in a heartbeat. After all, the number of people I know inside the game has increased, so I personally would like to play TB for a long time in a relaxed manner. Celine, that's why it should be safe to recommend the game to children like Lycoris and her group, right? Hind, I mean, Albert brought his daughter inside the game and all. Toby at In Love with TB, Philia-chan is Aniki's daughter? Hind, didn't I mention it? Toby at In Love with TB, you didn't tell me about it in detail. Celine, those two are parent and daughter. Are you serious? After that, we talked not only about TB but other games too until we all were exhausted. I spent the night having fun chatting until Rise came to my room to check on me and ask me if I wasn't going to take a bath yet.